I like how he killed that villager too. And he's got plumes running around, and he might find that castle from land with his plumed archers.
Oh, he has to see them, right? Mr.Yo, that is invisible.
Yo. Notice it. Notice it.
He's running away, and now he has no idea. Mr.Yo didn't see it.
He did.
That's getting so close.
Wait for another push. This is like deja vu.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah. Same
It's
amount
the
of
same
boyas
fight.
as well. Now villagers jumping out of the TCs, probably killing the ram, while indeed that's happening, Dave.
It's the same fight.
And Lance should barely win this one. Actually, it looks a bit better for him, but still no rams to follow it up.
He's converting a stable.
With Incas? Oh, the dream could be so real, Dave.
He's making it.
Are you kidding me? Guys, for everyone who doesn't know, Mayans, Aztecs, and Incas naturally don't have a stable. But if you convert one, you can create this beautiful unit that is comparable, but way more beautiful than a knight. Well, it's just not looking pretty. Population is 53 to 93 now. Villagers trying to repair another TC, taking a lot of damage. Don't give me a second shot here. Please, no. Oh,
they're repairing.
Repair there. Oh, God, that's a reasonable connection as well. Tedder actually doing a good job of coming back into this game. KD evening out.
Yeah, feels like.
That should not have happened though. LIEREYY saw exactly what Mangnot's really helping out there, but LIEREYY, he will have another one. But he is looking hungry to get some more kills here. Gets the perfect connection.
Oh man, what a shot there from LIEREYY. He's got the knights to potentially deal with the scorpions, but look at the range on those scorpions.
Yep.
The tactical nukes coming in from the Khmer player.
There's knights from the backside for Hera. If he can take out the scorpions, he can still take good fights. The skirmishers are not that helpful. But
He
dude,
can't take any good
the
fights now.
scorpions!
Oh my god.
Oh, it's beautiful. I think many of the scorpions will go down here.
Oh god.
But the crossbows, say goodbye, Hera.
Look at what Hera's doing with the horse. Oh my god, it's so annoying to the skirmishers. He wants to get away with the archers. He's blocking them with the horse.
Get a life. Get a monks are coming over. You also have the crossbows. Every little bit helps here. There's the demo though on the crossbows. Boom! Oh,
Dude,
the crossbows go down. Oh, that was beautiful. At least the crossbows aren't a worry.
Around the castle from Viper. But there's a hole!
Oh my god.
He's gating him into the castle now.
That's
He's
hilarious.
Not preventing him.
The castle's going up. Wait, it might not.
It is.
Inca villagers. And now Doubt's invested so much stone just to deny a castle. Didn't happen. The Viper's still pushing forward.
I saw those villagers working as Doubt continues to make the gates.
Oh,
He's like, you're not getting out.
Take it away. Ah, man. Okay, so now the Bloodlines is in. The Knights are stronger. Doubt's bringing the Skirms too. These crossbows, the positioning's perfect. That's so annoying.
Yeah,
Don't just ring the bell.
Doubt.
What did Doubt say about low elo legends? They're a bunch of fat kids.
Town bell. Oh, I haven't seen that in a pro game in a long time.
Who's the fat?
Hello and welcome back to the Red Bull Wololo. We are here with day 4, and joining me for the pre-show today we have Nili.
Heyo.
And Dave.
Hello again.
Oh god, Dave, you sound exhausted, man.
I'm
Yesterday
tired,
took
man.
it out of you.
I need a Red Bull.
Oh,
I need
boy.
a Red Bull, man. It's early.
Well, Dave, I think I might have something here for you, actually. Nili, can you just help me out with this?
Okay, yeah, sure, Zach. Yep. Dave, your Red Bull is coming.
What? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Oh, there you go.
I'll just mix this in with my coffee. We'll be good.
Well, Dave, if you're not ready after a Red Bull coffee, I don't know what would get you ready for the day. As if the semi-finals and finals are not hype enough already. I can't believe we're at the final day here already. It's been a fantastic week/weekend so far. And before we get into the day, I just want everybody to know, in classic Age of Empires 2 style, that we have an announcement to make later on today. And in case you've been living under a rock for the past 3 days and you don't know what Empire Wars is yet, here's Barbecue Turkman to run you through.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1, and will be a landslide of entertainment.
Well, there you go. Let's see some hashtag sellouts in the chat. Guys, let's take a look at the bracket for today. Obviously, we've had a lot of games so far, and we're very excited to now be at the final day, the final stage. We've got Viper versus Hera, semi-final number 1, LIEREYY versus Yo, semi-final number 2. But let's quickly talk about yesterday. Guys, what was your favorite match from day 3?
Probably LIEREYY against Tato. It like every game was so intense, the pressure was on. Dave even said like, Nili, like, are you forgetting to breathe? It's like the games were close, and yeah, that's clearly my favorite.
That was the closest series I've seen in a long time. And like Nili said in that final Acropolis game, we were both whispering. I think I went back and watched the VOD, and our sound was getting lower and lower and lower. We were just so tense. And then after I brought that up, it kind of like evened out a little bit. But LIEREYY with a really strong showing there. I think that was my favorite set. Obviously, Doubt versus Viper. I'd never miss one of those. And Lan looking really strong against Mr.Yo. So we have 2 really strong competitors in the first one with Viper and Hera, and then 2 people that have shown their strength throughout this round of 16 and round of 8 in the second semifinal with LIEREYY and Mr.Yo.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they were fantastic matches yesterday. That LIEREYY and Tato one was one of my favorites of the tournament, at least. And if you missed any of those games from yesterday, you can catch them all on the Red Bull Gaming YouTube channel. All the VODs are going up as they happen. So if you did miss anything, head over there and catch all of the action. So let's talk about Vikings real quick. We will go into more detail about civs later on. Vikings have been an extremely dominant civ in this tournament so far. We're expecting to probably see the Vikings banned every time. But Nili, I've got a question for you. Vikings obviously have an incredible eco, but do they have as many late game options as other civs? And are they potentially not as strong as we might think?
Well, when thinking about like super late game options, we most of the time think about scenarios where we didn't see a lot of fighting, right? The typical Michi maps, Black Forest, Arena, and then Vikings don't really have the last oomph to their army, like no paladins, no siege onagers. But since this map pool is so open and so aggressive, you don't really need that because you have such a big advantage already with when you get to pop 200.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd mention this map pool because this map pool is super aggressive. There's not a single map that's sort of, well, perhaps except for like Kawasan, where you want to really kind of camp the middle. There's a lot of encouragement to be aggressive early on, and obviously with the Empire Wars game mode, the aggression is coming right out of the gate. But we'll take a look at more civ stats and things later on, but it's definitely something to keep in mind for the draft. We did just see the schedule on the screen there, but let's take a quick look at the prize pool, because this semi-final match is a match to win essentially a minimum of €1,000 here. So there is a lot on the line for these players going into the final day. Obviously a first place prize of 5,000. I said dollars before, I meant to say euros, correction. But yeah, let's bring up the schedule once again just to go over that. Obviously, we've got LIEREYY versus Yo coming up first. This should be a very exciting match. Obviously, LIEREYY is looking fantastic, and no doubt he's looking for his revenge against Mr.Yo after the NAC quarterfinals earlier this year. Well, that was a good match, wasn't it, guys?
Oh, it was a super good match, and it really, like, I didn't talk to LIEREYY directly, but I talked to Doubt, and he said LIEREYY was heartbroken after losing this one, right? He felt like he underperformed a bit in the group stage, could finally like really show his full potential, and then Mr.Yo with an incredible performance and winning against LIEREYY 4-2 there.
Yeah, now, Dave, I feel personally as though Yo hasn't been tested as hard as some of the other players in this tournament so far. He took a 3-0 against Slam, he got a 3-1 against LAN. Do you think he's ready to show up and really be pushed to the limit by LIEREYY here?
I think Yo is always ready to show up. That's one of the characteristics of his gameplay throughout the years. He's consistently got good placements and also consistently run into the Viper and been kicked out of tournaments. So maybe we'll see that again with him in the grand final. I think he probably did have the easiest bracket on paper, but when I look at how well LAN played against him yesterday, I'm starting to doubt that a little bit because LAN looked really, really good. And Slam also had some moments where, you know, he was pressuring Yo pretty hard, especially in maybe that first game of the series and the second one as well.
Just think about Viper always beating Mr.Yo there, but that was semifinals in NAC, quarterfinals in Hidden Cup, and the only tournament where Viper didn't pass him in the bracket early on was MSC. Viper eliminated there by Mr. Doubt, and Mr.Yo did and win this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of like a look of the draw thing, really. If you go against the Viper, there's a good chance you're going to be eliminated. And obviously, if you're getting to play against him a lot, then, well, unlucky. But this time, Mr.Yo on the other side of the bracket, he will potentially meet Viper or Hera in the grand finals, because the Viper versus Hera is our second semi-final of the day. And I think this is an interesting match because, again, this could be a grand final in and of itself. Obviously, these guys have played each other a lot over the last year, and I want to correct myself from something I said yesterday. I mentioned that Viper beat Hera every time so far this year, and that is not true. I misspoke. Hera did win the Eat Paradise Cup against the Viper, and he also won the OGN charity tournament earlier this year against the Viper as well. So take that for what it is. But obviously, Hera's rise to glory has certainly only really started last year. I don't think Hera was really a big name on the scene before 2019, and yet here he is, holding his own against Viper. Nili, do you think Hera has the potential here? Can he take that top spot?
The potential, surely, right? Often, people complained, oh, the era of Viper is so dominant and might be bad for the game, actually. And I get this question very often. Who do you think could overtake him? And I don't think it will be easy for Hera, but he's probably the name number one that we have to think about it.
Yeah, and Dave, what do you think? Hera got a chance here? You rooting for him as a fellow Canadian?
I'm always rooting for my Canadian players, man. It doesn't matter who they are. I think I had the scarf in here yesterday. I was waving it around when Hera was in for the interview. I think there's a solid chance for Hera to come in and dethrone Viper because of the settings, because it's so different from standard AoE, and because there isn't really, I'd say, that much experience from all the players going into this. Viper can't call on the 5 or 6 years he had over Hera of playing the game competitively. So perhaps we could see a major upset, and perhaps we could see something like Hera versus LIEREYY in the final. Imagine that.
That would be sick.
Yeah,
Also, something I want to mention, sorry for interrupting you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Zach. And is that we only play a best of 5, right? Yeah. One of the strengths of the Viper is that he's so good over all maps. And here we have Arabia as game number 1, basically home map of Hera. And then he can pick 2 maps that are really good for him, such as Land Madness. So I feel just securing those home maps plus home map number 3, Arabia, would be really good for him.
Absolutely. We've had a lot of time here for speculation, but I'm sure everybody in the chat watching the stream right now wants to see our first semi-final. So let's get that going. We'll be back after this short player profile with the first game of the day.
Playing passive. Oh, let's see. Can he wall this off, though? The knights come in. The villagers aren't so important. It's the army. If Viper loses his army, then the players will be on even terms. The castle is denied. Will Viper be able to micro his army and keep these alive? Let's see here. There is the Maganel. The skirmishers are engaging. The knights are there. The Maganel fires. Viper has to shoot the Maganel. He's one-shotting every other unit. Oh, nice Maganel shot. Leery's holding this. Leery has enough skirmishers to possibly hold this. Possibly. Viper has 95 population. It is 120 for Leery. Leery has denied the castle. Viper probably can't finish that now. And Viper's losing every single Arbalest. And oh my god, what is up with Leery and holes, man? Now the militia from Tato get in. And this is just free damage. This is free damage. Oh, wait. What? What? Okay, micro nerd. Well played, Leery.
Doubt is in and now building another outpost. So he knows what's up. And this outpost let him know that Leery was coming with villagers. Leery gates Doubt in, but Doubt with the counter gate.
Leery.
And Leery with the quick walls in front of the villager. Doubt deleting the outpost, but Leery was ready right on top of the foundation. Now the men-at-arms are in. The villagers for Doubt are gonna die. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Tato. He's got to be careful. Now, many players would not micro uphill, but Leery will. Look at this. Look at this micro from Leery. He's incredible when it comes to micro. The day, Viper's crossbows are gonna get yo.
Hey,
yo,
yo, bro.
yo,
Yo. Dude.
Oh, got him. Nice. Never a doubt. but at the end of the day,
But Leery potentially running into the scouts. That's a lot of scouts. And Yo is not fully walled because that's pretty much impossible on this map. Uh-oh, Leery's looking to do a lot of damage right here.
Does he take the fight against the Spearman? He's opting not to. I think that's a good decision overall. Oh, the quick walks from Yo, though.
Oh my god.
Can he get the poke?
He can trap them.
God. He's trapped them all. And it's not going to be the end of the world because there's only 3 spears, but that is a fantastic play from Yo.
Yeah, but now he can bring his own scouts home, I believe. Yeah, at least they're still mostly alive, but actually, Yo doesn't have much of an army.
So nice. Well played from Yo. That is definitely a highlight here. Walling in like 9 scouts, and the question is now, does he send his scouts back to deal with them, or does he just mass up a couple spears?
I can guarantee you guys, this game is a lot more fun to watch than to play. I think Viper's in trouble, though. I really do. If that tower goes up...
Well, with all those villagers with full HP now, it's going to be really rough. And he's doing the same thing again, but this time there's so many more villagers here from Mr.Yo. He's going to repair the tower and attack the villagers.
Viper's fills will melt.
They are melting.
They're
Look
melting.
at the vill difference. It's 30 to 24 right now for Mr.Yo.
Is this game over?
30 to 24. I have a feeling Viper only has 3 villagers on food right now. He's got 1 on the forge bushes, 2 on the farm.
Another vill will die.
He can't produce from his TC. He doesn't have enough food to repopulate
and another
his village.
vill will die. The villagers keep dying.
This is gonna work. This is Mr. Yo's game, I think.
Yeah.
He's got.
Yo's getting guard tower to deny the resources.
Does Yo not know there's a castle there? Yo still doesn't know there's a Wait. No way! He just used... Dude! He just used the longboats to distract the castle. Sent in skirmishers and a single siege ram. And then meanwhile, he's taking a fight here and it's not too bad. Of course,
but
guard
he's got
towers
heated
will
shot
help.
with the guard towers.
Yeah. A heated shot means the towers and castles do more damage.
300%.
Dude, this is a great game.
Isn't it lovely? So many like memories and emotions we were talking about there with the clips. And well, those players really grew on us. And well, now I'm excited for the semifinals. What am I looking at here, Dave? What are the maps?
We are looking at Wings and Acropolis. Once again, the same maps for Leery as he picked yesterday. And then for Mr. Yo, we have Kawasan and we have Cross. Golden Swamp is banned for Mr. Yo. And another map is banned for Leery. I'm not going to say it. You can say it, Dylan.
AZ. Let's call it AZ. Okay. That's interesting, right? Mr.Yo kind of playing the mixed maps, a bit more on the crazy side. I think Golden Swamp would be in that category there. And Leery, well, he stays with what he likes.
Yeah, and do you consider Arabia to be, like you said before, Hera has a home map in Arabia. Do you consider Arabia to be a home map for Leery too?
Yeah, kind of, because it's something that he doesn't need to learn, right? It's not something that he needs to put any preparation into, and he will always feel super comfortable on it.
So here we see the civilization picks, and I'm going to focus on the ban first for Mr.Yo on Leery. What is going on there?
Well, he likes Eagle Warriors apparently, right? He instantly jumped on Mayans and Aztecs. Yesterday, we saw Leery getting Mayans, Aztecs, and Incas against Tedo. And this time, we won't see any Eagles from Leery.
And we are going to see the Vikings. I think Zach said that Vikings are going to be banned every single set, but Curse of the Caster, watch them not be banned in any of the sets today.
Okay, some behind-the-scenes trivia here, we have to say, is that Leery actually timed out. You have 30 seconds time to pick a civilization, and Leery, with his fourth pick, didn't pick in time, and then basically the picking tool just gave him a random civilization, and it ended up being Japanese, which is quite fortunate.
It's a pretty good civ on both Kawasan and Cross. It's a top-tier civ. So very, very nice tactical timeout there from Leery to get Japanese. It's fortunate for him that there's going to be, even if this goes all 5 games, there's going to be one civ that isn't used. So even if he didn't plan on it, he doesn't have to use that randomized civ pick.
Also, something we clearly want to think about is Mr.Yo picking Saracens, and we did see them played, well, very interestingly. What do you think? Where will Mr.Yo put Saracens on the map?
It's interesting. I think he's going to go with Mayans for Arabia. Could you see Saracens on Kawasan? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I feel like that's a really good pick. Also, honestly, in Acropolis, yesterday we saw how Leery easily defended against feudal age aggression. That would be sick for Saracens, right? You can go over to the other side, can break walls that easily. Oh boy, that could be really scary. And guys, the first semifinal of Red Bull Wololo will be live any second. We will jump into this series on Arabia. And Leery, the Archer God, not going for Vikings as pick number 1 here. He will pick Britons on the other side, as he predicted, Dave. Mayans for Mr.Yo.
Yeah, that's the classic civ for Mr.Yo, and this is kind of a classic matchup here, isn't it? 2 Archer civs matching up against each other, Britons versus Mayans. Who do you prefer here in this matchup?
It's like, obviously, Mayans having the advantage of getting to cheaper archers and having the option to go for eagles feels really lovely. But Leery, we have seen him doing so incredible things with Archer Micro there. +1 range in Castle Age will be sick, and faster producing Archer ranges. I think Archer v Archer, I favor Britons, but the eagle switch is something that scares me.
And something to notice, both players, I believe, finding their starting sheep right away. That's something we haven't mentioned yet, but Viper mentioned it, I think, 3 times in his post-game interview yesterday. So obviously, it's very, very important for their early build orders. Britain's obviously getting the faster sheep herding food bonus, so that's good for them. Skirmishers coming forward from Yo right away. I think they're coming forward to try and deny the walls, but Leery is going to have the walls up quickly enough before they get there.
Look at that, Walling with 4 villagers at the moment. Archer patrols very defensively at home, and Leery, he apparently is absolutely fine with playing this game extremely passively.
And his gold is in a super safe spot. His woodlines are okay for the feudal age. He can't be ranged by some portions of those. And he's going to wall off the left side of his map probably pretty soon. Or he's just going to keep his army there, I guess.
Well, seems like the latter, and no fletching for him now. He will flirt with Castle Age very early on. Look at that, 400 food, 200 gold already in the bank, and goes for more ostriches.
And Yo just keeping up with the constant production. He's actually housed pretty badly here for about 30 seconds, so maybe not the greatest start for Yo, but he does have pressure at LIEREY's base. Can he do any damage during that feudal to castle switch from LIEREY?
He clearly wants to, and oh, LIEREY wants to buy himself some time, going for the stables already, and look at that, now walls with 5 villagers here as well, and he wants to survive this one without any archer losses.
Walls just going down for LIEREY. Yo is going to have to go around the left-hand side of that stable. LIEREY trying to force down the walls here. How many villagers does he have building?
That's so crazy, right? Pulled the top ones,
But Yo denied it!
Squeezes through there, and that's what we mentioned earlier. No fletching on those archers still.
No fletching on the archers. Yo already has the armor and fletching for his skirmishers, and now I can't help but feel like LIEREY's getting punished for the greed here. Like, if you're going to wall the front that fast, you might as well wall the side as well.
Uh-oh, villagers at the side now being walled out here as well. And yeah, that scout is doing a reasonable job of defending against those skirmishes.
And Yo doesn't even want to engage against the scout. He just wants to pick off the archers. And look what LIEREY's done. Usually you want to wall people out of your base. You don't want to wall them in your base.
Yeah. That's such a beautiful move. Moved out there with the archers, will take the 5v1 there, and scouts are clearing this one up, and still solid resources here by LIEREY.
Yeah, he defended against that very, very well. I was pretty nervous for him because what happens there if you lose your archers, you can't really transition effectively, even if you're faster to the castle age. But Yo did cause him to make 3 scouts, and that delayed his castle age quite a bit, and Yo might be clicking up at the same time.
Yeah, but like delaying him, your opponent has the better economy and you're clicking up at the same time. Doesn't sound like a victory for Mr.Yo. The 6th thing, look at the KD, Dave.
KD is very good for LIEREY. 9-1. Wow, Yo's going to have to catch up somewhere. You can see LIEREY heading out with those scouts.
Uh-oh, and he
trying to loop around into Yo's base. Yo just about 20 seconds late with walling that off. Maybe he'll see them. Maybe he'll quick wall it. Probably not.
Really, no. Oh, but LIEREY? Yeah, he sees it. Oh god, he's so active with his units. That's just crazy. And Yo, he won't find an option to wall this one off against 3 scouts.
And Yo going for another barracks here. So we're going to see the Eagle spam in the Castle Age. Already getting the armor upgrade.
What? 4 barracks even, Dave. And he sends the villager
4
forward.
barracks.
That's a full Castle Age all-in. 4 barracks and an aggressive siege workshop. Whew. LIEREY needs to
How
hold
many
that.
villagers on gold do you need for that? That's crazy.
Oh, I don't even know the math. I would say something like 16 feels like a right number.
Mm-hmm.
He has 8.
That's close.
Just remember that Eagle produces in 60 seconds there in Feudal Age, but once you reach Castle Age, I think that drops down to 35 or 37 seconds, so production then becomes really fast.
Mm-hmm. So Eagle's obviously really, really good against archers in open areas, so LIEREY has to be careful with these archers he's sending across the map. He is sending them to Yo's gold, though.
Oh, and I don't like Yo's walls there. Look at that. The archers will position themselves there, and Yo, he might even need to think about evacuating and go to one of his back golds.
Yeah, why wall to the gold against Britons? He should be walling to that pond. He's gonna arrive at the gold with crossbows, and we said before, Yo needs this gold!
Oh god,
Oh boy,
no reaction.
he hasn't
Dave, no
noticed.
reaction.
What? Yo!
Oh! And how many villagers do you need on gold to produce out of 4 barracks, Dave? It's more than 0, I can tell you that.
What happened there? Did LIEREY like tactically attack him on a different area of the map so Yo didn't hear the notification? It's really, really weird.
Oh, yeah, I was surprised as well. And LIEREY, again, with his signature TC on the outside. Yesterday, Tedder was able to punish that, but Mr.Yo, I don't think he will have the firepower behind this. Only 34 villagers.
Yeah, and watch the micro from Leary. He's going to micro down all of these Eagle Warriors. Oh boy, Mr.Yo is in a really rough spot. I think he killed 1 crossbow there, and he lost, what, 6 Eagles?
Looks like it. Look at that line of dead Eagles there here. Not pretty. And Mr.Yo indeed moves back on the gold. And, well, he opted for the 1TC all-in aggression. And, well, I think the game will end there for him because he either breaks Leery within the next minutes or Leery's boom advantage will be way too strong.
Yeah, he doesn't realize the TC from Leary is there. He's gonna go forward with a house, and now he's gonna pop his mangonel out and be like, "Oh, hello."
I'll take those.
Still trying to engage against the crossbows too. I think the best option for Yo is to, as bad as it sounds, ignore those crossbows and try and put some serious pressure on Leary's base. Maybe pull the crossbows back.
Yeah, but how? He only has 1 layer of paper walls here, and I think he might have even over-chopped there between the wood and the house.
Yeah, this does not look good. If you're in Yo's position, do you just play this game as long as you can, try and warm up a little bit?
Well, you have to remember it's 8 hours for him behind us, or behind Leary's time, so I think he had enough time to warm up. 6 hours behind him, I believe.
The crossbows are in now. Do you think Yo can clear this up? I don't think he has a chance.
Oh, no way, no
Leary's
way.
gonna run through. Oh no.
Yeah, and every single villager on the gold could die here. Some eagles trying to do something, some more walls, but, well, you know what? Crossbows can shoot over walls.
Yeah, the Eagles are gonna clear up maybe 3 or 4 crossbows, but the micro from Leary is just on point here. Well... Oh, the second armor upgrade is in for the Eagles. Okay, so they took out more than I thought.
Yeah, but that's not what Mr.Yo needs, right? At the moment, he's holding. And he's already 22 villagers behind.
Yeah, he needs to push. And Leary with a great play, sending 1 knight out. He's going to deny any potential mangonels coming out of that siege workshop. Yo bringing the villager back. He's finally cleared up the army in his base, so he's stabilized. But like you said before, 26 villagers behind for Mr.Yo. Mayans can win from being behind in eco, but I don't think this far behind.
Oh, and look at that super sharp move by Leary. He thinks, okay, what are the ways how I can potentially lose this game? And it's only that he could be overwhelmed by mass eagles. And that's why he drops the second stable and will keep on producing those knights.
Yeah, when you're ahead in eco, and your opponent is obviously going for a 1TC push, going double stable knight basically denies anything that Yo can do to you.
Still lacking some upgrades on those, though. Let's take a look. Eagles might come in. Some lost HP mango shot. Ooh. Scaring it.
Great attack round from Yo, though. Almost picking the mangonel and damaging 2 crossbows as well. Leary with the repair villagers right away.
He needs to hold this nose, okay. Oh, but that's Leary. That's Leary for you. Oh god, he's so ballsy. Knows with Britons he has 1 more range, and that's enough to outrange Mangonel, and that's why they're so strong and so tough to counter in Castle Age.
And the outpost is doing work for Leary. He can see everything that's coming his way. An attack ground for him connects with some of the Eagles. The Knights are now coming in. The Eagles are all weak.
Oh god, and now he needs to retreat. That's never ever great for you. And, well, so low on HP now. The 3 Knights could even chase this down.
Yeah, the Knights, Leary opting to keep them near that siege workshop. I think he wants to get rid of that, eliminate the threat. No, he's going forward. He has a huge line of sight with those crossbows, so he knows exactly what Yo is doing up here. He sees that mangonel, and here's the confidence you talked about with Leary.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. And, well, the Eagles, they're still grouping up. How does Mr.Yo look behind this? Still only gold, some farmers, some on wood. He is hoping for some miracle shots, but Leary is not giving them to him.
Well, he's only 40 villagers behind, so great attack ground from Leary.
Oh, and this could be the final dive. Second mangonel pops. Let's take a look. Takes that one out, and now the Eagles need to finish the game, but they can't.
What an amazing fight there from Leary. He He was attack grounding the Eagles as they came in. He was targeting the Mangonels with his knight. He was microing his crossbows all at the same time, garrisoning his villagers, targeting with the TC. Everything was going right for him. So much confidence. And Yo just... That is not the game he wanted to start this series out with.
Yeah, sometimes I'm curious if he has a second mouse in trying to get all those clicks in there. That got like incredible. How he sniped down both of those Mangonels at the same time.
Like, you could tell he was controlling every single unit, and there was like 3 or 4 different groups that he needed to control there. It's just amazing what he can do with the game. What do you think Mr.Yo is thinking after this first loss here?
I think, okay, maybe I need to wall a bit differently. I need to, that's like one mistake that's unlikely to happen again. So I think that's something that you can shake off quite easily. He still has 4 games to go, quote unquote, only needs to win 3 out of 4 of his chances.
Yeah, it's so weird that he walled to the gold when there was a wood line right there.
Yeah, well, it's like he used the auto scout to try to see, okay, where can I do pressure with my eagle and scout? Yeah, it is the better wall to go for the front there, but like with his late reaction and the crossbow shooting over there, I think he still would have lost like 4 villagers.
So the KD, pretty good for LIEREYY, I'd say. Not good at all for Mr.Yo. And the economy, obviously, much, much better for LIEREYY as well.
Yeah, that's why we saw the wild play there for Mr.Yo. He knew, okay, I can't win this game if we go to distance. LIEREYY would reach him so much quicker with the better economy, better attack units, and would just overwhelm him. And that's why Mr.Yo felt like pressured into forcing LIEREYY to some screw up, but LIEREYY too sharp.
So this is a best of 5. LIEREYY only needs to win 2 more games. Yo put himself in a really, really bad position here. What home map do you think Yo goes with as game number 2?
Yes, Kavasan and Cross. I think, well, we still have Japanese for LIEREYY, fortunately enough. I think he will simply go for Cross. It was his first... No, it was his second choice. So Kavasan was his first choice. I will just assume that's his play. Probably with Franks.
You can't see the Saracens coming into play with Kavasan?
I wouldn't be surprised. But where do you put Franks then? Do you play them on Acropolis? I feel like Khmer might be better there.
You could play... Theoretically, you could play Franks on wings as well. If you look at the civs that Yo has, does he have any strong civs on wings? Well, maybe Saracens are strong on wings.
Yeah, I could see that as well. Maybe Huns could be strong on wings, Persians. Yeah, I feel like Franks aren't as good on the other maps. That's why I feel like he has to go with them for Kavasan. Short game number 1 here. One single mistake, not really protecting the gold too well. And if we get to Kavasan, the other option on LIEREYY's side, he still has Vikings, but I think Vikings is something for a non-water map.
Well, we saw Viper go with Vikings on Acropolis yesterday and do very, very well there.
Yeah, but that was also because he was scared of the Goth. Right? And also a lot of mind games, like he was expecting me to pick them on Golden Pit, and then I picked Persians to counter that strategy. So, yeah, I think that was more the doubt Viper mind game than the actual strength of the civilization.
So if it is Kavasan, what does LIEREYY go with? Does he go with
I think Japanese.
Japanese?
Yeah.
The randomized pick?
I think that sounds very reasonable to me. And, well, yeah, Vikings can't really contest the pawns without fire galleys there. Not the greatest choice. I think Vikings, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them on wings.
So we're waiting for the game to start, guys. We will get a notification soon that the players are in. No need to 14 because I see the game up and we're going to go right into it.
Okay, let's take a look. And oh, LIEREYY is playing Kelt here against Mr.Yo's Franks.
So you were right with Mr. Yo's Civ pick. He did go with the Franks. What's so good about the Franks on this map?
Well, you all know foragers work 25% fast, and you feel like, okay, is that really that efficient for those 6 berry bushes? And then I have a surprise for you. In the center, we have way more of them, and that's why we can see Mr. Yo instantly sending 5 villagers to the front and abuse that bonus to the maximum.
And LIEREY already going for the wall-offs. He's actually had a villager idle this entire time. That's very strange for LIEREY. Usually he's pretty clean with idols. Obviously, when you start with this much population, it's not as big of a deal as a standard start.
Yeah, and
Yo going with a forward stable.
And you're not really in the rhythm of like pressing either villagers after like 1.5 minutes into the game, right? It's more something that you want to get into like feudal age, castle age.
Mm-hmm. So Yo is going with a stable at the front. He's already taking the berries with the Franks. LIEREY's going to see this with his spearmen, and he's going to see that archer range. Does he spot the stable, though?
He sees both. Yeah, nice awareness there for Mr. LIEREY for sure. And he will know, okay, army won't look too great. Instantly sends the archer out, though. That's a bit surprising to me. Wants to really put on the pressure.
Yeah, you want to keep those archer numbers up, though. For LIEREY, if he trickles in units and loses them, that's not good for him at all. But I guess this is probably twofold. He wants to put pressure on Yo's berry villagers. He also wants to keep Yo there so that he can wall off at home.
Yeah, that's actually very, very true. And but Mr. Yo, not really the guy who stays at home too much here.
This is a really interesting strategy from Yo. It looks like he's going to tower the middle, he's going to secure all those berries, and he's going to eat them all himself.
What? That feels so weird. Doesn't he have enough control anyways with his scouts and archers here that he feels that he needs to tower this one up? That's really surprising. Maybe he will take the MBL approach. Just get massive control of the center and control the game from there.
Yeah, he's getting fletching now, producing skirmishers. Those berries for the Franks? It's so nice if you don't have to make farms, right? You can put that wood into other things.
Yeah. That's also something we saw from the Max, for example. You get in the Tato series there, just abusing the center resources to perfection. Both players ignoring the water is what I wanted to say, and then saw that LIEREY is going for the left-hand side one.
Yeah, Yo badly housed again. We saw it in game 1. See it again here. Not great for him, but he is producing military for multiple buildings, so I can see how that would happen. LIEREY going for that dock.
But where is he building a house?
Yeah, he was at the back.
Yeah, now he's building another one. Okay, Yo instantly scouts the dock there. Could be pretty nice for him. Might even snag that villager. Easy spot for a wall off, but LIEREY actually fights this one off. Can he save her? Not for now. It tries the other way around, but the scout is still blocking it. And LIEREY 10 HP. But Skirm should be around, no? Nice save for now.
Yeah, that was a great save from LIEREY, and he can do that in his sleep. But the skirms, like you said, the skirms are coming. The scout is still tracking the villager. Is she going to wall her way back to the base? I don't think it's possible.
Oh, yeah, I don't think so either. That was a funny move. And, yeah, showed his capabilities here. But, well, she can never save her. He can never save her.
So there's the first villager pick of the game. Yo is still behind by 1.
And look at that reverse KD now. 7-1 was our start in the Arabia game. Now it's 6-1 in favor of our Chinese player.
Yeah, and let's see how close LIEREY is to clicking up. He's pretty close, but Yo's resources are looking really good for all the units he's produced so far. The berries are helping him a lot.
And, well, how much does he have on berries? I can see 5. That's 8 villagers on the berries here, and that's just so fast. And that's also only the ones in the center. He still has 4 in the back as well. 12 foragers at the moment. That's crazy.
Yeah, LIEREY's up a little bit faster, but I feel like Yo has the advantage here. He's put all the pressure on LIEREY. He's got the map control, and he's got a dock down. LIEREY with the fire ship scouting that out early.
And Mr. Yo, he's trying to find another dock at the right-hand side. Scouts around the whole area. Can't find it and will very easily grab that one at the top.
So how do you see this playing out in Castle Age? Celts versus Franks.
It's kind of weird, right? Celts, they don't really have the most mobile army. Would love to see mass spearmen into pikemen and probably a siege workshop slowly trying to contest the center, but Mr.Yo with the hill advantage, I don't think he will give it up.
Yeah, especially with that that tower there. You can tell he really, really wants to keep control of that. Putting pressure on the right side of LIEREY's base. LIEREY forced to put some palisade walls. I think he'll be fine here with just the skirmishers, but Yo is being super, super annoying.
And something indirectly nice for Mr.Yo is, since he built the tower, he did send villagers onto stone, and not too few, now goes for 7. He will put a castle in the center as well. He might go Axemen, and Axemen are solid against pikemen pushes.
Axemen are really, really good against most things that Celts can make, especially if you supplement them with maybe some siege of your own to deal with potential siege from Celts. And Frank castles are pretty cheap, so Yo can get this down pretty early.
Indeed, the siege workshop is being dropped. LIEREY again, some other villagers here. Fixes those now, drops 1 TC at the top. Is Mr.Yo going for any TCs? I wouldn't be surprised if he even drops one in the center of the map.
Yeah, around those berries would be very, very nice. I can see a spot right there.
Yeah. I can see the same spot, Dave.
Oh, I'm just envisioning it right now. It's perfect.
But he has 6 wood, so that's going to take some time.
One thing to consider here, if Yo drops a castle on the stone from LIEREY, the only other stone from LIEREY is on that right-hand side, which is pretty far away from his base.
Okay.
So maybe he could deny that from him, deny the potential of a castle coming up from LIEREY when he's in Imperial Age.
Well, could be an option. The question is, yeah, maybe traps could be really important, because once Yo gets onto, like, I would even say, like, 2 bombard cannon, 5 X-Men, I don't really see a Celt player ever breaking that with a castle.
Yeah, unless you have a gigantic eco behind it, it's going to be really, really tough. Yo actually winning the water battle too.
And sees the pikeman tech as well, so he knows that something might be coming up at the front. And Yo goes for a good TC, but
not the TC we wanted, though.
Not the Craigasm TC, yeah.
I guess that's the safer option, right? Especially if the Celt player is coming out with some siege like LIEREY is doing right now. 2 mangonels. Yo's going to spot that with the tower. It's going to spot the pikeman. What does he have to counter this? Potential of a castle going down in the middle, but this is risky. Yo has to delay this army.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. Look at that, the loop around here. And Celt, Mangonel, they don't only eat TC, they also eat some tower apparently. And, well, suiciding everything, but keeps the tower alive there. Was it worth it?
I think it's worth it. He delayed to get the castle down. He delayed to get the TC up. And he's now getting a monastery in the middle too. Once you have a castle down, it becomes really, really tough for a Celt player to push you in Castle Age.
Yeah, I would say close to impossible. Like 3 Axemen would be so good. He only needs to avoid some major Mangonel shots. But the story behind this is only 2 TCs for Mr.Yo. 3 TCs ticking for quite some time for LIEREY.
Well, the 3rd TC is now going down for Mr.Yo on the right-hand side. I think what he needs to do, since he's solidified the middle here, maybe start thinking about walling off his eco, so there's no possibility of LIEREY looping around, harassing him at home.
Yeah, I think the army is so slow, and Mangonels have so much power. I think that just like building an outpost in both directions would be like really solid as well. It's way cheaper, and you see it coming anyways.
Well, he's opting for the stone walls. You can see him coming down from Mr.Yo. Big stone walls on the left-hand side as LIEREY tries to loop around. Like you said, this army is so slow.
Defensive siege
and nice
workshop.
walls from Mr.Yo.
Yeah, buys himself a lot of time. Could have even pulled some more villagers if you ask me. And yeah, LIEREY, he will still get in there, I believe. Siege workshop should finish in time, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, it's super important. Yo got that workshop finish. Now LIEREY has to respect the fact that a Mangonel might come out of there, and he doesn't want to push on that side now. Now he's going to have to, crawl his way around the other side, and Mr.Yo is quick walling.
Doesn't really matter.
It won't do much good against the Mangonels, but...
Yeah. 50 HP here. Didn't really stall too much time, but Axemen now coming for the defense. And I think, like, as I said, 3 Axemen, 1 Mangonel should be really good as a defense here.
Yeah, and the Mangonel is out now. The Axemen can deal with those pikemen pretty easily. It's just all about attack grounds here for Leery. If he gets a good one, then Yo's in a bad position. If Yo doesn't get hit, then he's got really, really solid defense here.
Oh, I love how he's standing in the skirmisher to suicide there. Gets a good trade-off, and that was perfect for Mr.Yo. Trades off two skirms against the Mangonel. Now the ground attack dance here. Axeman doing so much damage against Mangonels as well.
Yeah, but not if they get nuked by a Mangonel shot, which they just did. Took a lot of damage. Yo trying to attack ground the Mangonel from Leery. Leery keeping his alive, but he's effectively stalled out this push, and he's trying to wall behind him, actually.
Well, that's day number 7. They didn't notice me yet, but well, day number 8.
I'm all alone in the wilderness. Attack ground comes in from Yo, just misses the pikeman, but Leery just missing Yo's Mangonel as well.
And we see the double kill. Oh, those
Oh,
two
look at
villagers
those
are really
villagers.
low. Really low.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh,
Two
God.
villagers, 2 HP.
Okay, still alive.
Look at the middle, though. Yo already with 3 relics. He's going to collect those other 2.
And look at that, he's thinking about imping any second. And as I said, once you get chemistry, bombard cannons, how can Leery break him? Second castle being dropped here as well. I really love your position.
And Leery's on that stone trying to get a castle of his own. He's going to go up soon. This looks really, really solid for Mr.Yo. This is a great map position to be in.
Absolutely. KD relatively low in this game. Think about like 19-minute game, KD 19, 19, 18, 18 here. Horse still running around, gets a good intel that Leery isn't going aggressively there. Mr.Yo fully walled. He has to love his position.
Picking up that relic. He's going to have 5. Wow. The gold income for him is going to be so, so nice.
Yeah, that's so for free, right? And he still has 2, even 3 gold spots in the back there as well. He doesn't need to care about that at all game long.
Leery with the castle on the right-hand side. So he doesn't want to... I kind of like that because there's no real area on the front that's going to be safe. I feel like if you put a castle there, it's just going to get immediately trebbed down. You're giving Yo a target to hit. But if you put the castle in the back, then you can start building up your treb numbers and maybe think about pushing out.
But how? How many traps do you need? It's like...
Or is this one of these instances where Leery starts thinking about score?
No. It's like he will just lose to the center if he wants to defend this one. Like bombard cannons will be so good. Don't you think like Leery should build a side base and pressure because the front can never be broken? Think about how Tato played it on Golden Swarm, for example, with kills.
Yeah, you can't push up this hill against cheap Frank castles, against Mr.Yo's gold income from the relics, and against Axeman. So maybe you want to push out to the right-hand side.
I think that would have been a lovely move, and not a lot of vision there for Mr.Yo. Loops around with his Axeman. Well, underwhelming upgrades so far with 1-1. Let's take a look. What does he focus on first? I wouldn't be surprised if it's chemistry.
Yeah, we can see chemistry coming in right now. Trebs coming out of one castle, conscription out of the other. And like you said, bombard cannons probably on their way as soon as chemistry completes.
And he has 2 siege workshops there as well. Axemen, they don't even need to fight, right? It's just, oh god, but they don't need to fight, but apparently they want to. Losing 1 friend.
That's so many Mangonels from Leery there. Does he get... Are we going to see Siege Onager?
Well, he will certainly attack to Onager, right? He has the resources pretty soon. Just needs some more gold. He's sitting at 500 there. Some Mangonel dance. Oh, Leery, very active there. Love that.
So with that Treb, that's going to give Yo a lot of vision. He can see all of the Mangonels. He can see that Leery's stone is almost up there. So does he start hitting the stone on the other sides? He can also see a second castle from Leery going up on the right-hand side.
That's so much good vision all of a sudden. And one archer over there sees everything. The auto scout horse in the back there as well gives him a good input that Leery is heavily on farms.
And he knows Leery is heavily creating woads as well. Lots of woad raiders on the field. Trebuchet coming out on that side. So this is what you were talking about. Leery pushing out in the sides just because he can't force his way through the middle.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. But I would have loved it like a hidden base. Like, remember the MBL versus Hera. Hera just snuck through, built some stables, put on some pressure, and that's how you give yourself a chance to ever break the center, because that's just like...
this castle. This castle from Yo is so good, and he's going to have the Trebs out of range. Leery will have onagers, so maybe he can make a push to kill these Trebs, but I think that castle from Leery is going to go down immediately.
Yeah, and you did praise castle number 1, because it was so defensively and did allow him to go for production. But now we have to criticize castle number 2, because that's so open, right? No masonry, no upgrades there. Now the trap tennis starts to go wild, though. Let's take a look if Leery can somehow hold this castle.
You know, Leery is getting onagers, so he can cut those trees and maybe open it up a bit. Charge in, try and get these Trebs.
One bombard cannon out. X-Men really don't want to take this fight. This looks like...
Onagers are scary.
One trap left. Castle still alive. He's holding this one.
He is holding somehow the onager tech coming in clutch, and Yo not repairing his Trebs either. Losing that first one for free, and now this one's going to try and get away.
Well, how would that job application look like? Like, yeah, we're searching for villagers, repairing 3 traps while 8 onagers are shooting you.
Sign me up.
Well, I'm not surprised that he didn't send any villagers there. Now even goes for siege engineers here. One more range against the onagers. Oh god, that will be a lot of dancing.
Yeah, bombard cannons, really not the unit you want to fight against if you have onagers in the field. I love how Yo kind of shifted focus to the other side of his castle. He's still not repairing that, though. I don't think he really needs to, as Franks. He sent the villagers too late, but as long as he gets the castle from Leery here, he'll be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the main goal. If he trades 1 for 1, that's still a lot of stone gained. He still has 2 castles for production. Oh, the dance with bombard cannon against onagers still continues, though.
Yeah, and another 3rd castle going down from Yo on that middle area. All the berries are about to be gone, so the benefit of having that middle is dwindling here.
Yeah, but he's sitting on the solid 22 farmers behind this, so eco won't be that bad. As O-Tech, not too far away, only needs 500 more food.
That onager has 2 HP. It is flirting with death right now.
Okay, and bombard cannon might not finish it. Maybe some ground attack could have been an option there. Halberdier is obviously doing absolutely nothing in this game. Votes, not elite, but elite is taking.
He's getting it.
Okay.
He's getting it right now, and the Axemen are elite for Mr.Yo, and he's getting Blast Furnace. I'd love to see Bearded Axe come in here, too, for the extra range. That would help in these engagements.
And also, Botkin. Right? Because it's not unlikely that the votes will at some point commit under the 3 castles there, but oh, look at that. Yo has different plans. Tech switch into Cavalier.
And he can do it because he has the relics, right? He has that gold income. He can make the expensive army compositions, and I love how he's kind of hiding it from Leery, right? Putting them far enough back. So Leery doesn't know what Yo is going to tech into.
And he has enough resources to instantly click Paladins. And with Chivalry, he researches that close to instantly.
3 more stables going on the left-hand side. Another castle. Yo is just securing his position. Still trying to kill those onagers. Leery has done a really good job not losing them.
Ooh, opens himself up there. Oh, X-Men running away as well. Still not as... Yeah, it's incredible how he's not losing those onagers.
Yeah, and he's taking just excellent fights here. Yo gonna lose that castle on the front. Still hasn't lost an onager to the bombard cannons.
Uh-oh. Castle's going down. Let's take a look. This fight is coming in before we have all the paladin numbers here. X-Men. Oh god, half of the army instantly dead.
What a great shot there from Leery, killing the Axemen. That's so important. It's really hard for him to fight against those. And finally losing an onager, losing a second onager.
4 traps behind this. This is the timing for Leery here. Was the tech switch maybe a bit too late here? Or maybe a bit too early? Was he not stable? 150 pop against 200. Leery puts more siege workshops to the front.
Paladin is almost in. This is so tense for Mr. Yo. This is a matter of seconds here. He needs to hold until his stables start working.
Bombard Cannon now doing a good job. Onagers leapfrogging forward there. Most of the votes are dying. Harvard is dying at the left-hand side. Leery, is he running out of infantry to protect his siege?
I don't think this is sustainable for Leery. Like, Yo is repairing that castle. Suddenly, Yo is pushing back. He's got the paladin numbers. He's still got Axeman on the field. He's going after those trebs.
Ooh, castle at 300 HP. Trap is going down, and the castle is going down as well.
No onagers on the field. The paladins are getting wiped up, but Yo still with those relics. Yo just replaces that castle with another cheap Frank castle, and the Axemen are going to wipe up this army. I think Yo has weathered the storm here.
Oh, God.
Oh, my goodness.
It was,
wow.
He was lacking some halberdiers. They did go too aggressively at the left-hand side, I believe. If he had the 15 halberdiers that he lost there next to his traps, that would have protected them so much better. Arson now for Mr.Yo as well behind this, and that's what we said. Franks, they can get to an incredible army.
Yeah, the Axeman Paladin combo is just so good. And look, usually the concern with going Axeman Paladin is that you don't have enough gold. Excellent micro from Mr.Yo, getting that first onager. Not so great getting hit by the shot by the second one, but like I was saying, usually you don't want to tech into it because it costs so much gold. Yo has 5 relics.
Yeah, and also we kind of skipped any, like, Castle Age armies, right? So that's extra gold for you as well, while the Onager takes the 4 X-Men down there. And we still have massive amount of gold in the back here for Mr.Yo. Look at that, he's not even fully going for it.
Dude, what do we say about Mr.Yo? His late game is so scary, right? And we're getting to that point where he's solidified the middle, he's solidified his eco, he's getting everything cleaned up, and he's got all his techs. So now, if you're in LIEREY's position, you have to be very, very worried about what is to come.
Bearded Axe now, the upgrade that we wanted to see earlier. Lots of resources in the bank for LIEREY, and he's indeed taking 4 SO. Hallelujah. A unit that we don't see too often, especially in 1v1s.
This game has been crazy. The unit compositions here, that push from LIEREY into the middle. I thought after LIEREY lost that push, that was basically game over. I thought that was everything that he had, but apparently not. Still got gas left in the tank, and Yo is kind of taking his foot off the pedal to continue with the car puns here. Car references.
Okay. Good that it took over while I was closing my email program. And okay, nice splits here. And no paladins going down. Okay, we have the timer now at 37 minutes. So still 21 more minutes of Age of Empires in this game if LIEREY desires to play that long. Mr.Yo, he's completely happy with camping this area. Still 5 relics ticking for him.
He's actually gone into extra monks to heal his units. I don't think Franks do not get redemption, do they?
I don't think so. Pretty sure they don't.
So he can't convert the siege onagers unless I'm wrong here. I'm going to check the tech tree. They do not get redemption. So the monks are purely to heal.
Yeah, for Royal Celtica now, for LIEREY. Get some more HP on those rams. And LIEREY, he's just grouping up, right? Shouldn't go for more villagers. I think he should even consider, like, going for pop 200, bank up some resources, delete like 50, 60 villagers, go for 110 army, and then do 1 push through the center. I think that's way better than trying to make something happen with 60 army.
I like his halberdiers dancing in his base too. It's very satisfying. Yeah. I would attack around that with my SO. Boost. You can boost your own score. You can get kills for yourself.
Okay. Got boring after a while. Okay.
Yeah, Yo is content to sit in this position, I think. But LIEREY's catching up on score here with this amazing army composition. Look, he just got Siege Ram. He's garrisoning units in the Rams. He's got so many Trebs. He's got SO behind this.
So he's lacking some outposts here. Look at that. The monk now suiciding himself to try to get some vision of that army. Sees Rams, sees halberdiers, and goes back.
It's funny. LIEREY's coming out right as the monk is going back, so Yo has no idea these SO are coming this way.
Oh. Where are the bombard cannons? One at the left-hand side. I would love to see like 4 or 5 in the center, just constantly poking.
Even fortified wall tech in from LIEREY here. As the bombard cannon is being very annoying on that left-hand side.
That LIEREY triple layer or double layer Fortified walls.
Oh god, he's run out of wood at the top. Oh god, Leery. Where does Leery safely take wood now?
Well, maybe at the front here. Yo isn't eager to raid, but yeah, that's quite some idle villagers. 57 at the moment.
Yo losing a bomber cannon for free against the Woad Raiders, but like, Leery only has one safe wood line. Safe, I say. Kind of safe wood line. And he's only got 68 wood, 28 wood in the bank.
Oh god. I didn't press the
Here
idle
comes
villager.
the push.
59 idle villagers behind this, so he's basically only playing with Pop 140 at the moment.
Oh, here comes the push. Leery is so dangerous with military. How can he use this effectively? All the infantry garrison in the Rams. The Axemen are there. The Paladins are there. The Siege Onagers are there.
Oh, SO connection's not really here yet. Paladin's only taking the fight at the front. No, not anyone going back here, and he's completely getting slaughtered.
Oh, the Halberdiers, they just can't stand up to Frank Paladin. That Siege Onagers are trying to get good shots. The Rams are trying to cover for them. The Trebs have unpacked and they're dying like crazy. Wow, what a wipe from Yo. Just a massacre. Oh my god.
He finished this game still with Pop 180. He barely lost anything.
How many did he lose? Like 5 units in that fight? Oh my god, dude.
I felt a bit like Braveheart. Like there's O in the back, like, attack. But aren't we hitting our own troops? Yes, but we also hit the Paladins. So many Halberdiers died there to all the SO shots in the back.
Yeah, we'll have to see the discrepancy in KD here. Because Leery says he's killed 129, but Yo has only lost 122, so they didn't kill that many of their own units.
Mm-hmm.
What an amazing game there.
Oh,
that
yeah.
final push. I think we were hyping up that final push more than it needed to be because it looked pretty easy for Yo to clear that up.
And that's what I said, right? That's a push that doesn't work. On multiple ways. Like, you need to attack from the sides. You need to go for like 110 army there instead of like the 70 army that you went for.
Yeah, but Leery had to make that push. Like I said, he was out of safe wood lines to take. He was out of wood. He was running out of gold. He just didn't have many other options than trying to win the fight there in the middle.
Yeah. Whew. Well, that was an intense game for sure. And we will take a look at the statistics in detail. 188, 122. So yeah, 7 kills of the SO only, but certainly a lot of damage done.
Yeah, and look at that gold collected for Mr.Yo.
Crazy.
4,000 more, and you can tell he put that just into that endgame army, and I think he still had gold remaining at the back of his base. Like,
I think so as well. Yeah, he wasn't fully going for it. He knew, okay, that's really nice for me to camp out. Had all the, look at that, 4k gold out of the relics as well. 6 castles even. Whew.
So, 1-1. We're going on to Leery's home map.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think Leery's feeling after that interesting engagement?
Well, like, Leery hates people that stonewall and make games slow. And he was the guy forced into double stonewalled fortified. I'm not sure if he is happy how this last game was played out.
Yep. He's probably sitting, he's looking in a mirror right now. He's like, what have I become?
Yeah. I'm ashamed of myself.
Yeah, he lived long enough to become the villain.
Okay, so Leery's home map, Acropolis and Wings. Well, I'm assuming Vikings should be the safe choice there for Wings. Or is it Japanese and then he plays Acropolis Vikings?
Can you get away with walling off and booming on Wings, though? Or do you just use that wheelbarrow to propel your early game army with Vikings?
Viper got away with it.
On Wings?
On Wings, no. On Wings, you need to play super aggressively, I believe. But still, Vikings has a strong economy, even if you play for with a lot of army, right? Schedule of today, we will obviously finish this best of 5, Leery against Mr.Yo. After that, it will be T90 and me, the Viper, against Hera. That's going to be a banger of a series, kind of the repeating series of 2020, and then the finals with your beloved T90 and Dave.
Okay. Leary, what are you going to pick here? We're waiting for the notification from Robo that the game is going to start. Don't spam 14 in the chat because it doesn't work, obviously.
Oh, Dave, you know what you just started.
I know. I did it deliberately.
Oh, God, you're
Let's
so
get
bad.
some energy in here.
You're so bad.
Here it comes.
Dave, you're enjoying this so much. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm just waiting for a video. What is 14? Maybe someone could do a YouTube video for that. Players are about to start is what Robo is telling us, and then, well, we will see Leery's first home map in the semifinals today. Between the second semifinal and the final, we will take roughly half an hour of a break so that either Viper or Hera will get a good rest and they can perform in the best of 7 finals to their full potential.
Guys, it's not working.
It's not working. Maybe you should spam some T90 Dave.
Nah.
Maybe T90
Oh,
Dave.
here we go. It worked. It worked. The game is up.
I don't see T90 Daves yet. No, it didn't work. Didn't work. It only works if I see the spam.
The game is now up, and we are going on to Leary's home map, and it looks like the map is going to be...
Stop spamming your IQ. Okay, Larry is playing Vikings, considered to be the strongest civilization that we have at the moment. Free wheelbarrow means all your villagers are so much stronger or so much more efficient. On the other side, we see Mr.Yo picking Khmer, one of his earliest picks.
Khmer is a very strong civilization. Obviously, we're playing on the older patch, so the farmers have not yet been nerfed. Farms are very, very fast. Does that compensate somewhat for the Vikings
maybe
eco
let's take a look at the mining camp here. And I'm waiting for a message from Mr. Robo if this is going to be a played game or not.
That's so efficient, though.
That's
he can
so
drop
efficient
off from anywhere.
But I'm not really sure if that's... I will wait for an admin there to tell us if we play this game or not. I think Yo will like this, but that's not really intended for this map.
Dude, look, he's dropping it off from the other side of that gold. It's not that big of a difference. As Leery walls in the scout from Yo, that's why you don't go idle.
Oh yeah, maybe he was looking. Oh, and the horse is like kicking.
Trying to move.
Yeah, 2019 we have Khmer farmers. 2020 we have Khmer miners.
Yeah, Leery finding with his horse as well.
Okay.
He's finding 4 sheep immediately from Mr.Yo, and he's bringing them back to his base. So that's nice for him.
Okay, admin decision behind this. This map will be played.
Yeah, it somewhat affects it, but it's not really a huge thing like having your gold completely in a wood line or something like that. So we are going to keep playing here.
Yeah, it's the same amount of spots as well. Okay. Like, Mr. Leery is really efficient there on his gold as well.
Yep.
Okay, resources.
So, Mr.Yo going for the market right away and going for an archery range. He is looking pretty good to click up soon, but Leery with the Vikings will probably get there before him.
Well, looks like it. But, well, he could maybe buy 300 food or something like that. Has a lot of villagers on gold. Probably only goes for the skirm defense, and this will be a very passive game.
Yeah, both players not putting any early aggression down whatsoever, just building up for their eventual castle age compositions. I think, has Yo even made a unit yet, though?
Nope, he does not. And did he collect the second sheep yet? No, he did not. Only now goes for it. And clicks up to castle age, will be 21 seconds behind, and 3 villagers behind as well.
Yeah, second range coming down from Leery, too, so pretty predictable here, going for crossbows. Khmer, what do you expect out of the archer range for Mr. Yo? Is it just skirmishers for him?
It has to be full skirmishers, and then adding some knights. He's now dropping a stable as well. Maybe Is this mind games? This is mind games.
Keep one garrison in there, so when Leary comes forward, he thinks there's more, and then hide the stables behind.
Indeed. Look at that. He didn't even go for fletching or the defense upgrade here. So that's going to be mass stables. Ooh.
And Leary did see that archer range, too. So Leary has to be like, oh, he's going into skirmishers. Okay. I haven't seen any stables.
Yeah. He knows exactly what he's up against. But he isn't up against that. Oh, okay. That could catch him off guard. The question is, though, like, how good are the mass knights going to be? Or do we even see elephants? Is that an option?
I think elephants are just too slow, right?
Well, it's Khmer. They're a bit faster with them, but yeah, still, it's easier to disengage for sure. Mr.Yo drops some more farms. Actually, he's still open at the left-hand side. I'm a bit surprised there, how he kept that open.
It's a weird hole. I expected him to plug that earlier, and Leary actually going for a stable as well. So maybe Leary is thinking, oh, Yo's going into skirmishers. I need a knight to counter the skirmishers. Yo is not going into skirmishers. Yo is going full knights here. And will Leary see this with these archers if he comes close enough?
Well, he will attack in that direction. By the way, beautiful woodline with extra gold in the back here if Mr.Yo wanted to go for that. And didn't even scout it, though. Oh, that's not too pretty. And now the knights, not a single loss so far.
Yeah, Leary sees one stable. He doesn't see that second one. He also sees a skirmisher for Mr.Yo, but no upgrades on that. So that's going to give him a lot of information.
I think this will be very tough for Mr.Yo. Goes for the +1 attack, only now for the +2 defense. But the numbers won't be there. That will be like 4 knights, and that will be heavy investment against Leary.
Yeah, fortunately for him, it's pretty tough for Leary to push in through this side. I think if Leary went to the left side earlier and pressured that gold, it would be way worse for Yo.
He sees the mining camp now.
Yo with a second TC at the back on the stone still hasn't migrated out to the woodlines in the middle. And he's just building his knight numbers. He's waiting for enough to engage against these crossbows. Probably needs +2, which is coming in right now.
Something I ask myself now, can Mr.Yo send those villagers back on the mining camp? Or are you clicking on your... Like, can you click on the gold mine?
I think
Send them back to work?
if he presses go back to work, it'll work.
But he built the house. So go back to work is building the house. Meanwhile, we see the first engagement here now going in. Mr.Yo should win this engagement. Numbers are looking solid now. Crossbows trying to take the hill advantage. They will lose everyone.
Yeah, even Leary's micro isn't going to save him from this one. He might be able to actually snipe villagers. Look at Yo walling behind the crossbows, trying to prevent them from getting into these choke points.
And isn't losing a single villager there. Now it's knights without any upgrades, trading off against bloodlines +1, +2. This one went way better for Mr.Yo than what I expected.
Yeah, and Leary had more units coming across the map, but he's going to have to send them back. He's going to have to build his numbers, and all of a sudden, the pressure is off of Yo's base, and where can he put pressure on Leary's base is the question coming forward with those knights.
And Zach in the pre-show did ask me, like, how do you like the army composition of Vikings in the long run? Well, if we get to the super crazy all-around Pop 200 game, Vikings are lacking mobility for sure, right?
And they're lacking options to deal with things like scorpions from Khmer.
Oh, yeah.
Hurt Vikings a lot, but we got to get there first as the knights from Mr.Yo come in to the right-hand side of Leary's base. I don't think there's an opening there.
Well, he will try to create one, but Leary is around with his crossbows. Villager, only 3 lead for Leary at the moment, and that's with the wheelbarrow for Mr.Yo as well, so 3 villagers plus handcart advantage at the moment.
Yo losing a knight, but that was the super low HP one. Just kind of distracting this army from Leary. I think if Yo booms behind this and just... Oh, never mind. Forward Siege Workshop from Yo.
You don't know this guy. Yeah, he saw... Did he see the gold exposed at the front? Yes, he did. And the archer rangers. So he feels like, okay, scorpions or mangonels could do a lot here. What do you think? What should he go for?
I think mangonels early and then maybe scorpions to follow it up because you need something to punch through the buildings, right? At the front. It's also... I think it's also important to note that Leery's only safe wood line, now that Yo is in that middle position, is up there at the top.
Oh. And if that one's dry, there's nothing at the top in the map.
There's nothing. There's
Oh, God.
absolutely nothing up there. And Yo, with this position, with the outpost, with the siege workshop in the middle, another outpost coming down there, Leery's really going to struggle to safely go out to that wood line in the middle.
Yeah, and Yo sees that. He knows exactly, okay, those are 3 relics. There's only one small wood line. That will be a very important area. Yeah. He didn't scout the right-hand side, but there's nothing at the right-hand to scout even.
Very, very tough spot for Leery here. Yo has opted for 2 Scorpions and a battering ram. I like the ram addition. He hasn't really seen any melee from Leery other than unupgraded knights.
Well, and melee wouldn't do too great against Scorpions and all the knights in front of it. 15 knights now. Army value, way better for Mr.Yo here. 700 the advantage. Do you go for the Palisade Gate or do you go for the archer range?
I think the archer range, right? Leery can wall behind the Palisade Gate. Well, maybe not with 2 Scorpions there. This is going to be a really tough engagement for Leery to take. He's going to have to hope for some great conversions if he wants to fight this.
Has 2 monks there. Scorpions wouldn't be the greatest thing to snipe those monks. Archer range number 1 in danger. The gate already broken. Now goes for the monastery. But I think won't find the kill there. Scorpions with the extra range for the Khmer. Just so good.
Yeah, Leery can't micro against that. One more range for those Scorpions than the crossbows have. And crossbows obviously not doing too much damage against them. 1 archer range is going to go down. Leery's production kind of hurting here.
That monk will bring the relic there to a battlefield. I'm not really sure if that's the best idea, my man.
Siege Workshop from Leery defensively in a really ugly position, and the crossbows hitting the ram. It's soaking up all that fire, and the knight's just taking out the second archer range. So Leery's going to struggle to produce units here.
Absolutely. Let's take a look. First engagement here, and Scorpions could do something. Vikings not having redemption, so no chance to convert those Scorpions or any siege.
Those Scorpions sniping 2 monks too. And the Mangonel coming out. Scorpions do have 1 more range than the Mangonel, so if Yo micros carefully, he can take that down.
Good dodge for now. Okay, we'll trade 1. Second one down. Nice move for Leery. Solid defense for sure, but his crossbow numbers won't increase. I think Yo can soon take a real fight. But still, 3 monks behind us though.
Yeah, it's really tough, especially since he lost those 3 Scorpions. Leery with good repairs on that Mangonel. And Leery's actually held this position here.
Oh, builds a castle there as well. Mangonel will die at the front without any real losses. Does Yo want to jump? Not really. Probably snipes those 2 monks. Not going to happen. Behind this, economies look pretty solid. 3 TCs for both players here. What it looks like.
Yeah, a lot of panic resources invested, though, for Leery. Like that castle, he had to send all those villagers to stone. Doesn't really help with your boom too much. He had to make the siege workshop, the Mangonels, the monks. Whereas the Khmer player is kind of a nice transition for Mr.Yo. The economy is all working towards knights and scorpions.
Now some more villagers being sent to the front. Mr.Yo apparently thinking about building a castle. Only 200 stone behind there. No, he builds TC number 4 somewhere. Oh, and that's at the gold that actually belongs to Leery.
Yeah, he recognizes perfectly that that area of the map is so important. As he dives this TC, he's going to run away when Leery comes over with the army. Maybe he comes back there at another time.
Well, if so, then the castle will most likely be up there. Nice defense, and well, Leery is on the way to Imperial Age as well, but map control so much on the side of Mr.Yo. How much wood do we have at the top here? That looks like 4 or 5k left, I would say.
It's enough to maybe sustain a push through the middle so Leery can get map control back. I mean, Leery needs to read the map right now. He needs to know that that middle area is going to be so important for him. Mr.Yo has already recognized that fact as he's coming in with the knights at the top. Leery, though, with the quick walls. Leery with the quick walls.
Lots of houses being dropped there, and Mr.Yo, I think he doesn't want to
go
dive
in.
in there. Takes some losses and goes away. Behind this, Mr.Yo goes on to 5 TCs. Where should he drop his castle?
I'm thinking somewhere on that middle wood line, but not too far forward. Okay, well, Mr. Yo, thank you.
He gives you an answer. And that's like so unprotected. That's so risky. Like that should never work. Maybe he went for it because he saw the full army at the top.
It's so weird, though. Like, even if you get to Imp faster, you're only going to have, like, 1 Treb out there before Leery gets to Imp.
Oh, a defensive castle, but that's not protected with any army as well. Mr. Yo could potentially dive in there. That could be a lot of dead villagers. Crossbow completely out of position.
Yeah, does Yo see that castle coming up? He does not see that castle coming up, so he can't dive.
Oh.
And his might be denied here.
He's at 75% now. I'm not sure if the castle can range it. 84%. Some villagers will surely die. I think the castle will go up, though. Dave?
It's going to be close. Dude, it's going to be close. Leery not targeting the villagers. The castle does go up, but, like, how long does that stay? Because Leery has 2 castles producing trebs.
Yeah, I think the castle will fall. Did you see how Mr. Yo did send in his knights so that the castle would fire on them and the villagers could survive to finish the castle?
It's a really, really nice move there from Mr. Yo. And a second castle behind this. Oh. Is he just playing the long game? He knows Leery's going to run out of wood and he wants Leery to focus everything over here rather than...
But shouldn't you then build the castle at the left-hand side to block the extra wood lines?
Yeah, maybe. But Leery's still bringing relics back to that monastery. Why?
Uh-oh.
Make another one.
He's diving in now. That's shortly before Cavalier and +4 is finishing. Those 2 traps are going down. And Leery, he doesn't have the damage output yet. Still no Arbalest tech.
Yep, and Leery's trying to wall these Cavalier in. That's a really cute move there from him, but there's no villagers on the other side. Yo is going to escape in time. He did lose quite a few Cavalier, but no trebs from Leery, so maybe Leery loses this forward position in his base.
Cavaliers are so low now. Look at that, but a monk being added by Mr. Yo here. Lovely move. He knows he needs to heal them up before he can take a better engagement soon.
Just such great map awareness from Yo to know that all the important resources are on this side for Leery and to delay him from getting out there.
Arbalest trying to find an engagement, but the castle can still range them, so that's not really going to happen. Monk suicides himself as well, and Arbalest not on stand ground there. More losses of their friends. I think both castles will fall at the front here.
Yeah, Leery repairing, but I believe that the castle from Yo can range his vills, and I think the castle from Leery can range Yo's vills. As Leery tries to quick wall, he's blocking with 1 villager, those Cavalier are coming in, and I can't help but feel like that might be a waste there from Yo losing all those units.
I think so as well, but especially because he couldn't save his castle, and now the traps are down. Yes, congratulations, but you lost all your army here. At the moment, 21 military to 35. Oh, look at that. The castle now opening the retreat path. Look at that. Shot the palisade open so that the Cavaliers can get home. What a nice move.
Very, very nice awareness there from Yo. Putting archer ranges in front of this, too. Is he going to tech into skirmisher? He is. Needs some time to get all the upgrades, and he's actually pulled his trebs back.
Wants to save
He's
those.
got a forward monastery with relics, too.
Yeah.
What is both of these players? They don't build them safely.
Yeah, 2 and the other 2. Not really sure. There's 1 relic still at the left-hand side. So yeah, both of them in one screen here. Very, very much on the open. Score still very close. Mr. Yo expands to another castle at the left-hand side.
And now Leery, with a castle placement on the left, has kind of secured that other wood line in the middle of the map. So Yo put all his attention on the right here, but Leery has branched out to the left while Yo is busy, and Leery's economy behind this, I'm actually really, really impressed because his macro has been on point. He's got more villagers than Yo, and it's now that he has more wood access, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, but actually, I think he is doing a small mistake there. His only safe woodland at the moment at the back is something that he heavily goes for. Soon he needs to expand to the front, and that will be very open for raids, and the next attack of Mr. Yo is going exactly there.
Mr. Yo kind of building up his eco, building up his army right now, getting all his upgrades in. Light Cav teched now.
Trying to get all the upgrades for the skirms as well. Would love to see him add some more villagers, actually. Like 113 with commerce solid, but I wouldn't mind to see like 130 here. It's still a very aggressive game.
Leery losing the castle on the left, but he is pushing back on the right now. So if he loses that wood line, does he just go to the wood line on the right again?
But you can range the wood line from behind, right? He can just put some skirmishers here, Mr.Yo that is, and take some aggression there. I think the left-hand side is more important at the moment. That will be super exposed.
Yeah, Leery shifting more villagers farther to the left, hoping to hide from Mr.Yo, get more wood access. It's still looking pretty good for him. He's got 63 on wood right now. So it's not like he's starved yet.
Chieftain tech now, so the pikemen become really scary against all the cavalry. Lots of arbalists. And Mr.Yo, he commits here. Will he get that castle? He surely will lose a lot if he wants to commit.
Yeah, I don't know if he does here. Maybe he's just trying to snipe it before the arbalists arrive, but now he's got to back up. Raid some villagers, maybe.
Well, maybe. He's getting a lot of good kills there, but some solid quick walls there by Leery. Will he finish those? Oh, I think that's a hole. Oh, yeah. And won't have too many. Leery, he still has 40 on wood, but that won't last too long. Look at the inefficiency again at the top.
Look at the north. Oh,
yeah.
My God. They're all going for that one tree, and Leery relocates them to a different position on that safer wood line. Mr.Yo, at what point does he start teching into like scorpions to deal with the infantry and the arbalists from Leery?
I think it's too immobile. He wants to play the wild card and raid everywhere. I think he will mainly stay with Hussar and skirmishes for now.
Berserk's raiding at the bottom. The gold from Mr.Yo. That's very nice from Leery.
Yeah, but more villagers
But like we
going
keep
there.
saying, he's got to secure wood lines somewhere. Somehow.
Virtually identical population here. Tries to find more areas to attack. Both monasteries still intact here. Oh, but some traps. Now getting sniped.
Leery's left wood line being harassed by one light cav. Going over with all those herbalists to deal with that. Thinks better of it and goes for potential raids on Mr.Yo. Leery, I can't help but feel like he needs another castle in this position somehow. He lost the first one for free.
It's not going to be that easy, right, Leery? 0 stone miners as well. 2 traps now knocking at the front door here, but I think pikemen should be able to keep this one up. Only one skirmisher, some more joining though.
Yeah, the Cavalier from Mr.Yo are going to try and defend, but with Chieftains in, the Pikes, like you said, doing so much damage to them, that's not an efficient trade for Mr.Yo.
It feels like Mr.Yo could just go for skirmishers now, right? Just full skirmishers should be really efficient. And look at that, he has 31 on the field, produces 4 more. I think it's a really good unit at the moment.
Very, very nice against what Leery is producing. Leery doesn't have Elite Berserk yet on the field, which would counter skirmishers pretty nicely.
But also, like, that's a gold investment, right? How much gold are we getting?
Big tech.
2 relics here, some more gold at the front, send some more villagers. Castle will survive this one.
Leery's held again. So Yo keeps coming back to that side, and Leery holds every single time. But I feel like Yo is just pressuring that side so that he can shift focus over to the left.
And
when Leery looks at that.
And what a shifting it is, indeed. Look at that. Now Siege Workshop being dropped. Skirmish is suddenly becoming a good raiding unit here as well, if it's only villagers. Hussar is getting some kills as well. And Leery, he's running out of options. He needs to gain ground somewhere.
Yeah, he needs to secure wood lines. We keep saying, we said it since like minute 10 in this game. Like, you got to get control over some wood lines. Obviously, map generation is unfortunate for him, but he knew what it looked like. And the Siege Workshop's now coming down from Yo, so Scorpion's probably going to be on the field pretty soon here.
Yeah, and that's basically how Acropolis is designed, right? It is control about the wood lines. It's a bit the same category as Atacama, but Atacama, the wood in the center, here it's down at the plateau.
Oh, Siege Ram. Siege Ram from Mr.Yo. Interesting decision there. Skirmisher Siege Ram. It's going to be tough for Leery to counter that with his current composition.
What can Leery really go for? He could maybe go for Rams himself. Arbalest don't make a lot of sense. Berserks, you mentioned it earlier. Now Q's some in as well. Lightcap would feel so wrong as Vikings.
Yo constantly keeping up the pressure on that right-hand side too. Hussars coming in now from him. Leery forced to garrison all of his villagers. Oh boy, this is not looking good for Leery whatsoever.
Pop 138 for him with 32 idle villagers here. Some Scorpions even being mixed in. Berserks now adding something there to the front. Dave.
It just occurred to me. Are we going to see the first loss for Vikings in this tournament?
Looks very likely, yeah. Yeah, people have been spamming it in the start of the game as well. And, well, we have now the champion switch, though. Okay, feels like Berserks won't cut the chase. Production obviously so much faster out of all the barracks compared to... How many castles do we have left? 2 for Mr. Leery.
Heavy Scorpion being teched from Mr.Yo too.
Wow.
Really, really tough unit for Vikings to stop. That's like the Viking counter right there. You're going to have to tech into like onagers to deal with that. Leery just doesn't have the gold for that.
Oh god, and losing 3 more traps won't really help you either. Was really banking up gold. And Tarsa's just finding so many nice kills. More arrays at the left hand side is something I would love to see. But look at that. Now getting those Scorpion numbers up. Already have siege engineers as well.
That wood line is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And Leery is running out of time both in years and in wood count.
Mm-hmm. What does he have? He has 18 on wood at the moment, 400 in the bank. Some Scorpions behind this will just add so much damage. And now double crossbow tag, the unique tick of Khmer, and then suddenly he becomes double as efficient.
And the Arbalists are coming over. I want to see a big shot before this game ends.
Oh, please.
I really want to see Arbalists just getting destroyed by Heavy Scorpion. I doubt that Leery is going to let that happen, but it would be nice to see. And now Leery is completely off of wood.
He is a guy, I think in King of the Desert finals, game number 9, after losing, he did that. But, oh god, the Scorpions are doing it anyways. He doesn't even need to do it on purpose.
Look at the double bolts being fired from those Scorpions. So much damage output there. And like I said before, Leery has 6 on wood. 4.
Oh god,
look chopping a straggler tree.
How he's mowed down. Debates a bit here with some of the army, now moves in. But, oh god, he's just getting completely smashed here. Well, nice, very nice micro, very nice micro. Look at how Leery debated there. That was the perfect engagement. Oh god, Mr.Yo didn't take a look, and we predicted this as the most one-sided fight for Mr.Yo, but that was actually a perfect clear up by Leery.
Yeah, Leery distracting the Scorpions on one side, looping around from the other side, and I think he wanted to kill all of those before he resigned. Obviously, I mean, that wasn't the worst wood generation I've ever seen on Acropolis because Leery had that safe back wood line, and that safe wood line gave him more than enough time to consider securing the front of the map. Like, he should have prioritized that earlier. Yeah. I think Yo just had better map recognition.
Absolutely.
And a better strategy going forward, and Leery didn't put enough importance on securing the middle. He had the map vision. He could see it. He just didn't do it.
Yeah, just think about it, like, if Mr.Yo had the pressure against his own map, right? There's still only some wood in the back as well. Leery would have chopped through that. And, well, it was simply coming down to all the map control here. And that's how Acropolis should be played.
And we've seen the first loss for the Vikings in this tournament. Finally, they get one in the L column, and the Khmer come out on top on Acropolis. Mr.Yo is up 2-1 over Leery. Whew, it's a good series so far.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we expected, right? Oh, those two players, they're so good, and well, when we expect them to deliver great games, they deliver as if they were postmen.
Are we just going to leave it silent after that joke? That was a terrible joke, man.
I built it up so well.
I hate these. I hate these jokes from you. I hate them.
Okay, then let's maybe take a look at the upcoming maps, because the next one will be, again, a home map of Mr. Leery. It has to be Wings.
Yeah, it's going to be Wings. Obviously, it's his last home map. And what civ do you think Leery is going to pick for Wings?
Well, it feels weird, right? He's kind of forced into picking Lithuanians, maybe? Japanese, like, is that his intentional pick anyways there? It's so tricky to decide. And on the other side, I see 3 very good civilization. Probably want to see Huns for cross or Persians, so I feel like Saracens now.
Saracens for wings. Okay.
It feels also fits wrong.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it was his 5th pick, right? So he prioritized that over Huns and Persians. And Saracens, like, if you're not Tato, what can they do on cross, really?
Probably has to be Japanese for cross then. Wings, Lithuanians feels very right. 2-1 lead here for Mr.Yo, Viper and Hera following this one up. Then we will take a small break. ZeroEmpires announced an announcement for the in-between break. The 4 of us will talk about the series that we already had. We'll talk a bit about the final, and after a good rest for either Viper or Hera, we will jump into the finals. Dave, what's the way for LIEREYY to come back into this one? He needs to win the next 2 maps.
Yeah, he needs to put early pressure on wings. I think that might be his strategy, considering it's his home map. He had a really good performance on it. I believe yesterday he played against Tato on wings, right?
What was that wings game like?
It was Eagles from LIEREYY.
It was Ethiopians, right? It was very fast defensive play by Tato, had to build the defensive tower and never really got into the game. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that was an impressive play, but, well, no Eagles from LIEREYY today. So, Yo.
It's so funny after that first performance from Yo on Arabia, too. Where he seemed a little bit off. He didn't pull his gold villagers away in time. And then the last 2 games have just been so good from him. It's like he needed that one to just, get into the flow, to get warmed up. And LIEREYY now on the back foot.
But also,
if you're LIEREYY... Oh, go ahead.
I think we can't really judge Mr.Yo's performance in the first game. Like, LIEREYY was absolutely on point in game 1, but Mr.Yo did 1 mistake, and that instantly cost him the game, right? That's something that won't happen too often. It's not like you can say, like, oh, he did several mistakes, he looked shaky that day. I think after losing all those villagers, his decisions were absolutely fine.
Okay, we're going to get into game number 4 here. LIEREYY versus Mr.Yo semifinal. What's it going to be?
It's going to be Lithuanians against Saracens here. So, indeed, pick number 7 for LIEREYY against pick number 5 here for Mr.Yo. This one could be a really wild one. Guys, we cannot wall on this area. We could dock block this one. And this map is so wild because the distance is so extremely short. And we have some stone that we could take in the center, but cannot wall on this green area.
And we see Mr.Yo immediately going for the market as the Saracens. We see that all the time, and LIEREYY spots that right away. So no shenanigans from Mr.Yo. Pretty predictable start here. How fast is he going to be to the Castle Age?
Well, he is already sitting at 300 food. As we can see, LIEREYY, he's going for the upgrades first. Horse color, fletching. Mr.Yo will try to make a defense happen. I think LIEREYY will punish him for that. That's like extremely greedy.
Yeah, extremely greedy, especially when you're right next to your opponent. And your opponent is Lithuanians who get that extra food, who have the faster trash. So they put that pressure on you really, really early, and you can see the spearman already at Mr.Yo's base.
Yeah, well, he is walking over there faster, right? And look at that, LIEREYY already.
And look, blocking with
upgrades.
the camel.
Oh, that's
he couldn't
so good.
block the house, though. He tried to block that quick wall with the camel. He's attacking now with a skirmisher and a spearman, not doing too much damage.
Oh, and Mr.Yo, did he switch his focus? Look at that. He just sold the stone, nothing else. Now he goes for the skirmishers, goes for fletching, goes for padded archer armor. He changed his strategy, I believe.
So he sold the stone, he bought food,
Still
and now he's producing skirmishers. Okay.
Still floating a massive amount of gold here, quite surprising. Wants to defend with this one. I think the next step should be a stable for Mr. LIEREYY. Second archer range instead.
Could we see a stable for Mr.Yo, too?
Oh yeah, That's the beauty of Saracens, right? You can go for tech switches so easily. Just buy yourself 100 food, and he's trying to go for that stable at the very top.
Stable, obviously, you can get some scouts out on the field to counter the skirmishers. Mr.Yo already with the armor upgrade for his skirmishers too, so going to be really, really good against any archers that Leery sends out.
Oh god. Leery's micro is just so on point. Look at that, how little damage he's taking. And skirmishers doing so much damage to Mr. Yo's skirms.
Yeah, and Yo forced to engage with villagers because he doesn't have the scouts out onto the field yet. And that's so much idle time for him, and I wouldn't be surprised if Leery picks off a villager here too. He's got to be looking at the HP of all of those.
Picks a skirmisher first, and KD 3-2 actually felt a bit more into the favor of Leery. Stable still should... Oh, but now it's walled behind? No, it's not. Okay.
Leery tried to get that quick wall denial there on Yo, but Yo pushing him back with the scout. The scout is so important in these early battles, especially when it's only skirmishers on the field. They really, really struggle to take that down. No upgrades for it, but it doesn't really need it at this point since there's only one archer on the field from Leery. Finally, a spearman coming over from him to help out against those.
Took quite some time. Only one archer there in the back as well. And as you can see, look at that. Leery is sending his archer back. Wants to micro with the skirmishers via the skirmishers. And, well, he's simply having so much more damage output.
This is the micro we love from Leery. Just so much confidence. Look, he's got that spearman. He's trying to debate the fire here from Mr. Yo's skirmishers. He goes back, picks the knight, wipes up all the skirms from Yo. And now he's got a spearman coming forward to deal with those scouts. And he's just ignoring the hits from the scouts. He's just targeting the skirmisher mass from Yo.
Oh, well, so nicely done. But that spearman now a bit uncanny, going a bit too aggressively, loses a lot of HP.
Yeah, but he's going to distract with it again. And he's also keeping his archers alive, too.
Behind this, yeah.
See if Yo can pick these off. Yo constantly using those 3 villagers to attack, which is so much idle time for him. And he just can't build up army. He's got a bigger force on the field. But Leery keeps microing down his skirmishers.
Oh god, that's so beautiful. 14-5 military now, and Mr. Yo, he can't build a defensive tower because he sold all his stone. Look at how much gold he's constantly floating.
Yeah, it's just not balancing the eco effectively, even with the market on the field here. And the villagers forced to retreat from Yo. He's got a bunch of weak ones. One goes down now that there's archers in the pack from Leery.
That was just so good. Every other player would have fought with all the skirms and archers there, but Leery kept them behind, and that's like 3 archers doing so much more damage, and that's why he got the pick off there.
And Yo getting the armor for the scouts. So double stable, it's full feudal play for him. Usually we see the Saracens go up to the next age pretty fast due to the market, but he just can't with the constant pressure from Leery. Leery's going to pick off, I think, 3 more villagers. Look, he keeps targeting the full HP ones. Now there's a bunch of weak ones in that fight.
Uh-oh, and Scout's not really attacking. Now they're back at it. Spearman not really taking the best fight here. Archers moving around. I think Mr. Yo will clear it up, but as you said several times, villagers really low, and that's all villager time that's lost.
Yo's not clearing anything up. The spearmen came forward. They did decent damage to those scouts, and the story of the game, the Lithuanian speed on the skirmishers, on the spearmen, combined with Leery's micro, it's impossible for Yo to mass units. It just seems like an impossible task for him right now.
Skirm count at 0 now. 3 scouts trying to do something. There's still a really good counter. We still have bloodlines on them, +1 defense. Maybe forging could have been the next step.
And look at Leery's resources behind this. Yo's economy is stretched. Even with the market to balance things out, Leery is going to be going up to the castle age soon.
Those scouts getting not too many kills in, honestly, right? Where was the last time a skirmisher died over here at the right-hand side and didn't get a single kill over here to the left-hand side till one spearman arrived?
Yeah, the skirmisher mass now is getting pretty deadly for Leery. He's actually mixing in archers too, so he can kill those villagers in only a couple shots. Forging coming in from Mr. Yo. It's full feudal defense here for him with scouts. But obviously, Leery with the spearmen, and because he wiped up all those skirmishers from Yo early, Yo really doesn't have a counter to the spearmen in the front.
Oh, it's only 2 spearmen at the moment. I think Mr.Yo could win this fight. The big question is though, was that the plan of picking Saracens, that you are forced into double stable mass scouts and your opponent can still dictate the game?
Yeah, and Castle Age is on the way for Leery too. Let's look at Yo's resources. Nowhere close. He's going to try and wipe this up. Maybe if he wipes this up, he can turn around, put pressure on Leery's base.
Oh, that will be a clear up indeed. 1 spearman left only and everything will die. Now it's really important that Mr.Yo isn't losing any of his villagers or archers, but that's going to happen regardless. And Leery, he dives in deep, wants to maybe snag some low HP villagers. No, gets another archer here. He keeps the range count so low of Mr.Yo.
Yep. So he can just produce spears to counter the scout army from Yo. Now he's just given up on his skirmishers. He's going to lose all of those. He figures, I'll just switch into my Castle Age composition now. I think I've bought myself enough time. Credit to Mr. Yo, though. He had a ton of weak villagers, and they were all at the top. They were all away from that army. They weren't on that wood line where they could be ranged. So he didn't end up losing too much there. He's only 2 villagers behind, but obviously not on the way to the Castle Age yet.
That's a great...
he's going to click.
That's a great spot by you, Dave, that every single low HP villager is actually a farmer, none on the wood lines or gold or the ones that are expanding. Leery, he needs to hold a bit longer, and then it's probably going to be knights. Now drops a monastery as well. Obviously would love to collect some relics.
Yeah, double stable. Oh no, yeah, double stable from Leery and the monastery. Obviously, if you get the relics, you get the attack bonus for Lithuanians, and the TC in a pretty safe location there from Leery. He could have opted to go out to the far wood line, but he knew the scouts from Mr. Yo were wandering around, so he didn't want to take that risk. He is fully walled in his base, except for one hole at the front, but I don't think Yo can go in there with all the spearmen wandering around.
Oh, yeah, they're there to protect, and I don't really think so either. Now some knights knocking at the front door, shouldn't really do too much. Yo is completely walled, and this is a surprisingly even game, Dave.
Yeah, credit to Yo. Like, it looks so messy there, and Leery was doing so much with his micro, and the engagement seemed so much in his favor. And Yo is going to get to Castle Age within 10 villagers of Leery, and still with military on the field.
Oh, and now at the bottom,
is he going to find that TC?
Yo's super aware. I think he should split those scouts, right? Are 10 scouts ever doing more than like 6 scouts? I think he should.
I don't think so. Yeah, they're accomplishing the same thing.
Knights continuing to be spammed forward. Iron casting here for Mr. Yo, who goes on to camels to counter the knights.
I love how Yo's doing all the little things as he's kind of distracting this army, giving him enough time. He's doing the little things to keep himself safe. Like, the villagers were chopping a tree that was at 23 wood left at the front, and he shifted those away to a full tree because he saw the knights outside.
Yeah, really, really nice move for sure. And, well, maybe things.
Is he going to pick off the monk?
Top.
Oh, it seems like every time Yo gets close to something. Okay, he's going to see that monk. It's a good pick from him. 100 gold wasted from Leery there.
And a dream.
And camels being hidden from Mr. Yo in the back of his base. He's going to build up enough to counter this army. He's going to repair that market until he has enough army to send out. And then Leery is going to have to go back with those knights, I think.
Yeah, but he sees the second attack upgrade on the scouts as well. So he knows that infantry or like some melee units are coming from Mr. Yo. And camel just feels like the very natural choice.
Yeah, as Saracens. As those villagers are still chopping the trees at the front. Okay, they're not close to being chopped fully, so Leery can't get in. I like how Yo has gone over to the right-hand side to put his TC far away, but Leery's actually going to find that with a skirmisher. Great scouting there from Leery to see that.
Yeah, surely great awareness. Now the light calf tag even for Mr. Yo. Only now got double bid-X. Could have been a bit earlier for my liking, but the early game was just so wild.
So both players seeing the TCs on the outside of the map from each other. Yo actually scouted it with auto scout in the south. And I love how he's kept his scouts alive because he can do damage like this if Leery isn't careful. That's so many villagers going down.
Oh yeah, and like way more than I would have expected. That's like 7, 8 villagers dying there. Maybe make it another one even. And, well, that was really efficient. Does he want to commit there? Not really. Can just get out of there. Didn't lose a single light cav.
It really feels like Yo has just dragged himself back into this game. It felt like such a winning position from LIEREY early, but we're looking at the economy. Only 5 villager difference. Yo has the counter units to the knights. LIEREY forced to go into pikemen, forced to go into siege to maybe do a push, and hasn't denied Yo's ability to go to the edge of the map and make TCs. Yo has 2 out there.
Yeah, and gets the kills against the knights at the top. Did deny the relics quite nicely, and then, well, Lithuanians don't have too much going for themselves, but now relic number 1 and 2 soon to be coming in, and a push through the center here. Pikeman, Mangonel, Knight, Monk.
And tower defense from LIEREY, or from Mr.Yo, and the Mangonel is there, so he's got to be careful. He's got to abandon that position, delete the tower, and go back to his TC. The camels aren't going to do too much against the pikes, but I don't think LIEREY can push in here.
Yeah, and Mr.Yo now is switching to crossbowmen to counter those pikemen. Obviously won't be too great against the knights and the mangonel alike, so that's a bit surprising to me, but what other option could he have gone for after the tower got denied?
Yeah, what unit does Yo go for here? He's putting another tower just to defend his base there at the front.
It's not really to protect his gold, it's more about positional advantage there. And what do you think about a university and maybe even guard tower?
Yeah, guard tower would be nice, especially if you could push across the center of the map to that stone, maybe solidify that position. Obviously, there's some extra stones on the outside, so LIEREY could take those, but there's not too many of them.
Yeah, they can only come in pairs. Guard tower indeed now coming up here. And
look at those light cav. So much value from those for Mr.Yo. Another 2 villager picks at the south of LIEREY's base.
Oh, that's so sweet. And yeah, maybe he can find even more there. Also really good for scouting. And now going back at the center here, I don't think that LIEREY can really break that position.
No, he's got the monks, but he's got to be careful about overextending. Maybe the light cav can come in and pick those off. The mangonel, he's got to be worried about overextending. Like, he's got to keep all of his army in the same
at the very
spot.
top, though. Knights are in there. Camels just left. They were there to protect. And, oh, God, that's a heavy loss for Mr. Yo.
No. Mr. Yo going to lose about 8 villagers there. He did pick another villager from LIEREY with those light cap. They're getting so much value there, but you're right. That raid is just so devastating. And now the villager count is climbing. Almost 20 villager difference for LIEREY. That raid really helped him. And he was on the stone on the right-hand side.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's just brutal. So many losses. And that's the problem now. If you're forced into crossbowmen, right? Your opponent can play the mobility card so well. Ballistic only now coming in as well. And, well, it feels like those 2 relics are really kicking in. How many more does LIEREY see at the moment? Oh, he doesn't have vision of the other 3.
The light cav getting 3 more villager kills. 4 more villager kills.
Wow.
And they're going to survive again. One of them will die, but 2 of them remain alive. Yo,
to be
so
back instantly. Oh, that's so good. Oh, but won't find the kill this time.
Yeah. He did tech into guard tower. That effectively defends his woodline and his farming eco at the front of his base, but LIEREY can just shift focus here. He's sending the knights over to the right. Yikes, this is not good for Mr. Yo if he loses a bunch of villagers. That positioning from LIEREY there with the knights, blocking the villagers from retreating was so good.
That's 13 damage per hit now with all the upgrades that he has on his knights. Monks protecting the mangonel there. We have some raids at the bottom coming in pretty soon with the crossbows. Could find some kills. Lots more villagers coming here.
Yep, and the camels and light cav. They see the villagers coming over there. He has to assume it's a TC. He's got the crossbows, so he's going to wipe out the vills on the farms and on the gold. But can he survive at his base?
Well, the guard tower is certainly helping out, but lots of villagers dying there for sure. Some camels maybe coming over, but the monks just too good at protecting those guard towers. The mangonels most likely. Mr. Yo, could he even consider attacking that TC with Saracen crossbowmen? They
I think he could. I think he could, but do you want to be stationary there for that long? You're giving Leery time, right? You're giving him time to maybe bring back a force and counter that. You're giving him time to raid, which he's done at the right side on that stone again, on the farms again. Leery, it's just not giving Yo a break at all.
Oh god, that's so ugly, and it feels a bit like the LAN against Mr.Yo game as well, right? He's the defender, he's getting raided everywhere, needs to send villagers in, and he's somewhat holding, but the opponent keeps raiding everywhere, as I said. Oh god.
And Leery's just producing, I feel like they're killing equal amounts of villagers, right? It's just Leery is producing villagers faster, and that's why he's climbing. And he's raiding again on that TC. There's just so many areas these players need to focus on. They can't notice it right away, and Yo is going to lose all of those villagers over on the right-hand side.
Oh god, oh god. And that is something that puts him so far behind. No idea how he's still ahead in score, but he's close to 40 villagers behind now. Meanwhile, trying to outmicro the Knights at the home base, not going to be that easy though.
Yeah, he did micro down a Mangonel there, which was really, really nice for him, but he's going to have to run away from the Knights. They do have +2. They do have 10+4 attack in the Castle Age with the Lithuanian bonus. He's found a nice spot to sit, but he's going to get wiped up there. Those Knights just with such huge damage output.
Yeah, he didn't have enough to really stack up there, and Mr.Yo, I think he is only in this game because the score is looking so good for him. Now drops another archer range, so he wants to go up to 2 again, and, well, it's not looking too great on any stats, basically. Look at that, 50 population leader at the moment for Leery.
Yeah, I think if you were to talk to Yo right now in the middle of this game and say, Yo, you're 40 villagers behind, he would be like, what? I'm 40 vills behind based on this score?
Yeah, he won't believe it for sure. And he sees like not a lot of army from the opponent, so he knows the game has to be even with the score, and well, that's really surprising for him for sure, and that's why we are that long into the game. But soon, Leery will double the overall population.
Yeah, and what's Leery's res looking like? He's not thinking about going up to Imp, but you look at the amount of farmers he has. 40 farmers, 30 on wood, 20 on gold. It's looking so solid for him now that Yo's not raiding his economy.
And, well, Leery could find another angle again. And soon, like with only that small amount of 8 villagers here, he could potentially make an argument of attacking the TC even.
Yeah, especially with the 10+5 attack. Now, 2 of those Knights are weak, so maybe he's got to consider that. There's also 2 camels coming over. I don't think he can take down that TC.
Yeah,
but more idle time force from him.
Yeah, and camels indeed. Leery, meanwhile, raiding at the top with pikemen as well. So you're somehow trying to hold on. Not really sure what his next attack options could even be. At the moment, he goes for more camels, more crossbowmen.
Yeah, Leery just taking HP off those camels. I think that's a trade he's happy to make with his eco situation. The 10+5 Knights do pretty well against that, and he's in on the wood line. It feels like we've seen each one of these raids so many times, right? Like, we've seen this story before.
Yeah. Well, it's the Mr.Yo, right? He's the master of deja vus, and, well, that's going to be a lot of villager losses. And, wow, looking worse and worse for poor Mr.Yo here. No control at the top. The back is the only thing that's really going for him at the moment.
Leery could just flood Knights here and kill TCs. I think he could do it. He's added another stable. He's added another archer range. So he's going to go into skirmishers.
Yeah, he goes for 5 stable production at the moment. That's just ridiculous. He wants to finish this game in Castle Age. Look at all the red dots on the minimap, Dave.
Yeah, it's crazy. Leery's just taking control here, and Yo doesn't have any on gold, so it's really tough for him to produce camels. He's got to slowly make his way over here with the crossbow army. Leery can run away with this, or he can just commit against the TC, I guess.
Well, 500 HP left there, and then forces in some repairs. Let's take a look. More Knights. Is he attacking somewhere else at the same time? Yeah, raids at the front. So many more Knights being produced. Look at that production, Dave.
Yeah, it's really crazy. He's decided he doesn't want to go up to Imperial. He knows he can win this game in Castle Age with a lot of pressure from those 5 stables and with the Elite Skirmisher upgrade. Yeah, how does Yo fight this? Can't, right?
He's just holding on, hopes that enough knights die to camels, but he doesn't know that the economy looks so bad. Look at that, 124 villagers, 262. That's not even
I
fair,
feel like
Dave.
10+5 knights actually trade pretty well against the camels, too, from Mr.Yo. There's just such high damage output from them. As we see Leery again with just 3 skirmishers in the middle of this big fight, microing down the crossbows. And he knows how important those numbers are to Mr.Yo.
Oh, yeah. And, well, Camel simply dying here. Leery, he just needs to produce more knights. Comes in with another raid at the top. Yo wants to go away there. And
Now that TC dies. Now it dies, I think.
soon we have
there's
100
no way.
pop difference, Dave.
Oh, yeah, there is 100 pop. Oh, my God. Double the amount of villagers here for Leery over Mr. Yo. And you said it before, I think the score is the only thing that's keeping Yo in the game here. But he has to realize at this point, like when he sees so many knights just being instantly reproduced and replaced, he has to realize that Leery is just way too far ahead.
Yeah, or maybe Yo thinks, okay, he has a lot of knights. He can only afford this because he's 1 TC. But no, he saw so many TCs earlier as well. There was lots of villagers. Yo, he has some fighting spirit. Obviously, 20,000 euro tournament, semi-finals. He want to squeeze every % of equity you still have of winning a game. But he didn't have that 1% for quite some time.
Yeah, and the 6th stable was just going up there from Leery, and Yo calls the GG. What a performance from Leery. We said it early when he was microing the skirmishers. He kept the range unit count from Mr. Yo down to nothing, and that enabled him to defend against the scouts. It enabled him to pick off some villagers, and he carried that into the Castle Age. Yo did try and bring himself back there with some excellent raids and an excellent hold at his base, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, that aggression at the start was so good. But also, like, Mr. Yo, how he helped there, how many scouts he got out, and how much he did with those scouts the whole game long. Was impressive as well.
I think he got like 20 villager kills with the scouts alone. It was crazy. If we had Capture Age, the old Capture Age, we would have been able to see how many kills each unit had. But let's go into the statistics here. What do you see?
I see a lot of numbers. One of the numbers is 213. The other number is 188.
And the largest army count for Leery. Obviously, Yo he couldn't mass army because he was constantly defending against the knights from Leery. Economy for Leery, obviously way better on food and wood as well.
Yeah, his production was just like he forced so much idle time for Mr. Yo as well. He needed to jump into the guard tower, jumped into the TCs, and it was Yo just holding on because he built such nice units to counter the push of Leery, but Leery had just so much behind this to really afford just wasting lots of units.
Whew. All right, so one map left in the series. We're going to a game 5. If you had asked me what I wanted to see out of the series starting the day, I would say game 5. I love both of these players. I love watching both of them. They're different styles, but they're both amazing, and they're both top 5 in the world.
Yeah, and well,
what do you see for Civ picks here on Cross?
I think Huns and Persians might be my top 2. I like both so much, and Slavs and Japanese, I think they will fall behind. I think Japanese is the better choice here because of the fishing ship bonus, but Huns, early aggression, absolutely amazing. You can fish boom so nicely. Persians, faster TCs, faster docks, incredible boom. This will be a tough task for Leery ahead.
Do you think? Okay, so if Leery didn't time out on the Civ draft, we don't know why this happened for him. If he didn't time out, what Civ would be better than Japanese on Cross? Could you make an argument for maybe Byzantines?
He could have gone for Byzantines, or he could have picked Huns/Persians himself.
Yeah. But Japanese is not a bad Civ for him to have in his pocket here.
Yeah. And if you think about it, like, Huns and Persians feel like very strong cavalry civilizations, and Japanese halberdiers with their attack rate could be a really sick counter to that.
And obviously the fishing ships getting that extra boost from those 4 lakes is really nice for Japanese. And I see the game has started.
Okay, Dave, go for the third biggest hype of the day. First semi-final, game number 5. The pressure's really on. Hans against
The
Japanese.
pressure is on both of these players. Yo has been here many times before in situations like this. So has LIEREY, though. And we can see Huns against Japanese on cross. LIEREY starting really close to that pawn, which is quite nice for him. Yo has a choice between 2 different pawns he can take. And Yo is actually opting for the archery range right away. Remember, this is his home map. And this is his choice of civilization pick. LIEREY obviously randoming into the Japanese in the Civ draft.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, he can't be that unhappy. And, well, builds the defensive archer range now as well. Already completely walled at the top, where Mr.Yo isn't even attacking from. Gets the easy dock, and Mr.Yo, early archer range by him. Wouldn't be surprised if we see fletching and then some shenanigans with maybe 2 or 3 archers.
Yeah, and LIEREY just right now trying to find where Yo is. Does Yo spot LIEREY's base? I believe he does. Yes, he can see exactly where he started out, so he knows where to go with that aggression. Yo has also chosen to dock the pawn in the south, which is safe, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a dock on the pawn on the left at some point.
Yeah, very short distance for him there. LIEREY not really the guy that wants to go like super sneaky and do something, is what I say. But that villager, he is on the wrong side of the wall and instantly runs into the archers. Yo.
This is a very good start from Yo. Seeing that villager, I think we both know what that villager is trying to do. He's trying to go get an aggressive dock on the pond on the left-hand side, but that is not going to happen. And LIEREY having the panic wall with houses to deny the archers coming in, that's not a big investment from Yo, but it's done so much early.
Yeah, forces how many villagers here? 5 villagers to wall, 1 villager lost at the front, and Mr.Yo, he sends a villager forward, and that's
Is he going to tower the gold?
Maybe it's still something to sneak a dock. It's stable behind this as well. Yo is going for a lot of aggression. That could be a tower. But only 1 villager.
If he towers that gold area, or maybe he's just going to wait until he can get in here and then try and go for the dock with the army support. The villager coming forward is very strange to me.
Yeah, I think that was... Villagers aren't the fastest on their feet either, right? Maybe it just sent it like a minute ago, then realized that it's completely walled and suddenly was stuck with the villager at the front there.
So LIEREY just got fletching. I think he's going to go into skirmishers here to defend. He already has some archers out on the field. Having to drop a defensive tower as well on that gold, that's probably... If you had asked him at the beginning of the game, that is not something that he wanted to do. And it wasn't even a great defensive tower either, because Yo could just go over to this side.
But nice reaction by LIEREY to cancel this one. Can build another one, and that one is way better for the defense here. Mr.Yo with a nice debate, but LIEREY with a solid defense as well.
So LIEREY is going to get that down in time. I believe Yo is going to get his up as well. He won't delete this one. That'd just be a waste of stone. He can place another one.
Okay, no one going for a second pawn just yet. We have 1 archer at the right hand side for LIEREY, not really doing too much. And wow, why is this wall open?
Well, LIEREY, I think LIEREY deleted it because he wanted to put a palisade around that tower, but Yo put his palisade down earlier. It was a really, really quick play from Yo to deny that possibility from LIEREY, and now he's going to loop around with his army to the other wood line. He did see that with his horses.
Something really important. Oh, by the way, it's open between the barracks and the woodline there at the top. The horses just squeezed through there. Something I need to mention before that, though, is Mr.Yo still has 46 stone to repair. Now some villagers trying to go aggressively.
LIEREY's going to wall it in? Oh, I think LIEREY thought about walling those villagers in the tower and then battering it down, but he's just going to take out that tower, and Yo has to go back. So much pressure here from Yo early, though.
Yeah, LIEREY won't have the greatest control over the woodlines, and, well, is now going for some skirmishes. I could see massive amounts of CA being really annoying in Castle Age here.
Yeah, he's lucky he does have that wood line in the back, though. It's completely safe, so he can take that for quite a while. He does have more fishing ships than Yo as well, and they are Japanese fishing ships. Yo has docked the pond on the left, which is going to be good for him, but right now the food eco looking better for LIEREY.
Yeah, but, well, Mr.Yo is still up on the way to Castle Age, while LIEREY is sitting at 500 food, 60 gold, and Well, he did wall everything off, but he is extremely cornered here.
He actually forced to go on stone too. For any future defense. I never thought I'd say this, Nili, but I kind of miss towers. There haven't been many tower pushes in Empire Wars, you know? I kind of miss it.
Okay, Dave. The first one ever to raise that problem. Well, I also think like we're still lacking Cumin, right? Cumin tower pushes with Rams and the TC being dropped behind this could have been really sexy, but not a single Cumin pick yet.
And look at what Yo's going into. He just got bloodlines. He just got the armor. He's getting bloodlines right now. So we're gonna see knights from him in the Castle Age. Second stable going up.
And a sneaky villager. Oh, building the tower there. Not really necessary behind the woodline. Maybe something for the very long control. Yo will drop a siege workshop as well. Massive amount of knights. Will be some pressure, but he needs to get in.
Yo sees that LIEREY doesn't have many wood options either. So maybe that's a long game sort of thing, right?
Ah, okay. And the left-hand side villager wasn't actually for the siege workshop. He or she will sneak a tower there as well. What's her vision? And look at that, the horse in there by Mr.Yo sees everything.
Yep.
That's
and they
so
got
good.
in because of the hole on the other side of the barracks, where I think everyone thought that the wood line went to that barracks. It was tricky to spot that one, and both those horses got in. LIEREY killed one of them, but one of them's still alive from Yo. Second tower forced up on the gold from LIEREY too. It's just so messy.
Yeah, doubles down there. And do you think maybe rushing out
Another
university
tower
could be good?
This is exactly what Yo wanted. Look, another tower is going to go down on that other wood line. He's going to control all the wood lines from LIEREY.
Right hand side still something to take, and yeah, that's again the same issue like that we had on Acropolis, right? Mangonel knocking at the front door, and those knights, they won't be too scared of two towers. And now it's open.
And forced to stonewall behind this just looks so awkward for LIEREY. He only has one pawn too as the Japanese. Obviously, he's got a ton of fishing ships, but can he make it work?
I think the knights could even attack some of the walls there. The towers need to focus down. And look at that, the house before that is going down. And the villager not in time of walling, or is he? I think that's still open, no?
It's still open. No. There's a wall foundation in between that house and the wall, I believe.
Now it is. Now it is for sure, yeah. Okay, that was nicely done by LIEREY in time. And, well, that gold is so exposed. He has very little control at the moment. Oh, God. Guard tower now being rushed out. But what can he do against mass mangonel knights there? Maybe
Just
monk
look
defense
at
could be
this.
something.
Look at this game from LIEREY's perspective as he gets guard tower, which is a really nice tech. If you look at his point of view, he can see a tower on the woodline on the left. He can see a tower on the woodline on the right. He can see a mangonel push coming through the middle, harassing his gold. Like, it's just so many areas. He's being penned into this little corner, and Yo has all the freedom to move around the map.
Yeah. Important thing behind this is that Yo does not ignore the boom, right? It's very easy for him to drop a second TC, keep his eco rolling. He has 2 pawns against 1 pawn. I wouldn't mind seeing him sending a villager to the right-hand side even.
Second TC now from LIEREY going up in the back. Chat is telling you to fast forward, but the wall foundation was there earlier.
Yeah.
You just didn't see it, so...
Chat is confused. All good.
Yeah. As the knights look for an opening on the left-hand side, LIEREY's going to have to go wall behind this. He has more than enough time. He has more than enough time.
What does he have, Dave?
He has enough time.
Well, apparently he's very distracted at the right-hand side. Apparently was very distracted at the right-hand side there. And now drops a market in the back. LIEREY, look at the resources. Is he thinking about imping this?
Well, he's not going to like the fact that there's knights in the base, and that was so easily avoidable, right? If he just looks over there. But is imp his only option at this point? Getting the Arbalest, getting that death ball, and pushing back across the map?
for now, only now getting Crossbowman and Deathball will take quite some time. Magnots will have a lot of control. Mr.Yo now drops 1 TC, has a second one, and well, we'll scare those away, but Knights are back in town.
Ooh, look at the sneaky dock from Yo at the north.
Finally.
Very, very nice. And that is why Leery is still up in villager or economy numbers with Yo. It's because of those fishing ships. It's because of that food income that he's been able to stay into the game. If Yo takes that out, it'd be really bad for Leery.
And the Fire Galley was patrolling there earlier, but the Mangonel scared it away, and now the Mangonel might die.
Galley's out from Leery, so he can deny the second dock. He realizes that's there.
Mr.Yo should get enough Fire Galleys out, right? And Leery doesn't want to tag into this. There's still the question, Leery on the way to him pretty soon. Mr.Yo, massive amount of Knights that aren't doing anything at the moment.
Yeah, Leery could still swing this in his favor, especially if he saves all his fishing ships. It'd be very, very nice for him. He's getting the War Galley upgrade now.
Galleys won't really help too much. The villager, I think we could have seen another villager there. Could have been a lovely addition to get the second pawn up and corner Leery even more, who's dropping a monastery in the back. The gold isn't looking too pretty. Something we didn't mention yet. Yo's controlling second and third gold of Leery as well.
Yeah, and Yo's on stone, so is he going to drop a castle forward?
Big dive in first. Oh, the
Lots
knights.
of knights.
Uh-oh, now
Look at the gates from Leery!
Trying to save his crossbows in between there. Nice micro, but gates should go down here. I think this is just the big committal of Mr.Yo. He wants to finish this game, slaughter so many villagers here that try to save the crossbows, and he's deep in the eco of Leery.
Yeah, Leery really doing a fantastic job creating situations where his crossbows can win that fight. And Yo's going to have to leave. He did kill quite a few villagers, but Leery still has that army mass, and that mass is so important because those are the units he's going to upgrade right away once he gets to Imperial Age. But like I said before, Yo was on stone, and he's dropping a castle on that gold.
Uh-oh, that means no gold income. He can't really expand to the right-hand side. Water could be lost pretty soon as well. I'm a bit surprised that Leery didn't build anything there. Okay, now 2 fire ships are popping, and Knights, they will just attack the center.
Yeah, and that castle can range the gold, man. It feels like Yo is just putting on a masterclass of map control at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Over Leery, and Leery is playing super passively.
Well, he's forced into it, right? But yeah, he has shown it several times. Yo now on the way to him. And my next question is, Dave, will we see your upgrade?
Will we see Marauders coming out from that castle, letting you build the Tarkans from the stable? Obviously, Tarkan's really, really good against range units with that extra Pierce armor.
Water defended by Leery at the top was so desperately needed. Yo now went for pawn number 3 there as well. Where's Leery getting gold? I don't see it. Now he's going.
Well, Leery's going to have to go out to the right, but look what Yo's done there. He has an outpost. He has a skirmisher waiting there. And now he's sending the knights over. Yo is just so aware of everything that's happening in this game. Everything Leery attempts, Yo counters it.
Leery didn't have a lot of vision, now sees it. One knight is coming over. Leery is pulling some of the villagers back. Goes for more barracks. And the only chance for Leery was to go for Arbalest, the early attack, and get the big advantage. He will hold for quite some time. But how can he push your 40 population behind?
Oh, this is just so beautiful from Yo here. And it's a great performance from Leery even staying in this game, right? Like, to be in a position where you're still alive against this is super impressive from him.
Yeah. Honestly, so many people would have tapped this one out. Like
everyone.
Well, Yo would not have tapped out either. Uh-oh, but Knights could now lose some against the Arbalest here. They're pretty low in HP.
I think Yo, if he kills like 5 or 6 Arbalists, though, he might be happy here because he's got the castle, he's got that forward pressure.
Shouldn't he kill way more? Shouldn't he kill way more?
Imperial Age.
Shouldn't he kill way more?
Yeah, he'll kill the whole thing, actually.
It's not like a lot of knights there, and Leery needs to micro massively, and that completely resets Leery's Arbalest count, and that's not what he needed.
Yeah, and Trebs are out now. Leery teching into infantry upgrades, so we're going to see pikemen coming out, but he doesn't have enough res to even get the upgrade, and another castle from Yo at the front.
And we already see 8 Tarkans out here as well. More traps to come. Nice quick walls there, trying to save the villagers with the gold. Yo thinks better of it. He must feel the pressure as well, right? This is the game you don't want to throw. But he can't anymore because LIEREY is resigning. Mr.Yo is going into the finals of Red Bull Wololo.
Yeah, and there was, Zach mentioned earlier that maybe Mr.Yo had an easier time getting here, facing up against Slam, facing up against Land, but
Nothing
just
easy.
showed up today against LIEREY. Like this last game, the map awareness here, the pressure was just on point, and LIEREY was put in a situation where he was reacting the entire time, and Yo was dictating everything that he had to do.
Oh god, what a beautiful series here as well. Yo's map control in every single game was so good. LIEREY, he probably out-microed, but Yo, that took like absolute world-class macro and map awareness.
Yep, and Yo looks to be in very good form going up into the finals. Obviously, we don't know who he's going to face up against. Either player is going to be tough for him, but I think there's a possibility of Yo taking this based on the play we've seen here.
At the moment, he is looking pretty sharp, as you said, and well, Viper always said Mr.Yo is giving him such a hard time. Hera, Mr.Yo, something I can't really remember. Have we ever seen it?
Yeah, we haven't seen it. I think we've seen it.
Whether
we've seen it.
Show match 2 weeks ago, and Yo won 4-1.
Oh, there you go, easy. I guess Yo just wins.
Yeah, Yo just wins. Okay. So actually, we only need to see the semifinals.
Oh man, I feel bad for LIEREY, but I think he put on an excellent performance this tournament.
Yeah, like
Really, really good job.
not a lot of people expected him to, first of all, like look super good against Winchester, but then to be that great against Tedo as well. That really took me by surprise.
Wow. Whew. Looking at the statistics, what does it tell you, Nili?
Well, I just went through there. I don't really care. I'm like only excited for the second semifinal now.
Well, I get a break here, man.
Okay, you will be back
I
for
get
the
a break.
final.
You're with Tristan. I'm
Oh,
back
God.
for the final.
Oh god, pick my poison.
Into Triple Cam, talk about semifinal number 1. So you're not about
Really
to
reading the production notes there. Hey guys, oh wow, what a close series, seriously, wow. That was so back and forth. It could have been LIEREY's, it could have been Yo's, but I think Dave said it right. Yo showed up, he played very, very well, and I think that last game, my goodness, like you're 2-2, totally tied up, and then you play like that, getting so aggressive, taking the risks. I think that's a really impressive play.
Yeah, it was so impressive from him. Obviously, the first game was a bit questionable, but Nili pointed it out. Once you lose the villagers on that gold, you're pretty much forced into that strategy. But to come back in game number 2, put on such an amazing performance, and game number 3, bringing LIEREY down 2-1. LIEREY almost came back, but obviously with Cross, maybe he's kicking himself for not picking a different Civ there in the Civ draft.
Well, that's what I was going to come to next, actually. I mean, in one sense, he's extremely lucky that he got Japanese. I mean, he could have had one of the 11 Civs which hasn't been picked all tournament so far for good reason. And then on the other hand, well, you know, he maybe could have had a better choice if he had the option. Nili, if you were LIEREY in that situation, which Civ would you perhaps prefer for that last game?
It feels like Persian could have been a good way to fight off against Hans there. Maybe Byzantines, we mentioned it earlier, right? It was picked twice on Cross, won both times if I remember correctly. So they performed really well, and they could have maybe held against all the pressure, and then not having that much gold would not have mattered that much for LIEREY as well.
Yeah, I think actually Yo had Persians as his last pick, so that wouldn't have been an option, but definitely the Byzantines could have been a good choice had he been able to actually pick them. Now,
but
I think
that was pick number 7. Persians were pick number 7.
Oh,
so if he didn't like random S4, he could have picked Persians instead.
That's a great point, actually. I mean, I'm thinking about the draft as it was at the end, but obviously it's not all done at once, it's done in order, so that's a great point. And actually, I think Mr.Yo as well, not only did he play extremely well across the series, but he played smart. how many times was Mr.Yo keeping his strategy hidden? How many times did he build the stables behind or keep his army behind, not showing anything until he was ready to push out? That was a really, really smart play by him.
We saw it. I think we saw it in the Acropolis game. We saw it in the Wings game, which he couldn't pull out. We saw it with the camels there. It's just, he's so good at game recognition, map awareness, and making the right decisions at the right time. He doesn't necessarily have the micro skills that Leary has, but at the end of the day, in Age of Empires, it's nice to have that, but you don't need it if you're smart enough. If you can take those wins based on game experience, based on map knowledge, and that's how Mr.Yo gets to the finals today.
Yeah, in the interview with LIEREYY yesterday, he said about playing safe and sort of, taking less risks perhaps. I kind of think that might have worked against him a little bit today because he was sort of being pushed into the corners a lot. Mr.Yo was asserting map presence wherever he could. And I think that kind of really hurt LIEREYY in the long run. There were a few games there where LIEREYY just didn't have the eco and he couldn't keep up, with maybe the exception of Wings, where he had this insane eco and couldn't seem to finish the game fast enough. But Mr.Yo really exerting that map presence. And I know this is something that Viper likes to do, so I think this grand final, if it's the Viper, could be extremely close. And if it's Hera, I think it's a bit more of an unknown quantity, because Mr.Yo and Hera haven't really played against each other very much in the history of this game. I think they've only met each other twice so far. So going into this second semi-final, obviously we've got Viper and Hera. What are the thoughts going into that?
Well, Viper versus Hera, that we've it's not like we haven't seen this before, We've been talking about this since even before this tournament started. I think as soon as we saw the brackets, everyone was like, uh-oh, Viper and Hera on the same side of the bracket. They're going to meet up somewhere. And sure enough, they meet up in the semifinals. Yeah. Hera's shown that he can be a threat, but I don't think he's proven yet that he's on the same level as Viper. So we'll see if he can prove that here in the semis.
Disagree. Like, NIC finals, 10-game series, the Viper winning 6-4. Like, you can't say he didn't prove himself that he's on the same level. This is like so incredibly close, right? If he picks one civilization a bit better, he could have won that final. He did win a lot of like B-tier important tournaments. Like, he is just, I would say, one lucky game away from having one of the very big series before.
It's a good point. It is a best of 5 too. So if he's going to have a shot, maybe this is it.
Yeah, actually, let's talk about luck real quick, because there were some maps in that series which we could say favored Yo. And obviously that is a part of Age of Empires. Sometimes your map generation isn't perfect and you have to react to that. So Nili, I mean, obviously from your perspective, you are playing at a high level. How much do you feel like the map influences the way you play? And do you think there is that element of luck in the generation, or is it always something that you can deal with?
Certainly. And like we had yesterday in the interview of the Viper even saying he had basically bad luck, not really finding his sheep early on. And that was part of his strategy, right? We had, for example, the map we just had, one, the Acropolis, not the best wood for LIEREYY. Maybe could have folded on if he had another wood line there. So it feels like if you are like 5% better than your opponent, you will never lose due to a bad map. But those players here in this tournament are so close that the tiniest of edges, the tiniest differences in civilizations, map positioning can completely turn the tide.
All right. Yeah, interesting insight there. And obviously we'll definitely looking out for that during the next series, because I think this is going to be a very exciting semi-final, a very close semi-final. So we'll be back after a short break here. We're going to get T90 in, and T90 and Nili will be casting the second semi-final. And then, of course, it will be T90 and Dave for the grand final. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes for Viper versus Hera.
He won't lose it, and he'll gain a sheep. Okay, in what world?
Did you?
No, you didn't.
He's going for it. Don't tell me he's trying to name the goal.
Oh, the TC shot it! Oh my god, that was great, man. That was great.
Numbers. Let's see if they're high enough. Zero, does he want to commit? It's kind of questionable. Oh, nice house there. Beautiful house there. Oh god, what a Greygasm house. He just eats those Cavaliers before they can really get there. Holy guacamole. 3 down. Bombard Cannon goes down at the right hand side as well. Or the left hand side. And now the Cavaliers are diving in. That was only one trap dying. And the Harbidiers are clearing this one. How one single house can change everything. Holy guacamole, was that good.
Oh my god, oh my... Oh, I have to pause for the strap. Oh my god, what I just did to Taro, you have no idea, bro.
14!
You have no idea what I just did to him.
Oh. Glorious, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Paladins just have to fight. At least here you can hit some of the Mangadai, but look at them stack.
Oh, man. That's just unfair. That's unfair.
That's 49.
That's not right.
That's 50 units on 4 tiles. That is what ranged units can do.
Sometimes you wonder, like, oh, well, who's winning, who's losing, and then you just look at the score.
Wait.
Blue's score is just...
Well, do Mangonels change things here? What? Oh, he ejected it. He went into the castle. That was so smart. He's like, whoop! Not today. Oh, man. That was a huge play from Kachan.
Just a little bit of teleportation.
Let's got them off. Amazing. Find a way around. That's how you do that. Game's over.
Uh-oh, let's take a look here. Oh, he was in this Ecoforia. The Viper is so sick. Out of nowhere, but the militia are...
Maybe he's trying to hide the Vills.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Or are they going to be spotted, Dave? Oh, there's a mining camp.
You should delete that mining camp.
That's true.
Nothing to see. Delete the mining camp. House foundation over top. Nothing to see here.
Shh, guys, don't say anything. Don't say anything.
What?
What? So unlucky for Emperor. How did he not see them? He just wasn't thorough enough. Oh no, and now camels are here. There'll be heavy camels, and they could just clear out the cav archers and the villagers can go right back to work. That is ridiculous.
The Mangonels? Because Mangonels have 7 range, a town center only has 6 range, my man. So actually garrisoning won't really help. He tries to fight with the villagers, but that's going to be some heavy losses. 3 eagles around. Nice ground attack here at the left-hand side. That will be really rough for him. Nice repair behind this as well. I think the Viper is just throwing this game. Now moves in with the scout here, still full HP, gets 1 kill. Dodges the Mangonel shots quite nicely, and Viper buys himself quite some time. He has 15 villagers ahead, and he might actually get the kill. 1 Mangonel. I think they should suicide each other a bit more. Now tower is being built at the right-hand side. Eagle and 1 Mangonel hit is not doing too much. The Viper did actually fight this one off and comes out ahead with 10 villagers more than MBL. How did he do that? And now double tower defense here. Fletching is on the way as well. I think Mangonels can't really engage from this area. What just happened?
insanity of what we were looking at. Leery just about to click up to Castle Age. Viper still a little bit further behind.
And Viper clicks Bloodlines? What? That's super bad.
Interesting.
Why is he doing Bloodlines against the guy who's fully walled? Oh, he wants to tree hop. He wants to tree hop between the barracks and the stable. This is...
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's super crazy.
Now, this is a crazy technique. It's so rare we see this one. And it's done. They're in. I think Leery forgot his extra building as well.
Oh, no. He has the archer range and he has the blacksmith. Viper is moving in and that's why he went for Bloodlines. He will make something happen. That will be some dead villagers. Archers are in there at the left-hand side as well.
Oh man, Leery tries to power up the tower as quickly as he can. Scouts just jump on top of it straight away. That massive extra 20 HP boost. They just want to go for the kills here. And there we go. There's one villager down. 2 villagers down. Should be seeing a third any second. A third.
Oh god, and now I think he can just camp under the tower, right? Archers are around there, you cannot really fight those. He can even kill those villagers on the woodline there that walled themselves. That's just crazy how he can snipe over there.
What a play. Leery is on the way up to Castle Age, but I don't know if he's going to have the eco to really support any of it. And the answer is he doesn't believe so either.
All right, we're back. Nili, sorry that you have to stop casting with Dave, but I'm excited to be back. Wait a second.
That's the wrong cam.
That's the wrong cam. I'm not casting with Dave. It's hold on. We got this. We'll get there.
Okay.
Was that Dave? Was that Dave pouting too? Like, did you see a little frown on his face? Like, did you really put me on the sidelines after that? Come on.
Yeah. He's a shy boy. Okay, let's maybe talk about maps instead.
Oh man. All right. Yeah. So not much time to talk because the games are going to begin. So game 1 is always Arabia, just like the first best of 5. What a best of 5 that was. That was amazing. Hera's first home map pick. I was wondering if he would still pick it against Viper. No surprise though. Goes for Land's Madness. He then bans Acropolis. Probably not a fan of that one. Can make life really awkward, and then picks Golden Swamp. Viper's first home map was Aztlan, map with a ton of shorefish in the middle, so keep that in mind when the Civ draft comes. And then you have Wings banned for Viper, and the final map, which I don't think we've seen in the entire main event, is Golden Pit. Am I correct on that, Nili?
You're absolutely correct. We did see it, I think, once or twice as a picked map, but always by someone who won. I think Dowd picked it against HCM, but we didn't go to game 5, so that could be really interesting.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see the civilizations. I think Indians is going to be on there. I think Vikings is going to be on there. What will the bands be? Okay.
Oh,
no.
Indians
is that a
and
buck?
Vikings.
Teutons? Teutons. Not even the last pick. Teutons.
Okay. That's interesting. And humans in Civilization we didn't see before. Viper is going fully crazy here. But also, like, he got Indians and Vikings to begin with?
I still don't believe it. I'm having trouble believing that that's actually the draft. But yeah, Vikings first pick, that's banned. That Civ actually did lose in the last best of 5, but really strong. And then Aztecs also banned and picked a lot in this, Nili. I like Hera, Hera's draft is more traditional, I would say. But Viper's got to have some plans with some of those picks.
Well, he still has Khmer for Land Madness, arguably the best civilization. He has still Indians for Aslan, arguably the best civilization. Yep. Celts performed really well in Golden Swamp. And then we somehow need to squeeze in Incas, Teutons, and humans for Golden Pit and Arabia.
If you think about the breakdown of it, let's say Viper wins Game 1 Arabia. We go to Hera's home map, Land's Madness. Then he has Khmer, which, as you said, is arguably the best. And then if he wins that, then we go to Golden Swamp. And then he has Celts, which I know has been dominant too. Mm-hmm. All right. Fascinating. Well,
do you think Incas on Arabia against Dowd as well? So it kind of has to be Teutons or Cumans for Golden Pit. And he picked it as the last ones, although he picked it as a home map. Yeah.
I don't... people were saying flexing. I don't think it's necessarily a flex when Cumans is one of those civs that, like, on a map like Golden Pit, it's risky. You could see. We haven't seen players building that second town center immediately. Should be punished, but, like, I'd like to see what Viper could do with that. I know that he beat MBL in the You remember the show match where they had the maps that were similar?
Yeah,
Or
the
the
mirror
maps were mirror maps? Yeah, exactly. He was able
that-
to pull something off there.
Yeah. Also, the one out of the highlight clip, right, where he fought down the 3 mangonels with villagers and somehow came out ahead. It was pretty crazy. On the other side, Hera, I can see 4 strong archer crossbow civilizations there.
Yeah, Hera, if you haven't seen the competitive scene much, you can make a lot of comparisons to Leery with how he likes to play, especially on Empire Wars. I think it was archers in game 1 against MBL in the previous round. It was, I already forget what game number 2 was. Game number 2 was, what was game number 2 in that set? Anyways, I remember the final one. He had to go for the Paladinos, but Britons, Mayans, Ethiopians, Slavs, Franks, Saracens, like I said, I'm not asking any questions here of Hera's civilizations.
So it has to be Slavs then on Land Madness, right? He picks his home map. No Magyars there, will most likely face Khmer.
I mean, you could go Franks on Land Madness, but I think Slavs is way better.
Yeah, I think Franks, we have too many like very long feudal fights where it really hurts not to have bloodlines as well.
I think Hera will use Franks for Aztlan because you do get berries there and can get the farming eco going. I think we saw Winchester pull off a win against Indians with Franks, right? So it's doable, and Winchester was the weaker player against Leery.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nili, want to talk about this. You guys mentioned it already. Wait.
I'm really liking this question. I know it's a good question to come up, or a good topic. Yeah.
So, Hera and Viper have met many, many times over the last 6 months. Virtually always in the finals because of their positions, right? There are different factors with different tournaments, different seedings, different brackets, but they've always met in the finals. Like, there have not been many instances where they've met in a semifinal where it's a best of 5 instead of a best of 7 or a best of 9. So do you like Hera's chances more here, or do you like them less?
Well, the mathematician in me obviously says the shorter the series, the better chances for the underdog, right?
Yeah.
Like, people see Viper winning the most important series, the most important tournaments. But if we think about a single game, it's more like 60-40 for the Viper, 55-45. And obviously, if we have the longer series, it's more likely to in the end, you getting to those needed 4 or 5 wins. So I think best of 5 will be better for Leery.
Hera.
Both. Actually, better for both. But yeah, Hera, obviously.
Yeah. They're all the same, right? They're both nerds. It's hard to not get them confused. So, all right. Well, let me ask you this then: who played better in this tournament so far, Hera or Viper?
I'm not sure how well we can judge that yet. It's we
have to judge it. Just pick one. Pick one. The game's about to start. Quickly, just say a name. Say a name. You're not wrong here.
Viper.
Okay. Wait, you think Viper played better?
Yeah.
Oh, I think Hera played way better.
I know that you would say that. Yeah. But I think it's like, I think Doubt might have been on a higher level than MBL was there.
Okay, let's start the game. Game number 1 in this final semifinal to see who will face off against the beast from China, Mr.Yo. We'll choose Incas again here. Interesting to note, Hera has Viper's yellow. People love Viper in his yellow. He can't do that in this tournament. Potentially a nerf. Hera in the south, Ethiopians, and then in the north, we have Incas for Viper.
Yeah, I didn't really know why Viper was complaining there to not get yellow.
Yeah.
He did sign up for the tournament, and it's not called Yellow Bull Cup.
That was... You know what? I'll get used to it. I heard a few of your dad jokes with Dave earlier, so I'll get used to it. A 2-range opening for Hera. We're all caught up to speed. Hera's creating that archer mass already. I saw Viper open up very passively against Doubt when Doubt was Franks. He's starting off with some Eagles, he's starting off with some Skirms, and we'll probably see heavy walls.
Yeah, heavy walls already from both players, not really willing to take any chances, don't want to lose any villagers early on, and, well, Ethiopians, they are kind of the underperforming civilization at the moment. Picked very often, players love to play with them. Are they still yet to win a game?
I think so, but I don't really understand why, because they're so damn good. And the way Hera's played this already, look at his resources. 700 food, 300 gold. He has not researched any upgrades, though. He doesn't have fletching, he doesn't have armor. Viper has fletching on his skirmishers. He has armor on the skirmishers. He has armor coming in on the eagles. Viper's taking a very different approach.
Oh, and 8 archers might actually get slaughtered by 3 skirmishers here with +1/+1. Now fletching is getting squeezed in. Hera ideally wanted to delay it till after the up click, but sees the pressure.
He does have gold in the back to go to. His berries are good, his woodlines are fine, but this is not going to be an easy situation for Hera. I think Viper would just opt to take out the archers and then take out the villagers if the archers are taken care of. Little quick wall attempts here from Hera. He's very good with that. You could argue just as good, if not better, than Viper at times. And Hera hasn't lost any archers yet, or villagers.
Yeah, that's so true. He lost, well, 1 archer earlier, I believe. Got caught off guard there. Skirm's now diving in, and that's a lot of lost mining time for Hera here. Something that he really wanted to keep his archer numbers up.
I also feel like he wanted to click up by now, too. Like, he has been so close to getting the resources to click up. That minute could make all the difference, but there he goes to Castle Age. Viper still yet to take out many of these archers, so he will try and do so over the next couple minutes. And those minutes are going to be so difficult for Hera, man. When there's so many skirms and eagles out and your gold's forward, it's not an ideal situation.
That's kind of a same approach that he had against Doubt yesterday, right? Just go for the eagle, skirm, dance around, try to go for mass infantry after this potentially, and having so much map control. And Viper, after the interview, said, like, he felt in the full control the whole game.
Yeah, but he's also up against Hera here, who hasn't left the gold, hasn't left the woodline, is showing extreme confidence under duress. So, while Viper performed well with the micro and the early control against Doubt, I feel like here Hera rather, he's going to have a really good position early Castle Age, which Doubt did not have in that previous set.
Doubt's map was potentially a bit more open. Hera potentially a bit earlier there with the big walls. Did a good job there of really knowing where the only weak point is at the gold there. Viper, is he completely retreating here?
I think he has to.
See the army at the moment.
Yeah, I think he has to. Hera did a wonderful job there. Used skirmishers to match Viper's skirmishers. Didn't take engagements with the archers unless it was needed. He wants to go forward. Viper's not backing up, but look at Hera's micro. Good micro from Hera against the skirms. I took out the zebra, you animal. But, like, plus 100 food, plus 100 gold incoming, and Ethiopian archers fire faster. And Hera knows this. At Viper, I think he's making a switch into eagles. I hope he's walled at home. Here comes
He's
Bot
not walled at home, and he's making the switch indeed. We'll play with 3 racks here, but that's going to be tricky, right?
Yeah.
Hera's now moving over, wants to fight off all those skirmishes. Viper needs to buy himself some time.
Hera's position is amazing, Nili. Like, not only is he going to have this early game window to do damage, and not only is his micro been really good, but he's going to be on 3 town center economy. So Viper has to defend from this. It'll take Viper some time for the upgrades, and Viper's going to need to bounce back because this economy setup is looking perfect for Hera.
Oh, and look at something that very few people do, right? The gold was so exposed. Hera still moves out, drops the TC at the stone. He's already thinking about Shota, which could be the perfect counter to Eagles.
Yeah. Yeah, to build the TC on the stone is fascinating, right? Because the closest resource you can send those new villagers to is the stone, which implies he'll be on it heavier. Incas do have slingers to counter Shotels if it happens, but Hera, I think realizing the risk here, he's backing up, which is the wise move. Like, Hera's defense is what has elevated his game over the last few months, and he's playing defensively again with a lot more economy than Viper will have. Well, I say a lot more, but Viper's on 3 GCs now, so you never know.
Yeah, I think that will be relatively even at the moment. 1 villager lead, not the most important thing. Siege Workshop now being dropped, and Hera scouts that with his skirmisher. That's so sick.
Yeah, just 1 skirmisher. He knows he doesn't need it. Sends it in, says, what's Viper up to in here? The level of play we've seen in Game 1 has been amazing. And there goes the skirmisher, but Hera didn't care about that. Also using his auto camels, though I don't think he's using auto camel right now. Can't be sure. And where is Viper? Viper's over here on the left.
They did such a specific job of scouting there as well. I think he initially, intentionally moved them over, but now the first raid in here could see 1, maybe 2 dead villagers.
Yeah, how much value can Viper get from this is my question. He kills a few villagers. If he can run past here, as Hera will wall a ton, it could be annoying for Hera. And now Viper, he realizes, well, the crossbows are chasing me. I need to dive in. So he dives in while taking out the skirms, which Hera doesn't care too much about. Viper will get another villager pick, so just like that, he has more villagers, but still it's that army number for Hera, which is dangerous. If this game continues, but Hera's also off the gold, and there's more eagles coming forward from Viper. I didn't expect this production. He's all over Hera, and Hera's army has to be in one spot.
Oh, and 5 low crossbows were chased down there with 25 crossbowmen. And that's the moment Viper dove in at the gold there. Nice map awareness.
Yeah, I didn't expect that raid to be as effective, because with the amount of crossbows that Hera has, he can take out the amount of eagles that Viper has, but Viper realizes in lower numbers and with mobility, he can gain a lead. The Vil count's actually pretty even, as is the military, but that is the difference. The difference is that Viper can do things with 2 or 3 eagles. Hera pretty much needs to have a ball of crossbows in any engagement he takes.
But a ball of crossbows not great against mangonel shots, and well, the Viper already having 1 very close to the wood line here of Hera. Could maybe get 1-2 kills over the wood here.
Yep. Well, I think a lot of players would start pushing the ranges and pushing the siege workshop, but Viper, he uses the mangonel behind the wood line because that's the easy damage. I'd love to see a villager to build another siege workshop forward, as he's still running around with these other eagles. Though Hera finally cleans them up and can focus on this one area.
Second siege workshop could be interesting for sure. Maybe might even force Hera to then go on to knights. But also Viper saw, okay, this guy was very heavily on stone. Defensive castle could be around the corner. Hera only needing 200 more stone.
Yeah, exactly. So I like the decision from Hera to go to stone early, because if he didn't have that fallback to a castle, this would be so much worse. Still, he's finding it trouble to know what to do here. He's finding it difficult, to know what to do. Has his own mangonel in the siege workshop. And now Viper wants to raid on the left, so Hera needs to pick a side with the crossbows. Might lose his ranges and might have to switch into show tells. And now Viper, almost expecting the house falls from Hera, just gets a move on. Says, I've idled you, whatever. I'm going to pick a different position. And now there's eagles even on the house. You see how Viper just attacking sides when Hera reacts? Normally he's reacting and responding and switching up the pace.
Again, the full army being sent over there. Now the defensive castle here. But is that the perfect placement? Siege workshop. Let's take a look. Mangonel and
it's not
Garrison
perfect, but he
kill.
can get 1 for 2. Oh, beautiful micro from Hera. Oh, unfortunate, but the crossbow should finish this off. No, he can't. Oh, man. Well, yeah, the castle is the castle he needs right now. Not the best castle he would have wanted, though.
Not really protecting the stone at the left-hand side. Obviously beautiful to protect the gold. Where are the other gold spots of Hera? 1 in the back, 1 quite exposed in front of his woodline.
Yeah, and also that other stone. If he really wants to commit to show tells long-term, that other stone's there. I still feel like now Hera, if he has Showtell warriors with crossbows, he could arguably have the better composition, but Viper has the better economy. Things are so close at this level, but if you have that many villagers on stone, that means you have less villagers on food and on gold. So Viper, not being on stone as early, is on his way to the Imperial Age now, Nili, and he has a lot of Eagle Warriors.
Indeed, he does, and they're still very healthy. 1 villager coming to the front to repair the mangonel here. Hera is looping around, but shouldn't find too many kills. Maybe 1 monk, but
yeah,
Viper is not too scared of that.
Yeah, Viper will start off with Eagles. I'm sure of that. Eagles will be very good. Hera doesn't have any military at home. Viper is probably attacking the walls, so Hera will show himself. And now he'll realize the hard way that Hera's actually at his base, and he does react. Has not lost a villager yet. That's Incas for you.
That's no ballistics for you as well. An upgrade that Hera rarely lacks, but never felt like we have the big engagements here. Now more barracks dropped at the front. The 2 mangonels, could they get the big shots off?
Oh, he has to know that army's coming, right? It's not attacking his houses anymore. He has the Showtells running in. I'm not convinced that Castle Age Showtell warriors are great here. But, oh, and there's a Magano shot that comes in from Viper. Look at that shot. Only 40 HP on these. And I was on Hera's point of view, so you saw how he was surprised by that. Oh, yeah, those show tells will go down.
Engagement. Yeah, they're so low. And Magano, one at the top as well. Not sure if Hera knows about that one. Wouldn't be unnatural to micro in that direction and completely run into it. Sneaky move by Viper.
Hera needs to run. It's too bad crossbows don't get husbandry. Pick up the pace. Get out of here, man. I think he really needs another castle in his eco now on the right side. He's forced to play very defensive now because if Viper goes into Elite Eagle, Viper will raid him to death. Hera needs to stabilize as much as he can. Viper has a Magano. Ooh, how is that Magano from Hera not dead yet? Nice castle from Viper in the center, and then an archery range Nili as they go 1-for-1 there on the left side.
What's the play now? Arbalest, slingers, skirmishes, all options. It feels like slinger could be good against small numbers of shotels. Arbalest may be better against the big numbers. Skirmish is good against the surely also upcoming Arbalest from Hera.
It's been such a close game, but again, we're seeing another moment where Hera's placing the correct castle, but it's not the ideal castle. That castle's protecting farm space right now. And great house walls behind. He knows he needs to buy time. I think Viper will be very happy with how he's dictating the pace of this game, using Incas in a way that we haven't seen Incas used by many other players in this tournament. Just playing standard. No villager rushing at all.
Yeah. And, well, good unit, so absolutely a good option. Slinger's now behind there and will raid some of the stone.
Ah, interesting that the Slingers went there. Viper will find out the hard way there's a castle over there. He has Elite Eagle with full armor. I don't think Showtells and Crossbows would have enough here to take out the Treb, but there's also a lot of numbers from Hera. We rarely see these units face off in this situation.
Yeah, the dance is real there. And now the Slingers with Botkin finally trying to do some damage, but down to only 4. Viper would be fine taking an engagement here.
Yeah, especially right before the Imperial Age, right? He takes the engagement. There's a lot of Showtells, and Hera did just get the armor upgrade. And believe it or not, the Showtells creating so quickly and with the upgrades will hold for Hera.
Oh god, and we did mention that Showtels could be a great counter to that, and oh boy, did they deliver. Slinger numbers were just so low, maybe Viper wanted to dance a bit more, and I felt those two castles were more to survive, but all of a sudden, Hera is about to push.
His defense is next level. His defense is what does it for him. And now Hera, I think he needs to start thinking about expanding, and maybe send a few units over to the right side so he could take that hill. A Viper, all of a sudden, as he's making a lot of Slingers, which is a slow unit, it doesn't have so much map control and doesn't have so much momentum.
Courier still missing as well. We're going for conscription first. Next archer ranges are being dropped as well. Viper has a lot of map control though. Not a lot of relics for him, but gets 2 extra gold spots.
Yep. Now a castle on the right side for Viper to protect that area of his eco. He notices that these trees were being chopped because he scouted the whole map with his OP auto camels. This is as Hera wanted to expand that economy further, so Viper will take those kills to the bank, and he's still camping on that gold. Hera's getting Bracer and Chemistry, so he's upgrading his crossbows first. It's really difficult to go for Elite Showtel and Arbalest, so he has to divvy up the upgrades between the two groups.
If we could ignore how big the gold spots are, it's 2 against 5 gold spot control at the moment.
Yeah, yep. I noticed that Viper having the 3-tile golds there, having the gold on the right side as well as that stone. And I do like how Viper's using the mobility to just keep running around. Hera's still waiting for a big ball of units to pack a punch, but he actually ran back with the crossbows. He saw the Slingers there, wants to take them out. Viper aware that this is where the Arbalest are. Still no couriers, which is a surprise.
Well, it's a costly upgrade now, and 600 food, 600 gold, not really something he had on the bank for quite some time. Slingers might get focused down. The trap did for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a good fight for Hera. What sucks for him is he needs to wait another couple moments to push Viper back now. Viper, it can continue to poke and prod from the sides. But I think Elite Showtel Warrior and Ethiopian Arbalest is better than anything Incas can make, honestly. It's much better than Elite Eagle and Slinger.
Well,
I could be wrong on that, of course.
Well, it's an army composition that we very rarely see, especially if Shotos can get the raids in at the top. That's really nice. And now fabric
Beautiful.
shields as well. Those Shotos will be produced in no time.
Yeah, this is next lever. This is a next lever game. It's so good from both to be focusing on the golds, focusing on the map. Hera not only is getting golds back, but he's raiding Viper, and he's also starting to treb push back this castle. So Viper now has to be in multiple places at once. He's actually in this corner with a few eagles. I expect only more of this, Nili. I think the pace is just going to pick itself up.
Absolutely. And, well, Trap's now defending at the center. Shotos not really diving in there. Oh, the pressure is really on. Both raiding each other heavily.
Viper going for his own Arbalest is, I think it's a good decision, because I think Slingers, they're pretty much only good against the Shotel Warriors in this situation. Speaking of good decision, Bombard Cannon for Hera, that's not something Incas get. Will he lose the Bombard Cannon or will he micro it?
It's Hera.
He'll take
Tristan, it's Hera. Calm down.
Yeah.
It's Hera.
This is sick. If Viper says, nope, that's my gold, I'm going to take that, thank you very much. While also still having to deal with this death ball. Like, can you consider Onager here? What do you do if you're Viper to switch up the composition? Because if he takes out the Arbalest, he's okay.
Onager is actually really good against Shotos as well, right? You do so much splash damage, can kill them very easily when they try to walk to you. Onagers also put a lot of threat to Arbalest, but Bombard Cannons could be a good snipe, and we already see some reasonable numbers. I like Hera's composition a bit more, honestly.
Yeah, he just has to push the castle. If he pushes this castle, then he can take the gold. Viper's trying to soak up all the gold control. He has 41 on gold, Nili. 41.
Wow. At this stage in the game, that's crazy.
Yep. Only 31 minutes in. Viper repairing the trebs. He keeps acting like he's going to go after the bombard cannons and forcing Hera to run back. Hera sniped a treb though, and again, I'm thinking like Hera's not moving around on the map a lot, but his macro is amazing behind this. His defense is solid. Can he push the freaking castle?
How much gold does Hera still have left? I count 500. It's only 700 gold left to mine though for Hera.
A lot of gold units too. He hasn't teched into any trash units. Elite Shotel Warrior, so he wants to make this count. I think Viper might need more production buildings, honestly. I love the castle there on that gold. But if he loses the middle, it's very possible that Hera could just overwhelm him. And then there's a 4-tile gold for Viper he'll need to control. Viper tried to get as much of that gold as possible. This is stupid how Viper's still holding this. Killed a bombard cannon with the trebs now. Like, how is that castle still standing? And how has Hera not been able to push?
It's one villager repairing, it's the 2 trap defense, it's on a hill, Viper doing a lot of stuff right there, and obviously committed some eagles to snipe the first traps, buy himself some valuable time early on.
And another bombard cannon goes down. Hera might be focused on the raids now. We have Arbs and Slingers going behind the woodline on the left, and then we have Eagles that just ran into the back, and Hera sending Shotels to deal with that.
Okay, nice move there. Shotel should completely slaughter those eagles. That, honestly, oh god, the damage output.
Yeah, so before this series started, all the team was talking. We spoke about how this could be a series where we go down to the final second multiple times. Like Hera was at an extreme disadvantage, still alive, 200 population. Viper seems to have an advantage with the map anyways, but he is at 200 population and can't push. Like, this is what the two will bring to the table today. And Hera's just gotta make sure that he keeps his bombard cannons alive.
Especially now with torsion engines, a very costly upgrade that he only gets for his bombard cannons to do some extra damage here. But losing all of them, then the upgrade isn't doing anything for you anymore.
Yeah, so no Torsen engines now, or sorry, he has Torsen engines, no bombard cannons. I think Viper's happy to take these trades. He doesn't know that Torsen engines has been researched, but Viper's getting siege rams, so wouldn't surprise me at all to see some siege push from the sides. Again, I love this castle position from Viper controlling the gold. This is like a chess match. They both have 200 population. It's just Hera has the stronger pieces. Viper has the potential to make more pieces.
The typical chess match, Tristan. I completely understand it. Yeah.
I learned my chess from MBL. I'm sorry, he's not that good. But anyways, Hera's looking to make a push.
Yeah, the yellow pawns are moving forward, but where to?
The yellow pawns. Oh man. Yeah, see, here's the problem, I think. If he does move out, there's a few areas where he can raid, but Viper's going to see that, and Viper's just going to ram push down his base. So, here he comes. Viper's not aware yet. He doesn't see the army. Yeah, okay, now he sees the arbs. Now Viper will say, oh, perfect. This is an opportunity for me to make a push on your castle, which I know you built like 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah. He sends some army back, but he also knows, okay, no push through the center. We'll reroute his traps there. And, well, the monastery goes down without a single relic in it. Not the biggest loss.
Yeah, I was just checking that. Hera has 1 relic himself, for those wondering. Look at the annoying 3 Arbalests on the left side wood line. And now here come the Rams, Arbs, and Trebs for Viper. And Hera's sending everything back. It's like he doesn't know where to push. And anytime he pushes, Viper's in full control. Okay. I say that, though, Viper needs to be very careful with those 2 Trebs. I don't know what he's thinking there.
That looks like ground attack. Does he go... No, okay, he goes back to the castle.
It did look
now.
like it, didn't it?
Yeah, they moved a bit with the angle there. 1 trap down. Solo is coming to the front there as well. Viper dives in deep.
Wow, so Viper will probably take out this castle. He also sends in 2 Eagles to take out the bomber cannon. Is repairing his trebuchet. And will keep the trebuchet alive for the time being anyways.
Wow.
Suddenly, Hera's falling apart. He doesn't have the resources. He has 0 on gold. Like, Hera has played this so well, but it's the Viper.
Well, he played it so well at not dying.
Yeah, it's true.
But did he play it well enough to win? Because there's not a lot of stuff that's, like, he didn't do a lot of moves that put him in a spot that he will get a lot of gold control.
This is where all the gold kicks in, doesn't it? You'll see Eagles, you'll see Slingers, you'll see Skirmishers, you'll see the Swarm from Viper. So much of Hera's farming eco going down, that's so important to him. Another Bombard Cannon, boom, down. And as Viper focuses on this side, if he even needs to, he'll switch sides to the left, I'm sure. He's already over there with a few units.
And now you will see Hera's population drop. Score lead now switched as well here. And finally we see the elite Eagle Warrior Couriers at the front taking some reasonable fights as well. Viper, he shouldn't fall behind in siege production though.
Yeah, you can't afford to make Showtail Warriors now. You're making mainly Skirmishers, so Eagles will shred everything that's coming out. I think Hera has to accept it. He's played amazing defense in this game, but you're going to need a whole lot of offense against the Viper to beat him. Still think Hera played so unbelievably well in this game, he would have beaten most players in the world. Like, certainly would have beaten everyone outside of the top 5. Mm-hmm. And how did those ARPs hold against the Eagles there? That's impressive.
Well, it's still Ethiopian Arbalest, right? And behind there were a lot of skirmishes buffer at the front. The damage output is quite nice, but look at the start base here of Hera. That doesn't look pretty. Yeah,
only 10 farms. He's really quick, so he's starting to expand his farming eco, but he can't go too far. I'm not sure food eco really matters all that much to him here either, because he's not making much that costs food. I guess the Skirmishers and the Showtails, but...
Still floating a lot of resources, so won't mind that. Viper, look at that, won't even commit at the bottom, isn't diving in deep, retreats a bit, and probably just adds some more siege. Goes for a mass amount of Skirm and Eagle for now.
Yeah, and he has the castles, right? So he can fall back to the castles, take the hill, and as Hera sends his army over to deal with the other side now, Viper will come right back in. So Hera, this has been the same theme ever since those Eagles ran into Hera's base in Castle Age. The same exact theme. Hera has good military, except Viper is controlling the fights. He knows how to use his military units. 3 Arbalests going behind this wood line now. A few Eagles running back. He's not allowing Hera any time to breathe.
It feels a bit like a different snake, right? Every time Hera moves out a bit, the grip tightens. Every time Hera tries to breathe, Viper is getting even tighter around Hera's neck.
Yep. Somehow, like, Hera is able to have a decent population, but it just seems inevitable now, doesn't it? It seems inevitable that Hera's not going to be able to win this.
Oh, so many skirms.
Viper only has 1 on gold, we should say, so he's mined through a lot of the gold. He's still out on some stone. There is that 4-tile gold between the castles in the front.
Could easily go for that. Loses a trap at the front. That's obviously super costly now. Skirmishers still taking the fight here. 1 bombard cannon, so important now.
And with Torsen engines, too. The Bomber Cannon goes down. But the fight was not bad for Hera. It really wasn't. This is why you build all those safe castles. Just a shame he lost that right side.
But I feel like Viper's production should be way better behind this, right? If we look at that.
I don't know where it went. Viper was constantly producing. He set such a pace for the game, and then he just stopped. And now it's 157 population for both of them. This would be, in my opinion, quite a throw for Viper to lose this, but Hera just won't go away.
Well, still so many aggressive moves all around the map here, and well, population is super even, but now look at that. It's mainly skirmishers. Showtals all went to the top, and now that's another chance for the Eagles to dive in at the front.
It's a nice position for Hera to take the fight, though, because his arbs are stacked in there. But still, the castle will likely go down. Unless, hold on. The bomber cannon. It will survive and take out the Treb. And Hera, wait. Yeah,
he saves
Hera
the
keeps his castle up. It's so stupid, man.
Oh, that's so
sick.
defense.
The defense from Hera.
Behind this, Viper tried to go for some kills here, but didn't really get too much done. The raid at the bottom didn't get the kill. Left-hand side was defended as well. It's still the push through the center for Viper, and the score is still extremely close here.
I think Viper's waiting for a big ram push. You're seeing him use his gold now into a lot of rams. The struggle here, though, is that if Hera can get enough Shotel Warriors have such high attack, they can take out the Eagles, the Skirms, and the Rams. So it actually could be quite bad for Viper. I see him not really mining stone and getting technology. So he's considering that this could go to the score. If this goes for another 10 minutes, whoever has the highest score wins. So he knows that getting technologies will boost the score, also help his economy a little bit too. It's always nice.
Well, still
lots of skirmishers.
Still a bit surprised how few relics we have collected here in this game.
Yeah,
and
same.
skirmishers, I think that's a better fight for Hera.
That's much better, and he has the Showtels coming in now. Maybe Viper wants that. Do you think that Viper wants Hera to send his military there so he can have more reinforcements in the middle, possibly?
I could see that if all the rams went through the center, but look at that, only 4 rams going through the center, the other 4 rams a bit disoriented, and the Eagles now, they should take a good fight against that. It's really important that he also snipes the bombard cannon.
Yeah, well, the Showtels are coming back, and Showtels are such quick units. So I'll keep an eye on Viper's Eagle numbers. He's at 12. He'll be at 11 here in a moment. That's still a really good clean so far. All right, here are the Showtels. Viper's Eagles go down. Now Viper will need something more than just skirmishers himself because the Showtel Warriors are here. I talked about this. If Hera continues to defend, Hera can win this game. We saw it against MBL. In Game 3, the best of 5.
I think Viper didn't wait enough.
Can you defend and win?
I think Viper didn't wait for enough army. He's on so many skirmishers now. It's 100 military for Hera at the moment. The score couldn't be closer, Tristan. Within 200.
Yeah, I think we're going to start seeing some pretty useless technologies. It wouldn't make sense for either of them to tech into Pikemen. We might see something like Pikemen. We might see university upgrades. Viper, ooh.
Supplies.
I don't think that's for score. I think he's getting man-at-arms and supplies considering going champion.
Oh, not the worst thing here.
Hera hasn't left his base in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I just like to make sure that's clear.
He went up, killed the monastery, and then went back.
And he has a chance.
He absolutely does.
But you're right, Viper should have had those relics, man. He doesn't even have a monastery. No relics, so no gold income for him, except for whatever he's mining out there. One of the more ridiculous fights you'll see here is just skirmishers.
70 against 90 skirmishers here. Do you think Hera could have gone for some hussars?
I think it'd be very much like Hera to go for hussars. Do Ethiopians even get hussar, though? I thought they got light cav that were pretty poor.
They have hussars, but no bloodlines.
And do they get final armor?
I think no.
Okay, I don't think it's worth the population space then.
Okay. But you're
this
fighting
is normal...
70, 80 skirmishers now.
But like, if this is a normal game, if this is normal Age of Empires and not Red Bull Wololo, yes, you make light cav to raid Viper's Eco. But if the game ends at 58-16, you don't make them. It was just like in the other set. Hera, he saw the settings. He knew he was behind. He said, I still have a chance if I play this way. It's really smart thinking from Hera. I think if he tried to come back in a traditional fashion, it would not work. This actually can work. I think we'll see it multiple times this series as well. I think we'll see it a lot.
Viper's going for heavy Scorpions now.
That's just because he has the resources. They're just getting technologies. And the score is so close. Hera has the score lead. But it probably Viper will get the score lead after the technology, right?
Well, it's 200 score for him. Yeah, heavy Scorpions.
I'm so amazed that Hera has been able to stabilize his eco to the point where he could make skirms.
Oh god.
And have this many units and keep that one castle alive. Still raid the gold. Here comes Viper to the left. Pikemen, stone shaft mining, gold shaft mining, some more technologies coming in that will boost your score.
Terra has so many resources in the bank. That's obviously not great as well. You want to have them on the field. He at the moment has 102 skirmishers, 49 in production. That's 49 skirms that isn't in the score.
Well, I hopefully he will unqueue units after or very close to that time limit.
He needs to.
Viper has 1,000 score lead now with these technologies.
At the bottom, guys, you can see the timer. It's at 335 now. Score difference, roughly 800.
Yeah. It's a big lead for Viper. Has the hill with his skirms. It's not... See, Hera might think he needs kills, but it's not a fight he really wants to take right now. Hoardings, fortified wall. Viper doesn't have a single stone wall. He does not have a single stone wall. There's only one reason he's getting that right now.
The soldiers could clear this one up, no? They should be really good. 3 skirmishers trying to debate as well.
Oh, that micro from Viper, though. With the eagle.
1200 score ahead. Mass skirmisher v skirmisher here. Oh, it's way better numbers for Hera, but fighting uphill.
Yeah, and Viper also has those eagles on patrol. No attack stance. Just so... Look at that. Look at that. Just so he can get the kills. High Pierce armor. Viper should have more reinforcements, by the way. And here come longswords. He's getting murder holes. And all right, Hera will clean there. The Viper just needs to make sure, and Hera, of course, that they have 200 population. Arrow slits. Viper doesn't have a single tower. We have 2. I said it was like a chess match earlier. I'm a complete chess noob, but I believe chess between 2 evenly matched players can come out to a tie pretty frequently.
Yes.
And we have 2 very wise players, and Hera realized that if he tried to like raid and like push out in a different fashion past a certain point, I think he knew it would give him worse chances than trying to do what he's tried here. Viper realized it, and Viper basically defended from it.
1 more minute to go. 1.3k score lead now. I think a Mangonel could have been really sexy to pop out here and kill all the skirmishers, but
yeah,
that's not going to happen. The Viper had only popped 130 against 155 here for Hera, but he has enough of a score lead.
It's still like the population's pretty scary, man. Yeah, he does have a big score lead. It's less than 1,000 now. 16 seconds remaining. Yeah, Viper should be able to close it out. Did he just stop producing? He just stopped producing.
You don't want to
Did
produce.
he just send? Yeah. Because he doesn't want to queue anything, right?
Whew. Viper winning game number 1 in a very strategic fashion here.
That's actually hilarious to me. Like, these guys are so smart. I know it's so different, but like, the fact that Hera came so close to winning with that fashion, and then Viper got all the technologies there in the very end was so impressive.
But Hera didn't really play to win, right? He did play to not lose.
Yeah, I know. I think like he was obviously behind an early imp, right? And I think the Shotel Warriors possibly could have done more because he didn't have a lot of mobility to take the map. I'm not saying that he couldn't have done things differently in the mid game, because I think that's for sure. Like, people will all agree that Hera could have done more in the mid game because Viper got ahead. But I feel like past a certain point, Hera felt like any counterattack would lessen his chances. I could be wrong, but Viper wins game number 1. Nili, how in control was Viper in post-Imperial?
I think 100% control. Look at every hill. There's a castle. At one point, he had 5 castles scattered around the full map. It's like he has 4 still left. And he knew exactly where Hera was, right? The one spot where Hera squeezed through, Viper wouldn't mind that. He couldn't lose anything important there.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say from Viper is he probably should get the relics next time, because that could have hurt, especially when Hera had better gold units. I think that Showtails don't cost as much gold as Eagle Warriors, and Hera did have some castles. So I really felt like Hera had the better weapons, just wasn't able to get the resources to keep it going.
It also felt like losing all the bombard cannons and traps against the first castle on that hill. Like, how many did he lose there? 4 traps, 4 or 5 bombard cannons there? That should not have happened.
We oftentimes base our standards. We base our, I guess, commentary on the standards of the players. And yeah, I expected Hera with the bombard cannons to not lose as much. Viper just was able to kill a few. And while Hera was very much focused on that middle castle, Viper was expanding. Viper had more food, he had more wood, he had more stone, he had more gold. Way more gold collected.
Oh, yeah.
Still really surprised. Like, if you would have told me that Viper had 10,000 more gold as Incas, and the opponent ended up losing the game with like 100 skirmishers, I would have said you're crazy. Because Eagles are 10 pierce armor, but
yeah.
Unbelievable game, Nili. Setting us up for a very interesting series. We're closing in on 20,000 viewers here on Twitch. That's amazing. And hello to everyone else who's watching out there on YouTube in the future. YouTube right now, I think it's being streamed at Red Bull Gaming. And now it's strategizing time. Hera, likely picking Lands Madness. What civilizations are you expecting here?
Well, Khmer is considered to be the strongest civilization here, right? Magyars, in my opinion, number 2. I think with the civilizations that we have, since we need to play something with massive amount of cavalry, probably Slavs.
This is Hera's momentum swing. This is his map. He picked it first because he didn't want it banned out. You could argue that he is better than Viper on this map than any other map in the tournament. So Slavs probably an option. Frank's an option. Slavs is what most pros have gone for. I expect a lot of aggression here. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. You said Viper, you think he's going to go Khmer, correct?
Yes,
he has to.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Jump into the game, Tristan.
It's something different? Is it something different?
Jump into the game, Tristan.
No way! You're kidding me! This can't be real!
It has to be a misclick.
It's not a misclick. It's not a misclick. Think of the alphabetical order. Is this a flex from Viper?
That's so
like,
weird.
So, Teutons, a slow civilization. I see all the Teutons in the chat right now. This will be a rootin' Teuton time, dude. But, like, Teutons are not preferred by high-level players. I believe that most high-level players, Hera might have even made a Civ tier video or something, and I think he would have put Teutons in last place. So Viper, after winning game 1, picks Teutons. What do you think?
I personally think Teutons are one of the most underappreciated civilizations. Because
that's true. I agree with you there.
For feudal age, they have everything, right? They have cheaper farms, which is incredible. They even got more even cheaper farms than before in all the patches. They get fully upgraded bloodline scouts. You're not lacking any other upgrades. So like they are really strong in those long drawn out feudal fights, in my opinion.
If you're Hera, you lose game 1 in the way you did, and then Viper picks a Civ that you think is at the very bottom of the barrel. What are you thinking right now?
I better win this one.
Like, yeah. Let's just say that if it were me, I would feel very small. That's probably the way to say it.
Oh.
I would not feel as confident as if it was Viper having Khmer. But Viper was very late to his own stable. He's gone for a lot of defensive spears and taking advantage of the cheap farms, I suppose, so far.
Oh, but look at that. Hera is the guy who always says, okay, just go mass scouts. It's really good. And Viper, he knows that and builds a lot of spearmen. But Hera already preparing the archer switch.
Yep, exactly. You play heavy spearman, Viper. I can just switch in archers, and also props to Hera. He's getting armor on the scouts that he does have remaining. He's avoiding spearmen, and so he'll have quite a few scout numbers combined with some archers. Viper will probably recognize this as a risk, so he's getting forging right now, making his own scouts. At the moment, there's no huge difference between the scouts. In Castle Age, Teutons do not get husbandry, so they lack mobility. That's where it's questionable for Teutons at times. Like, I agree that Teutons are underappreciated and underrated by high-level players, but they're not an open map civilization any way you spin it. They're more of a closed map civilization, so this is still never something I expected.
Bloodlines now against Hera, who is not checking Bloodlines, so his scouts will be weaker. Let's take a look. Viper, what does he see? Is there an option to find out about the archers? He actually knows about them already.
He knows. Yeah, he knows. I think he's waiting for the archers to pop out. He knows if he trades against them, then his spearmen will defend at home. They might not, though. Viper will need quick walls. His spears are all away from each other right now.
Defense with the spearmen.
Not too much happening yet. Do you think Hera knows that his archer range has been spotted?
He saw the horse, yeah. I think so.
Okay, well, here's Hera's quick walls, house. House again. All right, nice place to live.
But low HP on that house, and he squeezes in, Tristan.
Oh boy, Viper has forging. He should kill one, minimum. He should kill one. So far, Hera just has a knack for saving weak villagers.
Wow. Won't lose a single one. Okay, we'll lose
one.
Nah,
he'll lose. I think 2, actually, because that villager seems to be confused.
Thanks, D. But it could have been 3 or 4 as well.
Yeah, exactly. Hera will still be okay with that. No archers moving out yet from Hera. He only has 4. His gold is also really exposed on the front, so I think Viper will send forward more scouts. Maybe even send the spears forward. Hera's still fine, though. Slav, faster farming. Good economy. Getting hit on the berries. Viper gets a pick off.
But that's 2 spearmen. Let's take a look. Viper, yeah, he doesn't want to really take this fight. And, well, archer production was stopped there to squeeze them bloodlines. Double stable for Hera as well.
Yeah, Viper's 1 scout was not fighting there. Did you see that? It's just sitting there.
Still not fighting. Oh, God.
What? Viper would have won that fight if it wasn't for that. I'm not sure what happened there. 18 military versus 19. Viper has the eco lead. Here comes Hera's archers. How much will that matter? Oh, Hera loses the scout to the spears, but that's why the archers are here.
But it's only 5 archers, honestly, right? There should be enough scouts out by the Viper, and he doesn't even feel the pressure and loops around. That's such a risky move.
Oh, and the micro from Viper here on the front as well with the other scouts. Hera runs in, took a hit to the spearmen. But Viper's spears actually could get some hits before they go down.
Looks like it.
You talked about the loop-de-loop. Viper's doing the loop-de-loop right now. So he's building a tower on his gold, but he is now vulnerable at home. This is land madness, Nili.
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, let's take a look. How many villages can Hera save at home? 2 spearmen instantly going down. Those villagers shouldn't have the greatest field day trip either.
Hera's coming back with his army. In that situation, you're just hoping you kill more in Viper's base. He's coming back with his army. He's lost so much eco to Teutons.
But so far they are really, really good, right? And, well, quick walls don't really work because you can't wall on that stony area there. Viper, does he want to take this engagement? No, he does not. What,
I don't know what that was.
Hera
tried to get the trap in there. That was very similar to what he attempted and succeeded with against Nikov. And they're best of 5.
Oh, God. I love
I'm speechless, honestly.
I love tournaments that have similar meta, but new meta at the same time. And then we see those crazy picks. And I don't even care how this game goes, but simply having the mix up here with so many different strategies, absolutely lovely with Teutons here.
I love it and I hate it.
What do you hate?
I have to step into the mind of the player here, and I know, I know how Hera must be feeling right now, losing against a civ that he would never pick, and I'm almost speechless right now, Nili.
Yeah, but it's a civ he would never pick on RM. What about Empire Wars here?
I mean,
okay,
sure.
Let's continue about this game. Viper, a big problem with Teutons actually is you don't have light cap, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if Viper now really wants to suicide all his scouts because he can't upgrade them anyways. But he's suiciding them involuntarily.
Yeah, Hera could get some real value. Viper's gone for quite a few defensive towers. It's very nice you can fit more villagers inside those Teuton towers.
And Sonia's
and also free murder holes coming up.
Well, but we're still a bit away from that. 40 seconds, but well, we see Hera not really committing.
Yeah, he thinks about it. I think he knows Viper's up. If Hera can survive, and Viper's villagers bringing in wood, say goodbye to 3 villagers. But yeah, if Hera can survive, I still like his chances a lot in Castle Age just because of Husbandry. His units will be so much faster. It's just a matter of if he can survive.
Stable number 4 now being dropped by Hera. What can the scouts do? If they maybe find some villager kills. Let's take a look at woodlines. Not really overchopped. The front kind of exposed though.
That quick wall was disgusting. Yes, there might only be one player who would pick Teutons here in Land Madness, but there might only be one player who can get that quick wall up that fast. And he's walled on that wood line. He's also not on these berries, so Viper's looking for areas to hit. Armor's coming in. But yeah, no light cav. That's something Hera will have, and Hera has more military. This is easily doable for Hera, just because of the military numbers.
Hera will be pushed away from gold, so knight numbers won't be that nice.
That's true. That's true. Here come the knights already. Hera quick walling. The downside of having to quick wall so much is that you can focus on other things. Viper's just running from the gold, so Hera
woodland
chases
at the front, Tristan.
Oh man, and with chain barding, the villagers will get sliced and diced. The archers contribute very little. A very well-timed attack for Viper over there on that side too, because he has more upgrades, and Hera was probably thinking of getting light cav, and Viper has a huge lead now.
And double breaks only now for Hera. Let's take a look. Can he wall the gold there? Is somewhat in time. The house at 30 HP is getting focused down. Oh, Hera holding this for now.
Yeah, if you're Viper, you can't move that fast without a husbandry, but just keep it moving. Keep it moving. It's just like the Castle Age in the previous game. You have the momentum, keep it. Snipes more villagers. And at home, it wouldn't surprise me if Viper's booming. He just takes his fight. He doesn't care. He'll have more knights on the way.
Uh-oh, but the main gold spot is exposed. Knights actually left their spot there.
This is sick. 51 villagers against 32 right now.
Wow.
And Viper, every time he sees a villager, takes it. Says thank you.
Oh, indeed he does. Okay, we now
and the
have...
value from the knights to the north of the TC, Nili. There was about triple the units from Hera.
Well, but knights with +2/+2 are damn scary against feudal army.
Yeah. What are you thinking now if you're Hera? Like, what's the thought process here? How do you change it up, Nili?
Well, he gets to husbandry, right? That's the only pick why we didn't go for Teutons here, because they don't get husbandry. We hear that quote so often. Maybe try to catch off those low HP knights. Oh god, are they low, Tristan?
Oh, they're super low. Yeah, Hera could have chased there. Maybe didn't realize the amount of HP they had. Normally, you don't see a lot of monks on Lands Madness. You just see a lot of TCs and pikes, but I like to see a monk healing those bad boys up, that's for sure.
Viper wants to build the monastery there for quite some time, but was stuck at 174 wood. Okay, now he will rush the monastery most likely.
All right. Viper house walls. Hera, he's trying to use his mobility. If he can just run around and be annoying with this and send in another group on the other side, this is where he can start to turn it around.
Yeah,
but he just doesn't have enough. Yeah.
Still.
Dang, man. Viper has so many knights. There is that monastery, Nili. Hera gets a few Vil picks, but that's so little compared to what Viper got earlier.
Viper now switches into a pikeman push. Knows, okay, this is not going to be too pretty for me. And wants to put the pressure on. Hopes that the Slav economy is carrying him, but it can't carry 22 villagers.
Wait, what?
It can't carry the 22 villager difference?
Oh, okay. I was really confused. I thought I was missing something there for a second. I was frantically looking at woodlines. Sorry. I'm too focused on the game. Viper takes the fight right when the pikeman upgrade comes in, but he has the numbers, Nili. He has the hill. He has knights at home that are healing up.
Oh, God.
Viper will send his own pikes forward soon.
Military 25-3. GG.
Oh. Viper picked Teutons second to last. And he won with Teutons on Land Madness. I thought he was picking Teutons and he was never going to use Teutons. But he picked it. Now, while Teutons is an uncommon pick, Viper's economy approach was the difference between the two here. He went for a lot of farms early. He delayed his stable, whereas Hera went for the approach that every other player has gone for. And he's gone for almost immediate stable and scouts.
I think people need to lose their focus from what they think how Teutons work, right? Because Teutons are so weak because they don't have an eco bonus in Dark Age. But here starting in Feudal Age and dropping instantly mass amount of farms, that's like Teuton's dream. So I think...
Yeah, also, if you use that and do the damage early, which Viper did here, then you're so far ahead by the time, like, not having Husbandry would matter.
Yeah, like how did we get into any fights where Husbandry really worked out? Hera, he saved 2 knights there running away, could never chase the knights there. That could have been something nice, but I think Empire Wars is so different that we simply need to view civilizations differently.
Yeah, well, the best way for my mind to be changed is to see a civilization use that well. We've seen it with other civilizations in this event. Hera and Viper have quite a few. I'll go to the achievements here. I really want to know, because remember, Teutons have cheaper farms, but it's not as fast as Slavs. Like, what was the eco difference here? Massive eco difference. Viper had 1,000 more food, and he had a whole lot more gold as well.
Yeah, the gold rate at the front was just massive over and over again. Hera never really got into control there, and... well, that was not the pick he expected. And also, we have to remember, Viper still has Khmer behind this.
Yeah, so now you save Khmer, which we knew was a strong civ on this map because we've seen it, and he'll have it available for another map. Now, Nili, this was pre-buff Teutons. So Teutons were buffed. This is pre-buff. We're still playing on the previous patch. Like, it's so funny to me how Khmer are a top 10 civilization now when they were one of the worst civilizations for multiple years. What if this tournament right there, Viper has shown how good Teutons can be, and then the next tournament, whatever that is, we see a lot of Teutons. It's just, the landscape is changing across the scene. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I love this, right? And that's what we really need from the developers as well, right? Do some quirks in there. Don't try to... we are on Nili's POV. Okay. T90, apparently you did something wrong without the logo. Maybe you work on your overlay. I didn't really catch it.
I wasn't aware. Bear with me here. I can have it up, so we can use my POV. It's up to them. But are they in the game?
We can jump into the game, yes.
Okay, yeah. No, I wasn't aware until I saw something on the side. I was too focused on the Teutons pick. All right. Final home map for Hera. I'm really hoping that Hera can get a result here and start to turn things around.
Did we have my POV and I didn't know it?
No, it was me, I think.
No, we had my POV. Okay.
All right, well.
Happened.
Yeah, well, it happened. There weren't any complaints in chat. People were still talking about Teutons, so it's fine. Logo's there. Sorry, Red Bull. I did not mean to do that. Mistakes happen, and Viper's in the red. He's playing as the Khmer here, Nili. And then Hera has gone for Britons on a map with a lot of water buffalo.
Oh, okay. Khmer now. That's an interesting choice. Did he intentionally save that? Couldn't there be better civilizations now? I was really confused. Don't really know what we have as the other option.
Didn't he have Celts? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Jinx. But I thought he had Celts, and I know Tato opted for Celts. I think Doubt would probably opt for Celts too, though he went for some weird Saracens pick. Yeah, Viper definitely saved some of his strategies for the semifinal. I think it's safe to say.
Okay. Yeah, indeed. I just rechecked that Celts were an option there.
Yeah.
But feels like Khmer is the better option. Hera goes for a lot of walls here. Drops 1 dog.
Yeah.
And, well, how are the approaches here? Viper? That's going to be Archers himself, no? Okay, no. It will be Skirms.
Yeah, okay. So he's making the range. Also, both players 1 dock and fishing. And it's really important to see the scouting in this situation because they start with those horses. Viper hasn't seen Hera's dock yet. He's checking now. He's aware. He also sees that Hera is going for a market. Now, that's fascinating. Because if Hera is going for a market, he's not Saracens. It also tells Viper he might not be adding an archery range with Britons, which is the norm. So then Viper might not need skirmishers.
We have a defensive stone here, but longbows aren't really an option, right? I think this could be full water play by Hera.
Yeah, I mean, going longbows would probably be a mistake, I agree. Or just be unique, right? So is picking Teutons, so who knows? If you go market blacksmith, then it's probably another dock and full control of water, which also is not the approach that Hera took against MBL in the previous round. It was very, very different for him. Look at this farm on the left for Viper. He's using that farm to drop off Did he use that? Yeah, he collected the deer and then built the farm with the 4 villagers to drop off the food. He'll go back to the farm later. That's so funny.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Khmer, right? You can use lumber camps, mining camps, mills, farms, and town centers to drop off the resources, and now you can see it again.
Yeah. All right, so he's building another farm. And when a lot of people might not know this, when the farm is completed, I think this is unnecessary to be honest, but when the farm is completed, whatever resources villagers have in their hands, they will drop off, whether that's gold or wood. If you just right-click an already built farm, it doesn't work like that. Viper, he knows, and also Viper added a galley, which I think is interesting, but all he wants to do is snipe the fishing ships, I believe. Both players on the way to Castle Age now.
I did build a second galley. Didn't really expect Hera to go on too much water.
Yeah, look at Hera using the horse, trying to block. He did this versus MBL as well. Yep. A horse blocking a ship.
Okay.
It's actually quite nice because it distracts the aggro of the Navy, and you have 2 of them too, so...
Okay. That is a lovely move for sure. Very, very powerful horse.
Okay, so Viper... I assume he's going to commit to more galleys because he already has fletching, and Hera is now adding galleys behind this to match it. Though Hera's on 2 docks, Nili. Again, no military buildings for Hera, just Navy. Viper does have the archery range, but he's not using it.
Yeah, what would he use it for, right? He has 3 docks at the moment, goes for soon warships here, I assume. Botkin on the way for Hera. This will be full war galleys from both players.
Yeah, I love this. Because before Ballistics comes in, this is really fun to watch. These guys have 2 of the... They both have amazing micro, where you'd rank them. I think it would be unfair to LIEREYY to say that both of these guys are number 1 and number 2, but it's close. Viper has to flee with the fishing ships, also has to be careful, but Hera didn't get War Galley yet. Is he lacking the resources for War Galley? What's going on here? He's in Castle Age faster.
A bit surprised as well, and well, he has 4 villagers in the queue, so that has to be a mistake if that's the reason.
4 villagers in the queue and adding 2 town centers, so after the multiple games where Viper has taken full control against Hera, Hera's opting for 3 town centers, and he's just going to give up the water.
But that's not intentional, right? I think he wanted to win the water here and actually committed quite heavily. Like 2 docks, 6 galleys, they will go down now as well. And I think this is the spot where you don't try to fight the water, just go in there and snipe 1 fishing ship.
Oh, MBL says he probably thinks he clicked it. Oh god, jitters. Yeah, now it's coming in. I think that's probably the best guess. He thought he had it clicked, so figured, all right, I have all this food to create villagers. That's great. Let's queue up vills. And then realized when he clicked it originally, he didn't have the resources. Great value, though. This is not the first time he's sniping fishing ships from Viper. And so Viper can't extend his lead as much, but both players will boom. It's just that Viper has a lot more Navy out.
Man, that turned actually out way better than what I expected here.
Yeah,
I thought Hera would lose all his galleys there, but Viper with a small slip-up for sure.
Yeah, and because the TCs were cheap, Hera has the villager lead at the moment. So if there's no fishing ships, Hera's okay.
Wow, he's not only okay, I think he's ahead in the situation.
Yeah.
Can micro this one off quite nicely. Already has Botkin behind this as well. This is looking pretty sweet for him.
Yeah, see 10 military for Viper. I'm not seeing it. It says that he has 10 military. I'm not seeing it here in this fight. That's much better for Hera. He does have Bodkin. Viper does not have Bodkin. Now, does Viper think he clicked Bodkin? Because you would want Bodkin arrow if you're fighting with war galleys.
Goes for ballistics pretty soon. Drops the university and, well, he gathered most of his war galleys in his docks at the moment. That's how we got to the 10 military that he's supposed to have on the field.
Yeah, so he didn't push out with the rest of his numbers. He also didn't get Bodkin arrow. Maybe he feels like fires are more effective on this map. They certainly are more effective if the numbers are less than 10, but Hera's making more. Viper's housed at the moment. But like, I'm a bit confused, Nili. I don't know if you are. Like, why make a university for ballistics if you are not going for ranged units and you're going for fires?
Maybe he started it when he still was going for war galleys and then cancelled them.
All right, well, these players these players they've shown many different strategies throughout this series. So, what's up?
Villager just moonwalked here, but she stopped it after finishing the third villager.
Damn it, we're missing the important things of moonwalking villager.
Why are we not on my POV?
Sorry. I try. So, you see how Hera's on stone? Do you think that's for a 4th town center, or do you think that's for an eventual castle?
Like, you have the market, right? If you want to build another TC, you just buy it, so
Yeah.
that has to be for castles later on.
Okay. The Viper, I think he does not want Hera to fish, so he's sending these 3 fire ships out to try and snipe fish. Hera's not fishing, so he's not making the mistake that Viper made earlier, and investing into fishing ships while not having them protected. I like Hera's position, but there's a castle from Viper on the front.
Yeah, that's a very long game approach castle. Right, will control something in his back base. Don't think he could have built a better castle somewhere, but
Yeah.
I don't want to say it, but this game is going to be long as well.
I think so. I think so. Land's Madness probably doesn't have the potential to go down to the score. Didn't Yo and Land go down to the score, though? Or it was, like, close, it went down to the limit? Something like that. Even though Yo was way ahead, I remember.
It ended earlier.
It ended earlier, gotcha. Well, Viper, lots of farms with Khmer. They don't have drop-off points. This is also pre-nerf. It was recently nerfed just a little bit, if you saw the announcement. I don't hate Hera's position, though. It's a map where there's a ton of gold in the middle. It's a map where having water control can even help you control land. And he's all over water. And he has slightly more villagers than the Viper. This is exactly what Hera needed here in Game 3.
Drops to the university now, Mr. Hera here. I think the castle should easily go up in the center of the map as well. Hera desires to go for that one. And, well, the sneaky fire ships, they won't really achieve too much.
Man, look at that food just spike up for Viper. Khmer are insane. It's 27 farmers against 33, and he's already clicked up.
Yeah, like he instantly clicked up as well, right?
Yeah.
He was waiting for those resources, and well, he won't waste a lot of time. And Khmer, they get fast fire ships.
Yeah, so Viper making more docks now. Also kind of hiding the fact he's adding them. Hera probably noticed it, though. He just can't fight underneath the castle fire. Now, Hera's doing everything he can do right now, and he's taking out the houses. Which could hurt Viper, actually, because he's going to be producing an awful lot. And he doesn't have that much pop space remaining, but you'd expect him to keep an eye on that.
Interesting move by Hera. Goes to the extra stone at the top here. That's a bit surprising to me. Has very little vision over the extra stones at the bottom.
Okay.
I think I would have liked to see him go through the center and build a castle there first.
Did he lose his auto scouts? I think he did. Viper still has an auto scout in the middle. Or, actually, he has both of his auto horses. Funny enough, Viper doesn't see the stone that Hera's town centering in the north. It's just unlucky, so... Scouting very important on here, and Hera's just opting for the outpost approach.
Okay, Viper now takes to scale botting armor. I'm a bit surprised that we didn't see a 4th TC from Viper here, because how you play Khmer here is just mass Hasa, ram, spam everywhere. But his eco, not really there yet with quote-unquote only 88.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm definitely with you, but I do like this villager heading to the south. We could see a few stables. I saw him get scale barding, so Hussar, Cavalier, Elephants are all options. Hera is doing the right things here to get his win. He's focusing down the docks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
A lot of them careening now on the side here for Mr. Hera. Needs to micro this one down. Needs to add some demos, something we don't really see on the field yet.
Yeah, Viper, I think he likely can't commit here if Hera backs up to his castle. That's a really good castle from Hera.
Viper takes to Galleon first? Not fast fires?
I'm just as confused as you are, as we have two villagers fist fighting in the north.
Okay, now he cancels Galleon and goes for fast fires.
Okay. Maybe misclicked
Galleon. I think it's even a different scene, right? You need to like go to the second tab of the dock. And
well, you have tech hotkeys now. It's 2020, man.
Oh,
we have
okay.
hotkeys for technologies.
Anyone has fast fires at the hotkey.
I don't use it. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, now pushed in too far into the back here. Bracer will finish as well. Galleon's trying to find the sweet spot. That's tight there.
Yeah, it's probably the best time for Viper to take a fight with Fast Fires because Hera's getting Bracer and he's also getting Galleon. So Hera's lost numbers. He still will have numbers remaining. The Castle Fire's helping, but the Fast Fires are so tanky.
Oh, fighting for so long without the upgrades to the castle. Yeah, it was delivering some damage as well, but that was the beautiful engagement for the Viper.
Yeah, and you just notice how Viper's building a stable in the south. He's starting to think about the rest of the map, taking some gold in the middle. Almost reminds me of game 1 where Viper knew he'd lose villagers on gold, but he didn't care. He just wanted to get as much gold as he could while he could. Britons really struggle with mobility in late game Nili, so I think it's good from Hera to build this castle in the north. Actually, Viper already has a castle there, so that might just be a response. How important will the Galleons be in the middle is my question. Like, can you secure the entire map with Galleons? Is the gold in the difference going to be the difference, or is the gold in the middle going to be the difference, or is it going to be the sides and the mobility?
I think with the Forgotten expanded, or no, with the Rite of Rajas, I think Britain's got cannon galleons as well, so he can technically abuse that quite nicely in the center, but then, as you said, without your mobility, flanks are looking really ugly against Hessa Ramgos.
Yeah, now Hera knows that that's a possibility and has built outposts down here. He won't like to see those stables. Now he's building barracks so he can defend with halberdiers on the side. I think Viper... He won't love his position, especially after the start. I think that Viper was hoping to have a faster Imperial time with a few fishing ships helping.
Still don't have ballistics for Hera. Look at that, how much he's missing. Oh, that explains a lot as well in those fights.
He has the university.
Yeah, for quite some time.
It's weird how he got chemistry. Normally you get ballistics while you're on your way to Imperial. Hopefully for Hera he remembers that, if he is indeed forgetting it.
Yeah, well, that's luckily an upgrade that you actually see, right?
Yeah, that's
Unlike a wood upgrade, for example.
Yep. Alright, 2 traps for Viper. He's actually repairing his stable here, so he'll create some cap. If Hera's able to take Viper's castle out, he can take full control of the north, especially with the navy here. I believe we're about to see... Man, the lack of ballistics is huge, but I think we're about to see Viper start pressing from both sides and making Hera choose constantly.
Yeah, would love to see some like skirms mixed in as well. Viper indeed building the archer range at the bottom. Maybe try to sneak some villagers to the side. Could be something. Trap getting sniped at the top.
Yeah, Trap getting sniped at the... Well, I think the castle is helping out an awful lot there, but the castle goes down, so it might get sniped. And now there's a few Hussar inside Hera's base. Guys, Britons are a very difficult civilization to push with. They're so easy to hold with. But everything about them is slow.
But don't you feel like the castle that he built at the bottom should have been in the center? And then if you have like 4 traps, your center push could be so good.
That's true.
And also, if you get Yeoman and get your towers up, they would be so good as well.
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe he needs to force the fights, Hera. It's again where it seems like he's just trying to survive against Viper. While Viper has all the control, fast fires come in from Viper. That's a great surround. He won't win the fight, but it's much better value. As he's now trebloring against Britons and winning. And we'll send in Hussars. And nearly, the more I look at this, the more red I see moving in against the yellow. And the more I see Hera running away from corners and the middle soon, I'm sure. This is not great for him. He's already down 2 games.
Yeah. And also something like that's very rarely mentioned.
Yeah.
If you fight fast fires against galleons, in Imp, you're limited with all your clicks, right? Those are the 2 potentially fastest players in the world.
Yeah.
But still, it's so easy to just patrol in 8 fast fires, and your opponent needs to micro the galleon so much while he's getting raided at home.
I'll tell you what I expect now. Hera, don't lose the trebuchet! You have halbs there, don't lose the trebuchet, Hera, please, no! They could lose that trebuchet.
They will save it.
Okay. Well, what I think will happen now is as Hera tries to clean up the south, which he has to do, Viper will notice that. He'll see that Hera has population here, and he'll hit another location. Whether that's in the north or whether Viper thinks he can actually take the middle, I'm not sure. Hera still has more military than Viper. Viper has 140 villagers working. Doesn't have that many farms, though. Only 40. But then again, it is Khmer.
That's crazy production by the Viper, right? He only has 3 TCs himself, and he constantly kept producing. Still queues up some more. What I would really love to see is now some siege workshops in the center and tries to push the gold free.
Yeah, I see capped Ram, Nili, so Viper will have siege workshops somewhere. More in the north right now, but he's thinking about it. Viper going for Arbalest, because he realizes that Hera is going for mainly Halb right now. We have not seen any archer range units for Hera in this game, if I'm not mistaken.
Which is weird as Brits, right? He doesn't even have an archer range. Did go for 3 castles yet, but exclusively for traps.
Do you remember the game? Well, I wasn't casting it, so you and Dave were casting it. It was Tato against LIEREY, Byzantines versus Celts. Do you remember that? And it was on this map?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic game for people who haven't seen it. I feel like the middle on this map is overrated. Because you have so much gold, it's almost better to push the sides when the person who takes the middle, like Hera in this position, he has 22 military units in the middle that are virtually useless at all times. So a lot of that population is in the middle, and then the person will poke and prod from the sides, and as you try and react with that, it'll eventually get to the point where they just steamroll the middle with siege. It depends,
well, that
of course,
was an incredible play, probably from Tato, right? He was at 140 against 90 villagers there, and he just had so much control, and oh god, elite cut of Rex, I'm still dreaming a bit about them. Never really got into the numbers there. But yeah, you're raising a good point. Like, the gold in the center is really important, but not necessarily wins you the game. The Viper now drops a castle here.
Oh man, Hera has all of his galleons down here, so Viper will build that castle and take some of the gold anyways. But that's only when we're talking top 20 players, right? The middle is a lot more important when you're looking at players other than the Viper and Hera and Tato and LIEREY.
Yeah, like that was just what Tato did there with all the pushes at the side. That's just so much map awareness and so much map control. We very rarely ever see that on the top level.
Yeah, Siege Ram now on the way. So that's the killer for Britons, isn't it, Nili? Britons don't have an awful lot against the Siege Rams.
We see the champion line tag for Hera, so he wants to create himself some units that could take those, but Britain's champions, yeah, they have all the upgrades, but is that really the Britain's strengths?
I think Hera's fighting for his tournament life in a semi-final here. He is... this is going to be a long one. He is not going to go away quietly. A Viper sends in just 2 Rams after the Treb, and the Treb's forced to pack up.
Scouts the longsword tech.
Alright.
Some Halberdiers in the center. Viper won't get the biggest control there, and traps. The well-protected score incredibly even at the moment. The Viper, he doesn't have like a clear line of what he wants to do.
Well, he has, right now, I think he wants to take that castle out, but I'm with you, Nili, especially because they both have so little population space for military. Viper's almost fully focused on the middle right now, and Hera has been able to, for the most part, take out those stables there in the south.
Viper can still build bombard cannons. Can't do it with a new patch, obviously, being Khmer here, but that could be a nice addition as well.
Ooh.
Hera, does he want to move in with the galleons?
Looks like it, but that's what Rams can do. And then fast fires, and Hera's castle goes down, and Hera's building one on the amphibious terrain, which does not secure the middle. And I don't think that that's a good castle, because it can surely just get trebbed down.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that as well. Like, 5 traps are only half a screen away. Arbalest now diving in very deep. The castle blocked for the Viper, but the traps, they will do work.
Yeah, there's no way Hera can take that out, and I'm just wondering if, like, why champion? Is there something other than champion that Hera could have done here? That castle is just, it just gives Viper a building to destroy. That's all that castle does. I think it's a desperation move.
I think Hera is simply playing the like super open game, let's fight all around the map, where Britons simply don't shine.
Yeah.
I think it through the center push is the approach that Britons really want to do. He had all the galleons, he could have gone for traps. I think that's the better option.
He wanted to, right? Yeah, originally he wanted to. Like, he was thinking, I'm going to push up the middle with the Navy. He did have an opportunity to do it. Vipers had only a few docks in that castle there for a long time, but Viper set the pace of the game on the sides, still producing from these stables in the south. And probably doesn't even care about that right-hand side now since he has the middle control.
144 villages against 139. You could make an argument that both slightly overboomed.
Yep.
Still very solid eco control there by Hera. Still quick walls. But Hussars are getting in.
Yeah, Hussars get in. So I guess when you have 139 villagers, it's not the worst. This could, in theory, help Hera get more military out on the map. It's just Vipers playing so dominant. So clean. He's in all the right spots.
With all the gold control in the center, could we potentially see an elephant tech? Because he has endless amount of food.
You know what I'd really like to see? I'd like to see a big wave of Hussars, so you get the stables up, a big wave of Hussars. And then right behind that, about 20-30 elephants.
Oh, look at that. Indeed. Elite battle elephant tech now. Goes for galleons as well. He knows he will have enough gold to afford that. Doesn't have a single villager working on gold at the moment, though.
Yeah, that's funny. Now is the time where the gold is important, not earlier. Oh! Hera just got Warwolf. And Hera killed 2 trebuchets with 1, and he can camp his trebs. That was pretty sick, man.
Fast Fires won't do too much, and Viper at the moment with 144 villagers. Oh, he just deleted 16.
Okay, I was gonna say there's about to be some villagers deleted before, so he has the pop space for this. Also, could sell food. Only 3 villagers on golds, but elephants are on the way.
Yeah, but how many really?
I mean,
if
he doesn't have a lot here, Hera can push this right back. He's building a castle that now makes sense. He has galleons in a choke between the tree and the houses he's built, and he also has capped rams. All of a sudden, Viper doesn't have near as much. His Arbalests aren't in the middle anymore. It's that chess match again where they only have 200 population. Where do you put it? What do you make?
Elephant's not having all the upgrades. Fast Fire's now moving in. We have also some galleons. The castle falls. Still some traps, and the right-hand side go with all the rams. Still no good answer for Hera.
Viper, don't build
to get a barracks up there.
Viper's building another castle. Can he wait a couple moments here? He's building another castle when Hera has trebs. Where are the elephants, Viper? Where are the Hussars? Make something from these stables. He's not doing it, Nili.
I'm a bit surprised as well. Not a lot of production. 8k floating food. Maybe too happy with the gold that he has at the right-hand side.
Yeah, exactly. Hera doesn't have anything here, so as Hera commits to the middle, Viper will hit the side eco, which is so important to Hera. Viper also... can he take out the trebs? Because that means his castle will stay up.
He's patrolling, didn't really commit against it. I think at least one trap is going to fall.
Yeah.
Elephant's holding center, and that's so much dying there for Hera. I think he still didn't see it.
Viper, he hasn't seen it? He hasn't reacted. Viper doesn't have gold, though. Like, my concern for Viper is... Viper could still lose the middle, and he doesn't have gold right now. So Elephant was not a good move at all. A Hussar Skirmisher Ram might have been the best way to utilize your golds. Yeah, there goes Hera, who still has 30 more population. Hera has 73 military. This is still a winnable game for Hera.
Well, he will drop below 100 villagers for sure. Maybe some more raids at the left-hand side could be an option as well. Hera, he doesn't even have 70 working villagers at the moment. So many idols for him as well.
I just wonder how important the gold's going to be, right? Maybe Viper should have continued with the raids at the sides, because he's now the one who's built bad castles. Hera has 200 population. Viper's at 170. I'm not seeing Viper pushing Hera out of the middle now.
Oh, that's really nice. Oh, bombard cannons now added as well. We'll snipe down the traps here. I think Viper should start adding some halberdiers against the galleons, as weird as it sounds.
Yeah. Yep, or just keep making some type of a meat shield for himself. And if Viper wins this, it's going to be because of the sides. I didn't realize he had the production coming. I would love to see forward production buildings, but once he takes out the lumber camp, this patrol will come right into Hera's eco, where he did stabilize with a castle. But how many times have we seen this? It's like deja vu again, where Hera loses his whole side of his base.
Oh yeah, that was so ugly there. So many galleons, and that's what we said, right? Britain's so strong in the center push, but the mobility at the side really lacking. And the Arbalest, it's not a lot of them left, but they will still do so well against the others.
Yeah. Okay, so Hera's going to have gold. Let's break this down. He's going to have gold. I don't see Viper breaking that. Where can Hera push now, Nili? I think we talked about it before. I think it's got to be that castle from Viper, right? He could have taken that out with his galleons earlier.
Viper soon has 16 galleons. I think he will block this one pretty soon.
Okay. I'm just worried about his production. Skirms aren't the worst.
And they can snipe villagers, surely. Galleons are in the queue as well. And yeah, I don't think that Hera will hold this center for too long. I think this is kind of a neutral area pretty soon.
Okay. Neutral. But for now, Hera is not wasting any time getting the gold. He has 40 villagers on gold. We'll lose a bunch of them, as you said, Nili. Which is pretty awkward when you only have 17 farmers, too. Because you'll need to make more vills. And you'll need the food for halberdiers and for skirmishers, too.
Oh, and his population, he can't stay at 200 for so long. The only thing missing is the raid at the bottom side, actually. From Viper.
Yeah, if Viper were to send a few units there, he's already making the stables. Nili, I'm seeing it. Viper's not going away. It's the food and wood economy, really, that's helping him out here. Hera doesn't have that.
Connecting really, really well. Galleons winning the fight there at the side as well. Viper needs to reposition. But look at that. Now no more Halberdiers in the center. The Hussars are getting the raids in.
Oh, man. The Halbs are on that right side to deal with any incoming raids. Hera doesn't know where to be. Hera's down to 120 population. Viper's at 150. And he's focused on the left wood line now, too.
Oh god, but look at the resources. Absolutely at the limit for both players. No one really floating too much. But well, we also have a lot of Hussars in production.
Yeah, Viper has the Q. Hera doesn't. Imagine losing trebuchets to Hussars and skirmishers when you have galleons there. And see, now as the Halbs come forward, Viper, you'd assume, would notice the Halbs and skirms are coming to the middle, so he knows that Hera will be exposed on the sides. That's not looking good for Hera, and that Treb could even go down here. I guess he was sending it to the middle for more reinforcements. The Treb could even die.
Oh, not that pretty. Let's take a look. Where is Hera really getting economy up?
He has not expanded his eco. I noticed that much. I was expecting it because I see it so frequently from him. But he doesn't have... He's still at 17 farmers, so that's not going to be enough to make skirms and helps.
He's building a TC at the front. I think a TC in the back might have been the better option to start this one off to kind of get higher than the 50 villagers that he has at the moment.
Just remember, 58-16. That is the longest this game will go. Red Bull wanted fast, high-paced events. This is what we brought them here in this tournament. These games have gone really long because these players are so close, but also because Hera has just been trying to survive. I think Viper's probably just waiting now. Waiting for some more siege and waiting for a big final push.
I think he's waiting for pop 200 and then we'll make another go, right? So many Hussars could do something. He doesn't really want to give the gold to Hera here.
Yep.
And, well, Galleon's just so clumped up. Maybe the trap can do some damage there. No, against the skirmishers. And another dive in through the center.
Yeah.
Trap could die. Oh.
Good repairs from Hera. Yeah, good repairs. Warwolf Trebs are no joke either. They could really take out those skirms. I guess the concern here is, as Hera loses units, he can't reinforce like Viper can because of Viper's food and wood economy. It's so stable. Everything's been flying in, and so he can constantly produce. I see some Rams now on the left. Might see those move in soon. Hera's trying to stabilize.
I'd love to see even more Rams from the Viper, right? He can make so many goals happen. Produces some more at the left-hand side, queues up some more skirms as well. Hera, he's kind of only holding on with those some galleons and some werewolf traps.
Yeah.
The range is so good for them.
Yep. You know, if Viper does win this game, he'll be facing up against an amazing Mr.Yo, and I'm getting some Mr.Yo late game vibes as well, where Mr.Yo used the speed of Khmer against Vikings in that one game. The only game where Vikings died, Mr.Yo was all over that map. Viper's been all over this map. There are 3 siege rams coming to the left of Hera's economy.
That's a bad fight in the center, though. Look at that. He tried to right-click the trap, lost a lot of skirmishers. That wasn't pretty. Galleon's trying to help out. Oh, that was a really good fight for Hera.
Yep. He needs a few of them, right? He needs that one. He needs the next one. He needs defense on the left, and he needs more villagers, Nili. He's at 62 with 20 idle. 40 villager economy for Hera.
Oh god, now the Ram go at the bottom, there's no real army. Now he produces 3 halberdiers, skirmishers to follow this one up. Basically everything that Hera has is in the center of the map. Now he needs to pull the halberdiers back, and that means the Viper will push in at the top again.
Yeah, it's just expected at this point. Viper's on both sides. He's done this all series with mobility. Hera was so dominant against MBL. He 3-0'd MBL, who's in better form than he was in Hidden Cup 3. Hera 3-0'd him with mass range units and actually slow army compositions because he was able to snowball it. But he has not been able to get control in this series against Viper.
Yeah, we saw it coming quite some time ago, right? The mobility of Khmer just so much better. Ram go everywhere. And, well, Hera will make a hold there. But, well, just lost so much control in the center at the same time. The only thing that Viper is missing is kind of cannon galleons, but that's so costly at the same time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he realizes as long as his army is on 3 fronts, Hera's always going to be reacting and responding to him. I now see villagers taking the gold on that right side that Hera had remaining. Viper sending a monk down there too. That's interesting.
Viper in the center, by the way, heavily committing to try to kill that one trap. Skirmishers diving in. Villagers on garrison to repair that trap again, but now he's out of gold.
Yeah. You know, you've got to be careful about this if you're Viper, right? Because if you toss away units to kill a trap, and you give Hera the score lead, like you could lose the game, but he should have so much more.
40, not with 40 more villagers.
Yeah,
you're getting so much, like and Khmer villagers as well. Like you're gaining so many points compared to him.
Yep. I see an 800 score difference. This game will go to 58-16 at the max. I don't think Hera will resign before then. I think he will hope that he can get there.
Enjoy some camera time. It's the score difference is only at 500. Viper is diving in here under the castle. Not the most clever engagement at the moment. Just pull back and wait it out because Hera now needs to attack. He has the worst economy. He has the worst army, and Galleon's now trading off at the side. This is the last fight for Hera.
And Viper's getting text now. He's getting text just to make sure that his score will pop up a little bit.
They need to finish before the time limit, and all of them do.
Yeah. Yep, they should. So, text coming in. This game, I think, again, Hera might have even tapped out or would tap out soon anyways. So, it doesn't really matter.
The time limit makes this game longer.
That's true. Yeah, Hera continues just because he thinks it gives him a bit of a chance.
Okay, Hera actually 23 halberdiers in the queue. Need to make sure to cancel those within the next 30 seconds.
Yep.
Oh no, only 5 halberdiers, 27 on the field. And Viper. He looked so strong. Such a strategic play by him as well.
Oh man, and how many times do we see it? Every single tournament. Especially lately, the early rounds have not impressed me. But Viper, he sweeps Hera in the semifinal. We will have a classic showdown, Nili, in the finals between the Viper and Mr.Yo. Before we break this game down, I know that this is not my channel. There's plenty of people out there who can't salute, but please salute Hera, Smileys, PogChamps, whatever, because this is what, like, the 7th or 8th time that he's faced Viper? Like, he's always facing Viper, and he's facing Viper because he steamrolls everyone else he's playing. He is out of the semifinal here, but Hera looks so good in this tournament. I think with his form and this experience, he can continue to take this to future tournaments. But the best player in the world, Viper, he's going to another tournament final, Nili.
Yeah, and we will find out if he is the best player in the world on the Red Bull Wololo settings with Empire Wars as well against Mr.Yo. We will obviously give him some break, and we will break down the series. We'll have an announcement and some talk with all 4 of us. Let's take a look at the statistic.
Yeah, so there were so many games where Viper, if he had the gold eco, he was using the gold eco to win. If he had the food and wood eco, he was using that to win. In this game, and I think it's just how the map can play out if you have a bit of speed, it's not so much about the gold. Viper had more gold, but look at the food difference. 56,000 food versus 34,000 food. That is unreal. And more wood, of course, collected because he needs the wood to build those farms. Hera had more stone. Hera built the castles. He just couldn't control the map.
Yeah. I still feel like the first castle should have been in the center there.
Yeah.
To really push through the center because he had the water control and he kind of allowed Viper to play Khmer to the strengths, right? Hasa, Ramgo, mixing some skirmishers, 65 farmers working as well.
Yeah.
I think, like, Hera, yeah, he wins against everyone else, but that's not how I think Britain should be played.
Yeah, it's weird. See, I think I'm with you, Nili. He obviously needed to do something more, but I could see what he was doing with expanding with the castles. But maybe if he's Khmer, as you say, if he's Khmer, if he's Huns, if he's a fast civilization, you expand with the castles. If you're Britain, that's true. Easy for us to say, of course, because Hera lost and it didn't work out. But wow, I'm so ready for the finals. I'm really looking forward to this. The show has been amazing. The games have been amazing. Zach is now here with us. Zach, what are your thoughts, man? We said Viper was shaky in the earlier rounds, which we say frequently, and he showed up in the semifinal.
You know, Viper even said it himself, Tristan, in the interview yesterday. He said he didn't feel like he was happy with his performance. And then he comes in 3-0s, Hera here. And I mean, even though that was a 3-0, I have to say, from my perspective, just watching, that felt like quite a marathon, actually. I mean, Hera fought down to the last second on 2 of the 3 games. And it was really awesome to see how much fight he had. And I think, as Nili said as well, if this didn't have a time limit, it certainly would have ended a little bit sooner. So just for everyone watching here, I'm going to update you with what we're going to do. So the 3 of us now will quickly break down the games that we just saw, because we won't have a winner's interview with Viper right now. And the reason for that is because he is going to be playing a best of 7 against Mr.Yo in the grand finals very soon. And so we need to give him a little bit of time to step away from the PC, get refreshed, prepare for his series against Yo. So we're not going to do an interview right now. What we will do, however, is break down the game that we just saw with the 3 of us, and then we'll be having a little bit of I like to think of it as a little bit of a talk of the Empire with the 4 of us here. Ooh. And we'll be discussing some stuff, we'll be making some announcement, and we'll be looking at the stats and going over the whole tournament before the big grand finals. So guys, let's recap the series real quick. Game 1 was Arabia, Viper Incas versus Ethiopians. And that match was really about the gold. And that's kind of what I got from that. Gold control for Viper. Tristan, you said the Ethiopians had the tools to beat the Incas, but could they afford those tools?
Yeah, it was... I think the whole series comes down to momentum, whether that's like momentum with bringing in gold or momentum with movement of armies. But in that particular game, there was one raid where Viper ran in with Eagles. And what he did with that is he took map position. So like sent Eagles in, whoosh, took the map, took the gold, ended up building a castle on the golds. So yeah, if Viper did not do that, I think if Hera even had that 4-tile gold on the front of his base, Hera wins that game with the army composition he had.
Yeah, totally. Nili, any more thoughts on that? Any more thoughts about that matchup in particular?
I felt like that castle in the center of the map was just so crucial. Like, how many traps did we lose? There 5, 6 bombard cannons were lost. If he waits a bit longer and then makes one single go, which is obviously impossible to anticipate, right? That the Eagles are there and can snipe you over and over again. But that could have really freed him. And then he could have maybe gone for the gold, maybe taken out other areas, because that's what we saw, right? The moment he had the army advantage, and he had like 80 super scary army, like that was like 45 Arbalest, 35 Shotels moving around the map. Without siege, he couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, it's so true, actually. And, you know, the Ethiopians, they do have actually quite a lot of tools to beat the Incas. We say the Incas are this civ that can counter everything, but that Shotel Arbalest mass was very scary. But you're right, a bit of lack of siege, a little bit of struggle getting the bombard cannons to be as effective as you would have liked. And then obviously Viper wins out the game, and it did go to a time victory, and we saw him getting all of those techs at the end there. But I think he was in the stronger position on the map, at least, as we said. And I think that makes sense. So game 2 was Land Madness, and this was the Teuton pick, which I think neither of you could really get over. I mean, well, neither of you either thought that would be the case. But I think Nili said it so well. I think Nili summed it up perfectly. We think about the Teutons in terms of random map, but they make sense in Empire Wars.
I agree with that statement. I still can't wait to speak to the Viper at some point, because I want to know, like, if Viper loses game 1, does he pick Teutons game 2? That's my question. Like, Teutons was good. Obviously, he won the game. Is that going to be a meta shift where if we have Red Bull Wololo 2, Teutons is the meta pick? I'm not sure. Because Khmer certainly wasn't the meta pick for Golden Swamp, but if Viper gets 3 wins, you can't say the civilizations are bad. Obviously, Viper's very good too, right?
I also feel like Teutons only works on Land Madness. We need like a very extended feudal age.
Yeah.
Maybe something like Aslan that could still be an option because like you don't really get into that super mobility phase. But there are obviously other reasons why Teutons aren't viable. So I think Teutons only really work for Land Madness.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. But you can't wall, can you? So it's one of the only maps where walling is such a difficult thing to do. You can really force those engagements. But what was interesting is that the scout numbers for Hera were higher. And actually, what really got Viper that game was not necessarily the fact that the feudal war lasted so long, but that he had the better entry into the Castle Age because he had so many farms down so quickly and he was transitioning into knights so quickly.
Yeah, the approach there was interesting. Did not make a stable instantly, opted for eco upgrades and farms, taking advantage of the Teuton bonuses, Nili said right away.
Yeah.
That is an approach you could do with other civilizations though, right? You could open up and you could make a few farms, but I think that in the back of players' minds, first off, they're thinking, well, my farms are 60 wood, so I can't make as many as Viper just did with Teutons, but also I need to take map control. That's what Land Madness is all about. So maybe the confidence of Viper to realize that a few spearmen instead, opting for 5-6 extra farms early, and then getting the eventual faster Castle Age, villager pickoffs helped, mattered.
Also, if Hera just opens archer range, archer spearman, we see a 4-minute game and Viper's instantly dead.
Yeah.
He just put like 7 spearmen before he built the stable.
Yeah, that's something that you can't really anticipate, right? Because Empire Wars doesn't give you the time to scout your enemy. You start with 2 scouts, but by the time you're making your first military building, you're not seeing what your enemy's already got. And so there is that element of, do you wait and see, but then you're behind in production? Or do you just do something and hope for the best? And I think in some cases, it's not about hoping for the best. It's about making the unit composition that is good for your civ. And that's where the meta game and the mind games can start to come into play. But let's talk about game 3, because we could talk about the Teutons all day. Golden Swamp, Khmer versus Britons. Viper obviously on the Khmer. We know it's a civ that he loves. We know he's doing all those little tricks, like with the deer, for example, building the farms to drop off the food. But I think that map is a really interesting map to talk about, because the gold doesn't seem useful until later in the game. It seems like it's all about the sides, which is a bit... Well, it's not something you'd expect, I suppose.
Especially if we play with very little armor in Castle Age, right? No massive amount of monks, siege, knights. You still have a lot of gold. And Khmer, if you just heavily rely on your food eco and build massive amount of hussars, it is kind of fine for you to give up the center.
Yeah, I think... I think personally, like as a player and a caster, I think the way the map would ideally be played is with the mobility there, because I've seen it time and time again work, and there's a little bit bias on my end. However, Nili said it. If you pick Britons and you have a good advantage on water in Castle Age, and then you have an advantage on water in the Imperial Age, or at least you're committing to that, why not just go for it? Build a castle in the middle, follow it up with Trebs, and take out that Viper Castle, which sat there next to just 3 docks all of the Imperial Age.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, something that I think was really pivotal that game, but and could have even, maybe not won Hero of the game, but it certainly won him the middle, it was Warwolf. Warwolf was actually such an important tech for Hera because it completely changed the dynamic in the center of the map. Viper couldn't deploy his trebuchets, and he lost his castles. But at that point, the battle for the water was raging, and obviously everything in the middle can be ranged by galleons. So it's almost like if you don't have the stake in the middle early enough and you don't have the castles down, then you can't really take it anyway because you die to the galleons or whatever else is firing on there.
Yeah.
Do you think that towers, and I think Britons get at least arrow slits, not sure about heated shot, but surely Yeoman, they could have been like crazy. Like, what's their range then? Like, they get like 13 range or something?
Yeah, it's huge.
That's right, your Jonkulus as well, and then Bombard Cannons can't do much, and if you have Wall of Traps and Yeoman Tower, good luck breaking that.
Yeah, I think there definitely had to be more of a sense of urgency there, because if that game drags out, Britons only have so much speed. You did mention towers. A few towers instead of the castles maybe would allow him to have the stone 4 castles on the flanks if the pushes were to come in, and just sprinkle a few towers through the middle.
Yeah, towers could have been really interesting, actually. I saw some people in the chat, and I didn't see this very often, but they were saying heated shot. Why don't we go towers and heated shot? Let's see that. Maybe chat was right on that one, but there you go. Viper does take that series against Hera 3-0. A result which I think we didn't expect, but a result which it was very hard fought for. He will go through, of course, to play against Mr.Yo in the grand finals, so don't go anywhere. If you're leaving right now, really double check yourselves, because you don't want to leave this. Just don't. Yeah. We'll be back in just a moment. We're going to bring Dave in, and we're going to have a little bit of a show before the final starts, just to give Viper some time to rest after that semi-finals. So stick around. We'll be right back.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1 and will be a landslide of entertainment.
All right, so hello everyone. Welcome to Talk of the Empire with your host Nili and me, ZeroEmpires. We're also joined by Dave. And
What year is it?
I know. What is this? T90 will be back in a second. He just had to go to the bathroom real quick. He will be right back. And we're going to talk a little bit about the rest of the tournament, and we're going to discuss a little bit more about the stats that we've seen, civ picks, map picks, that kind of stuff. Do a little bit of speculation about what the finals is going to have in store for us. Obviously, Viper and Mr.Yo going into the grand final. Let's go around and get some predictions from everyone. What do you think that grand final score might be? We'll start with you, Nili.
I think the Viper, we didn't see a lot of home maps from him yet, right? Against Stout, it's probably like they didn't go for the crazy strategies. Against Fire, he had to play one home map. Against Hera, he didn't need to play any home maps. I think Viper still has a lot of strategies that we didn't see. I think he will convert some with crazy strategies. I will go for a 4-2 victory for him.
4-2, okay. Tristan, your thoughts? Prediction on the score for the grand final?
Did Dave give his input yet?
Not yet.
No, best for last, buddy. Best for last.
Yeah, I don't know if Dave's going to be the guy to go against the grain here, or if that's got to be me, right? So this is going to be a bit lengthier than you probably wanted, but I think what's interesting when I think of Hera, Viper, and Yo, I think that Hera beats Yo if they play, but Viper beats Hera, and then Yo has more of a chance against Viper. It's weird. That's just the way I see it. Like, while Yo might not be favored against Hera, and we saw that in a show match, actually, where Yo did win recently, but I feel like Yo, he has a few things that he can do to take Viper to late game. Late game maybe was not too good for Viper, rather Hera today, so I think 4-2 is the safe guess, but I'm going to say 4-1 Mr.Yo, because it's Mr.Yo's time.
Wow.
Someone had to do
prediction.
it. Someone
Dave?
had to do it.
I usually like going last because I can make that call. And Tristan, we know each other so well because Tristan did that on purpose because he knew that was what I was going to say.
You can predict the draw,
man.
Dave.
God, I think you guys were talking about out-of-the-box strategies, maybe. I think that stuff doesn't work as well against Yo as it does against Hera. So maybe Viper is just going to play meta, capitalize on his advantages like he always does, get ahead by a little bit, and then use that to propel him to the victory. I'm going to say, the caster in me wants to say 4-3 for Yo. We get all 7 games in. We get an upset from Yo. The cynic in me says 4-1 for Viper. And I also have to bring up here, as a lifelong tower defense player, Yeoman does not give extra range on the towers. It gives extra tower. It gives extra power.
Extra what? Extra range?
Extra power. Extra attack.
Extra damage. Okay.
Yeah.
See, I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to be wrong, because Nili was so sure. Obviously, it's very convenient for me to now bring that up. And right?
Well, chat, there's going to be some guy on YouTube that's typing a furious comment while he's listening to me say this, Chat pointed it out, but yeah.
It's +2 attack, okay.
I want to get in here with a prediction as well, actually. I've not made one yet, so I will just say I'm going to take the more statistical approach. Obviously, I've been doing a lot of the stats behind the scenes, and I'm looking at sort of the history here. And in tournaments, so excluding show matches, Viper has beaten Yo every single time that they have faced in 8 series, which I think says a lot, but I also think that since this is Empire Wars, since it does change things up a little bit, that Mr.Yo definitely stands a chance to take some more games. I don't think he'll take enough games. So I think Viper's going to win the series. I think it will be 4-2 to Viper. That's my prediction.
But how big is the list of people that have beaten Viper? I think there's Doubt.
true.
There's MBL, Doubt,
Exactly. That's
Hera.
the problem. The guy has nearly a
Liere,
90% win rate. It's unbelievable.
So, the last 2 big tournaments they did face, in Hidden Cup 3, Viper won 3-1. In the interview afterwards, he said that Yo was his toughest test. And then NAC 3 in January, I remember they faced, forget the exact stage, but I remember Viper was very sick, and they both showed up to the apartment to play. And the first thing Yo said to Viper was, "How are you feeling?" And Viper's like, "I'm feeling a lot better." And Yo said, "Shit."
And then Viper won that series 4-2.
yeah. Yo was like, "Oh, you're feeling better." So,
not my
to
lucky
give you
day. Absolutely. So we will talk a bit more about the stats and everything, and we'll go into a bit more depth. But first of all, we want to take the opportunity to say some thanks, because obviously we've got a little bit of time now. So I'd like to personally say thank you to, and I think this goes for all of us actually, to the production team, because they've done a really good job of coming in, setting up all the overlays, making sure that us 4 have been comfortable and we've known what's been going on behind the scenes. So thank you very much to them. I don't know if you guys want to say anything at all.
It's nice having the voice in my ear, right? Like, I wish I had this all the time. Like, you're live in 10, 9, 8, 7. It's like, it's so good. I can know when to stop bashing T90 in our private caster chat, right?
Yeah, right.
It's great.
And
they've done a fantastic job.
You do that. Yeah, no, it's it made me feel a little more professional than I feel, to have that countdown. But yeah, these guys are super nice. Biggest thing for me is yesterday, I think it was, and the day before, they were talking about the show and how we could possibly improve things and complimenting us. But they're paying attention, guys. So we have at least like half a dozen new Age of Empires fans, if nothing else. Because these guys are like, oh, I don't really understand the game, but the way you said that really made sense. I just found that was cool, because if it was just a job for them, they didn't really care about the show, they wouldn't be paying attention and trying to understand the game. So that's the biggest thing I appreciate with them.
Yeah,
that's so true.
Also, like, they even discussed the games a bit with us, like, and so humble, right, behind us. Like the moment he didn't have this one upgrade, that was really nice. And you all pointed that out, and the chat went crazy as well. I really like that moment. It's so sweet with them. Obviously, they all have the StarCraft 2 background, being from Take TV, and yeah, like they did a job as they always watched Age of Empires.
Yeah, so shout out to the production team, Take TV, and of course Red Bull for sponsoring the event and putting it all together. Obviously, 20,000 euros is a lot of money, and we're very appreciative to have this opportunity to host this tournament for Age of Empires. And also, I think someone who deserves a quick shout out here is Robo, because this guy, he's always behind the scenes. He was there for Hidden Cup 3. He was there for all the ECL stuff, and he's just been a constant in the Age of Empires 2 community, doing all the administration work. He's been making sure the players are on time, which is something that he should be paid more than $4 an hour for, I tell you that much.
Yeah, like each tournament we give him $1 more, right? He's worked his way up from 4 to 5 to maybe 8 now.
He keeps earning those raises. So it's really great to see the love for Robo in the chat right now. Really definitely deserves all of that. And of course, for in-game, we've had the amazing Capture Age overlay. This is something which we had for Hidden Cup 3 for Definitive Edition. It really made the viewing experience that much better. And I think a lot of people right here, they're looking at the overlay, they're going, oh, this looks great. The information is well presented, it's super clean, and a lot of positive stuff about Capture Age. And that leads us to our announcement. We said at the start of the stream that we'd be making an announcement. Here it is. We have ourselves a very special announcement because Capture Age is officially working with Microsoft to develop a Capture Age version that is for Definitive Edition, and we've got a trailer for you right now. So there you go, it's official, Capture Age 4 Definitive Edition in partnership with Microsoft, and there's going to be a blog post with some more information available on the ageofempires.com website. So if you head over to there, you'll be able to read about it and find some more information as well. Now, a lot of questions. Obviously, Capture Age is something which was developed, I think it started development back in about 2018. I remember asking Sir Lawrence for some full map screenshots, and they were like, oh, we've been working on something for this. And they were just taking full map screenshots. And then it very quickly became the Capture Age that we started to use more often. And I know that all of us have had great experience with using it before Definitive Edition. If you guys remember back to how we used to cast games pre-Capture Age, and then how we started casting them afterwards, it was awesome to be able to zoom in and zoom out. So I'm curious to know your guys' sort of take on this. You know, excited for the fact that it's coming to Definitive Edition for everybody to access. Well, I guess we'll start with Tristan here.
Well, this is huge. Like you said, Zach, I felt so bad for the Capture Age team and also the community in many ways, because there was a lot of hype with the Definitive Edition, but it was soon after Capture Age came out. We went from an amazing casting program to some really bad issues with spectating. There's no other way to say it. So I felt bad, like for me, because I can't cast, and Nili can't cast, and Dave can't cast in the same way and enjoy the game and present it to an audience in the same way. But then I felt bad for the people who spent years making a program which then wasn't able to be used on the Definitive Edition. So this is so big for them. Many of you guys probably are aware of this, but this team has been working nonstop behind the scenes for many events to get the program we're using here for this show, what I used for Hidden Cup 3. And I'm really happy for them, and I'm really happy for the community too, because hopefully, I don't know the details yet, okay? So I can't give a lot of information, but people can at least watch games being casted with a Capture Age program and possibly use it as well.
Yeah, so it's going to be a third-party tool. I think that's my understanding of it. There isn't a huge amount of information because it is obviously still in development, and we only get to know so much at once.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I mean, you're totally right. It's a super passionate team, and it is a team. It's not just Sir Lawrence, who I mentioned earlier. There's a lot of people working on that, and they're really they've been working closely with us as well to try and get our input into what we think will help to spectate games. What's your experience with Capture Age, Nili?
They're so incredibly dedicated. Like, how much work they do. Like, they weren't involved in NSC3 and still like trying to improve tournaments without a lot of gain. It's like after DE was released, it was really shocking how bad the spec overlay looked, right? So it's only good that an external company joined there, and I love that Microsoft saw their potential and is now jumping on them. And yeah, it's what we really needed, because we have so many things going right for Age of Empires. Like, players love the game. We have competitive scene developing. Casters are becoming more professional. We have big companies now coming in. And then to having it still look like it's a game from '99, that was really underwhelming. And I think that's the huge step. And with that dedicated team, a very nice step.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think it's another great sign that DE is going in the right direction as well. Obviously, we're seeing monthly updates and we're seeing a lot of development on that front. And now that Capture Age is getting involved, it's only good news for the competitive scene, and at least for the events like this, right? Events that we hope to continue to do. So that's great news, but we do have to move on because we've got a little bit more to talk about before the grand finals here. We're going to move on to some stats, and we're going to have a look at some of the Civ stats. And Dave, we didn't get your input on Capture Age, but hopefully we can get your input on this, because we have picks here showing the most picked Civs. Is there anything here that sort of surprises you perhaps, or something that you wouldn't have expected to see going into the tournament?
Dude, I gotta pull out the Vsauce for this. I'm old, man. I don't have hair. I can't see. Like, it's a good thing you didn't ask me about Capture Age, because like I don't use it when I'm in game, but viewing Tristan or Nili's stream, it's so much better as like a viewer experience. But looking at the Civ analytics, Vikings obviously huge Civ win for them. So good in Empire Wars, but Khmer as well. And Celts as well, doing surprisingly well on this format. I think it's more interesting to look at the Civs that aren't doing well. That'll tell the story of the tournament.
Let's do that. So you should be able to see that now. Hopefully.
Ethiopian. It hurts. It hurts.
That's
such a surprise too. And Hera had a good shot in that first game. I was thinking, if anyone's gonna win with Ethiopians this series, it's gonna be Hera there, but no. Japanese also win rate is really low.
Really low?
Like, they can't get any lower than that. So and Mayans, once again, like I said this multiple times over the tournament, and I've said this in Hidden Cup as well, NAC. Mayans, people keep picking them, but they're not winning with them. Like, and people ban them still. Like, you can see they're banned twice here.
Yeah.
And why? You're not winning with them. They seem dangerous, but are they?
Honestly, I think it's a holdover from AOC. I think like so many players have this mental thing where it's like, oh, Mayans, Aztecs, Huns, like these three power civs that dominated for so many years. And now they sort of, like the stats definitely don't seem to show that, right?
Everyone wants a 100% win rate for Toons. Show the win rate. It's like, you show the win rate.
All right. I'll
just
show
waiting.
The win rate. I'll show the win rate. I don't know if this worked actually. Hold on. I have no idea if I just broke it.
No, if you have to experiment, don't do it.
These are the Civs that haven't been picked, by the way. Just some of the Civs.
This is interesting information, right?
Yeah.
Bulgarians, who picked it? Was it?
Let me fix this. Sorry, go ahead.
Do your thing. Bulgarians was picked. It was not used, right? Viper picked humans didn't use it. I mean, the biggest surprise here is maybe Mongols. You say surprise just, but Nili, let me get to my thoughts, okay? Listen, Mongols, like it's a big surprise we're not seeing Mongols in the Age of Empires 2 tournament. You can't hunt in Dark Age and get that Feudal Age power spike here because you can't take the deer. There's no boar, right? So to have an Age of Empires 2 tournament, to speak more generally, without Mongols is probably the biggest standout for me. Teutons!
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, God.
Koreans as well, with 100% win rate. And burgers, too.
Notice that they've only been used once though, so limited data there, but yeah, 100% technically.
Okay.
And then Vietnamese and Koreans too.
Some really good Civ variety here. I didn't see Byzantines on that list, but I'd like to see the stats for that if you have it.
I do.
I think they should just simply have 50-50, right? With 2 picks?
Was it?
No.
I thought it was more than 2.
Byzantines have been played 4 times, and they've won 3 out of the 4 times.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. They have a lot of advantages in Feudal Age. That was a nice save, by the way, Tristan, trying to get back from that Mongols point by you.
Oh, thanks.
Everyone knew was wrong. Also,
it's hard to be when I'm interrupted halfway through my point, but okay, continue.
It's kind of interesting to me that no one's gone for Malay too. Malay seemed like an interesting choice on Empire Wars if you can get up to the next stage faster. But I guess they don't really have any strong options in the Castle Age, right?
Problem with Malay is one of their biggest bonuses is that they get the extra villagers advancing to Feudal Age.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a bonus you completely lose.
Yeah.
Then you don't have a lot of mobility without having the proper defense upgrades. You see a bit more about Indians here.
Yeah,
they won 2 out of 3 games.
Yes, this is what I've put here or labeled here as the most feared civilizations, aka the civs with the most bans. So you can see the bans are there going descending order. But yes, Indians, of course, I mean, I think they're really only making sense on Aztlan, and that's a map which we haven't seen too much of recently, I feel.
Yeah, that's a
Not
weird
today.
one. Indians is always a standout in tournaments, right? I feel like Aztecs, there's certainly reasoning behind their strength, but 8 bans is still a lot. I would have expected, I don't know, no, 14 picks for both, right? So I'm surprised that Vikings was allowed so frequently, whereas Aztecs was banned more times.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, obviously, Aztecs has been played less than Vikings now, but they still have a lower win rate. So, you know, you'd think seeing the stats, it might encourage people to ban Vikings over Aztecs. But again, I think there is that holdover of Aztecs are a really powerful 1v1 RM civ, and I'd rather ban them than Vikings normally. And then obviously Empire Wars kind of flips the script a little bit. But let's take a quick look at the maps here. I don't know if we can pull that up, but we should have some stats about the map picks and bans as well. Hopefully production are ready with that one. I think they are. There we go. So we can see the most popular picked maps there. Anything that stands out to you guys?
Pretty even across the board.
Yeah.
We can also take a look at the most banned maps, which I think might be more interesting because it sort of shows the maps which perhaps aren't as popular. Obviously, there's more maps played than are not played. So this one is showing El Dorado and Sinkhole really being the least favored maps here.
Yeah, they're the most crazy maps, right? Sinkhole, something players never played before, like water fights with hill advantages. Sounds really weird to a lot of them. And El Dorado, it's tough to get... Oh, but my stream dropped as well.
Yeah,
it's tough to get a lot of control.
Yeah, a few frame drops on this end too.
Well, maybe YouTube still runs, then we would do the analysis for them.
Yeah,
El Dorado, the problem is that you don't really get the control over the map, right? And therefore, if you're the better player, you really like to ban that one because it just gets too crazy.
Yeah. I also think that those maps are not the type of map that most high-level players are going to pick for home maps. Looks like we might be back on Twitch's end.
Yeah, looks like we're back on Twitch.
Like El Dorado, the only time I've seen players picking El Dorado as home maps, I think it happened one time, and I think it might have been Vinch. I think Vinch was doing it because he knew that LIEREY is like a better player than him. At least, sorry, it's the very first pick, I should clarify. I think maybe Max had it at one point as well. It's definitely one of the messier maps that you choose to make it messy, make it difficult.
Yeah, Vinch is known for that kind of play as well, right? So
Yeah.
it's no surprise it was him. Now, Tristan, you wanted to get some stats as well. You had a curiosity, you had a hunch perhaps, that the first player to make it to the Castle Age would have a better chance of winning. And aka, if you're going all in Feudal, you're jeopardizing your chance of success in the match. Now, the stats, thanks to Happy Leaves and his AOCrex.com tools, has found out that the player that advances to the Castle Age first is more likely to win the game because 36 players won and 18 players lost when they were first to Castle.
Okay. Yeah, so the reason I asked you that, it was during the first semifinal, and I'm sure Nili and Dave remember, LIEREY, I think it was game 1, played very defensive, very macro heavy, and was walling and collecting deer, going with like 1 or 2 range archers, and that whereas Yo was coming in with more aggression. And I've seen it enough times where one player, especially the archer player, just tries to go from feudal to castle as quickly as possible. And a lot of momentum stems from that. So when I saw it there, I just was curious on the stats. So I guess 2-1, not hugely convincing, and it depends on the map and the civilizations, but cool to hear.
I think it's an indicator, though. Sorry, go ahead, Nili.
Is there a difference, or is just like 1 second faster means the person is faster?
Yeah, it's not as granular as that. It's more just, if you're even a second faster, if you're the first to Castle Age, then you're more likely to win, it seems. That might be something to keep in mind.
That could be like really interesting if we put like a different timer in there. Like if you are up 1 minute earlier than your opponent, what's your win percentage then?
Yep. But oh, sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Or how many games were lost if you clicked up within like 1 or 2 minutes of clicking up, right? Because we've seen the flood of units from people when they click up to Castle Age, and then the other guy's going full feudal. So like, of the people who have lost clicking up to Castle Age first, did they lose within 4 or 5 minutes of getting there?
Point.
Well, maybe if Happy Leaves is listening, he can prepare some more stuff. Although, with that said, actually don't do that because we won't be going over this at the end of the stream. So I don't want you to spend your time and then we're not using it. But so guys, let's have a quick chat then. Obviously, the last match of the day, Viper versus Yo. The difference here is that it's a best of 7, which means they have to pick 2 more civilizations. Do you think that could open things up a little bit, especially for Viper, who may have prepared more strategies, who might have more ideas? We'll start with Dave on this one.
Well, we're going to see more civ variety because you potentially get those 2 extra games, and we're going to see more map variety as well. Like I said before, I don't think the out-of-the-box strategies work as well against Yo as other players. But when you get more maps and more civs in the pool, that means that when you get more maps in the pool, that means that more civs are available, right? And more civs are viable. And I think Viper is leading the way in terms of the meta in most tournaments on his civ picks. So we might see him doing so again in this finals.
Yeah. Any thoughts from? Yeah, go ahead, Tristan.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, when you're picking more civilizations and there's more maps, there's kind of more that could go wrong too. You definitely want to make sure that you're keeping in mind all of the potential maps. That way, if you get a situation where you're expecting someone to not pick Eldorado, not pick Sinkhole, and then they have a good civilization prepared, whereas your first 3 or 4 maps, your first 3 or 4 games, you had good civs, just got to make sure that the maps that you end up drawing and your opponent draws also match the civilizations.
Yeah, I think you've got to be very careful, obviously. I mean, the civ draft and map draft can really determine a lot of things, and when players are so evenly matched, in this case, they may very well be very evenly matched, it can make the difference. But Nili, obviously, this is it for you now, as you'll be stepping away, and T90 and Dave will be casting the finals. Anything you'd like to say before you head off here?
Thank you so much, guys. It was a pleasure. Obviously, super happy that we got all those running, and yeah, I'm super excited for the finals. It should be a banger.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a banger. Right, so we've got some highlights for you now, and we'll be back in a few minutes with the grand final. Stay tuned. T90 and Dave will be casting. Nili and I will be watching from the sidelines, enjoying every second of it, I'm sure. We'll be right back.
Effectively, all the infantry garrison in the Rams, the Axemen are there, the Paladins are there, the Siege Onagers are there.
Oh, SO Connection's not really here yet. Paladin's only taking the fight at the front. No, not anyone going back here, and he's completely getting slaughtered.
Oh, the Halberdiers, they just can't stand up to Frank Paladin. that Siege Onagers are trying to get good shots. The Rams are trying to cover for them. The Trebs have unpacked and are dying like crazy. Wow, what a wipe from Yo. Just a massacre. Oh my god. Damn. It's soaking up all that fire, and the Knight's just taking out the second archery range. So Leery's going to struggle to produce units here.
Absolutely. Let's take a look. First engagement here, and Scorpions could do some.
Yeah, Leery repairing, but I believe that the castle from Yo can range his Vills, and I think the castle from Leery can range Yo's Vills. As Leery tries to quick wall, he's blocking with one villager. Those Cavalier are coming in, and I can't help but feel like that might be a waste there from Yo losing all those units.
I think so as well. But
Japanese, obviously, he's got a ton of fishing ships, but can he make it work?
I think the Knights could even attack some of the walls there. The towers need to focus down, and look at that. The house before that is going down, and the villager not in time of walling, or is he? I think that's still open, no?
It's still open. No. There's a wall foundation in between that house and the wall, I believe.
Now it is. Now it is for sure, yeah. Okay, that was nicely done by Leery in time. And, well, that gold is so exposed. Yes, but Knights could now lose some against the Arbalest here. They're pretty low on HP.
I think Yo, if he kills like 5 or 6 Arbalists, though, he might be happy here because he's got the castle, he's got that forward pressure.
Shouldn't he kill way more? Shouldn't he kill way more?
Imperial Age.
Shouldn't he kill way more?
Yeah, he'll kill the whole thing, actually.
It's not like a lot of Knights there, and Leery needs to micro massively, and that completely resets Leery's Arbalest count, and that's not what he needed.
Yeah, and Trebs are out now. Right here.
But, oh, and there's a Magano shot that comes in from Viper. Look at that shot. Only 40 HP on these. And I was on Hera's point of view, so you saw how he was surprised by that. Oh, yeah, those show tells will go down.
Engagement. Yeah, they're so low. And Magano, one at the top as well. Not sure if Hera knows about that one. Wouldn't be unnatural to micro in that direction.
There is that 4-tile gold between the castles in the front.
Easy go for that. Loses a trap at the front. That's obviously super costly now. Skirmisher still taking the fight here. One bombard cannon so important now.
And with horse and engines too. The bombard cannon goes down. But the fight was not bad for Hera. It really wasn't. This is why you build all those safe castles. Just a shame he lost that right side.
But I feel like Viper's production should be way better behind this, right? If we look
I
at
don't
that.
know where it went. All right, here are the show tells. Viper's Eagles go down. Now Viper will need something more than just skirmishers himself because the show tell warriors are here. I talked about this. If Hera continues to defend, Hera can win this game. We saw it against MBL in Game 3, the best of 5.
I think Viper is from gold, so Knight numbers won't be that nice.
That's true. That's true. Here come the Knights already. Hera quick walling. The downside of having to quick wall so much is that you can focus on other things. Viper's just running from the gold, so Hera
Woodland
chases
at the front,
him.
Tristan.
Oh man, and with chain barding, the villagers will get sliced and diced. The archers contribute very little. I thought I was missing something there for a second. I was frantically looking at woodlines. Sorry, I'm too focused on the game. Viper takes the fight right when the pikeman upgrade comes in, but he has the numbers, Nili. He has the hill. He has knights at home that are healing up. Viper will send his own pikes forward soon.
Military 25-3. GG. Fast fire said that.
I don't use it. I don't use it, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay, now pushed in too far into the back here. Bracer will finish as well. Galleon's trying to find the sweet spot. That's tight there.
Yeah, it's probably the best time for Viper to take a fight with fast fires because Hera's getting Bracer and he's also getting Galleon. So Hera's lost numbers. He still will have numbers remaining. The castle fire is helping, but the fast fires are so tanky.
Fighting for so long without the upgrades. The castle, yeah, it was delivering some damage as well, but that was the beautiful engagement for the Viper. They want to move in with the Galleons.
Looks like it, but that's what Rams can do. And then fast fires, and Hera's castle goes down, and Hera's building one on the amphibious terrain, which does not secure the middle. And I don't think that that's a good castle because it can surely just get trebbed down.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that as well. Like, 5 traps are only half a screen away. Arbalest now diving in very deep. The castle blocked for the Viper, but the traps, they will do work.
Yeah, there's no way Hera can take that out, and I'm just wondering if, why champion Is there something other than champion that Hera could have done here? That castle is just, it just gives Viper a building to destroy. That's all that castle does. I think it's a desperation. All right, man. We had some quality highlights. We're finally to another final with the Viper and Yo.
Yeah, I really like that Dave guy on the commentary. He's great.
He's
I think,
alright.
like,
I'd like to cast with him at some point, you know?
Yeah, he's underrated.
Yeah.
Any big companies out there looking for commentators?
Sounds like he's bald, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's very bald sounding. So, Viper versus Yo coming up in the grand final here. Best of 7. We already have our predictions. Can Yo take a series from Viper? Is your prediction, by the way, is that 100% how you feel? Or is that
No, it's not how I
typecaster in
feel.
you?
It's not how I feel. It's Viper in a tournament final. I think Viper will probably win 4-1 or 4-2. But I would like to believe that Yo could win. And so we're going to believe it into existence here with my Yo 4-2 prediction. But yeah, man, you can't, like, Hidden Cup 3, where, like, if there is Viper there, he's not playing well. I said earlier to Nili, who disagreed, which is fine. I said I didn't think Viper was playing up to his potential early in this tournament, and then he just stomped Hera, so it's just Viper. He's a beast.
Okay, looking at the map picks and bans, I'll look at Viper's side. He's gone for, actually no, I'll look at Yo's side because I see that first map. He's gone for Kawasan, Cross, Sinkhole, and he's banned Golden Swamp. What do you think about that?
Get rid of Golden Swamp. Well, Viper, the final game he played against Hera was Golden Swamp, and Hera had some control of the middle too, so Yo might not have liked that. The Viper's gone for Aztlan, so we will probably see Indians picked by one of them. He has banned Wings, which is fascinating. I think because Yo loves to go forward on that map, or has the potential to. And then Golden Pit and Land Madness are the final home maps for the Viper. How many home maps have we seen from Viper?
we've seen 2. We saw one against Fire, Land Madness, and then we saw Acropolis against Doubt, right? And we can see the Civ picks here. It looks like Mr.Yo got 2 of his Meso Civs. Viper actually sniped the other Meso Civ, and in true form, Yo bans it right away, so no one can have Meso Civs if Yo doesn't have it, apparently, according to all of his Civ drafts so far.
Yeah, Yo loves it. Wow, the first picks, too. So no Incas, no Aztecs.
Well, he saw how
must really
good...
believe in... Yeah, go ahead.
Yo saw how good Viper was with Incas 2 straight sets on Arabia, right? So maybe just get rid of him first. Pick him first.
Right. Again, another draft where Vikings isn't banned and Aztecs is preferred. Viper has Vikings, Indians, Ethiopians, Khmer, Japanese. These are all normal. And then, wait for it, Teutons. Picked it pretty high up as well, with Berbers and Cumans below.
Yeah, he's gone for the Berbers pick once again, and the Cumans. We didn't see the Cumans in that set. Obviously, we didn't get late enough to see that. And we haven't seen Berbers from Viper yet. We saw it from LIEREY on Acropolis. But Viper hasn't picked Acropolis here, so...
Yeah, no Acropolis. Maybe he didn't like how that game went for him. Game 1 will be on Arabia. I would just say this, guys. There are opportunities for these players when they're up against Viper. There's small little time windows. Hera in his set, there were time windows for him to do damage, get some counterattacks in, and stop Viper from controlling the map. He didn't take that. Obviously, the saying is he didn't play to win. He was playing to win, but he didn't really try and make a final push and make any big risky moves. I think Yo's going to have to take some risks today. And Dave, he probably is going into this without much stress because he's faced Viper before. Viper wins virtually every tournament. So if he's expected to lose, he should just go for it.
Yep, and we're going to get right into the games here. Arabia game has been launched, so we will join that shortly.
All right. Game 1, guys. Best of 7. The only best of 7 in this tournament. So, here we are, game number 1. This is going to be a very fast-paced start, but before it gets started, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's watching right now on Twitch and YouTube. We have people watching multiple language streams. It's a great day for Age of Empires. Thank you, Red Bull. Thank you, Take TV. Thank you, everyone. It is not lost on me that we are currently casting a 20-year-old game with €20,000 prize pool. It's amazing, and I I'm really glad to be able to be a part of this, Dave. Viper's playing as the Khmer, and Yo has gone for Mayans.
Well, we've seen this before, and where is Mr.Yo the most dangerous? It's when he has Mayans, it's when he has Aztecs, it's when he has even Incas in his back pocket, and he's chosen that here. He's gone for the wall-offs immediately, 1 archery range down from him, and he's kind of harassing Viper early with the Eagle. Viper's gone for an archery range as well, probably to make skirmishers early.
All right, yep. What's really cool about Meso-Civ, so we've talked about the negative things, but you can create early Eagles, whereas if you're in Viper's position, you're not going to make Spearmen or Militia normally. Good early pressure from Yo, and Viper's not doing too much right now except just defending, and will he lose this villager? Or will he just hop in a house?
I think he might hop in a house, but Yo's right there.
Whoop!
Yeah, there's a house right there. Yo has denied Viper off that gold, though, for the time being, so that's less gold coming in for him. Viper going for the skirmishers, countered by the Eagles, which is a choice that Yo started making right away.
Yeah, all right. Good move from Yo. Now Viper's adding the stable. I think Viper, again, has gone for the eco approach. Getting those eco upgrades. Doesn't have that many farmers yet, and it takes a while to kick in for Khmer. But Yo decides to back up. That Eagle's actually pretty weak. Something Viper did there, Dave. He wanted Yo to lose HP on that Eagle with that Vil. Just so it's a little bit weaker in this situation, but now there's two.
Well, there's another one. There's another one coming forward, and now those skirmishers have to run. Viper has to be worried about his gold, so he can't just go directly up to the castle age. He needs to produce military in feudal. And this forward pressure, it's basically giving Yo time to effectively wall his base. And I've noticed something he did, which he didn't do in his previous set. He walled outside of the gold rather than to the gold. Remember how many villagers he lost on that one?
Oh, man. Liere won the game with that attack, I remember. Amazing. Just confidence under pressure here from Viper, though. The skirmishers constantly attacking the archers, then the scouts are out. And as Yo...
Picks 2 of them.
Yeah,
just really nice.
Is this why Meso are just not dominant? Because scout and skirm is so strong? It's amazing start for Viper.
Yeah, especially with Khmer, where you get that food in so quickly. Look at the food count going up, and he produced skirmishers and he produced scouts. Should be on the way soon, but once again, Mayans, really, really nice civ economically. Obviously, your resources last longer, and your units aren't that expensive that you're usually going to produce, so Yo might actually click up first.
I'd like to see Yo complete the walls here. This is kind of a shame. He could have walled to the edge of the map. It really bothers me, but because of Viper's pressure, he decides to do it this way. And there goes Viper on the way to Castle Age. Yo will follow right behind. I guess it's decision-making time for Yo, because if Viper has the skirms out, you don't want to go archers. But if Viper has a stable and is making stable units, you don't necessarily want to go Eagles either.
I think Eagles is probably the play, though, against Khmer, right? Like, if you go archers, you get countered so easily by, like, 1 or 2 scorpions with a couple knights in front. I feel like Eagles is the play, and then you can mix in some archers later if you need to. We'll see what Yo opts to go for. He's going for a second barracks, so Eagles is definitely the play for him.
Second barracks, second mining camp, and 2 armies, too. Could get some easy damage in here. 2 archers with fletching on one of Viper's villagers. That house is not complete, so the Khmer villager cannot hide inside of it. Quick, finish your house, buddy. All right, he goes down there, and Viper was perhaps distracted by the other army on the other side, which is why his skirmishers weren't there to defend. Viper should clean this up, but good damage from Yo to get some villager kills at least.
Yeah, and he's forcing some idle time on that wood line too. The problem with garrisoning villagers and houses is that you can't really attack the military that's camping underneath them, right?
Yeah.
And now Yo's going to go back around to the villagers that were on the ostrich. Viper has to run with those.
This is so good.
The key to this game is going to revolve around whether Yo can take control of that hill in front of Viper's main gold. That hill is so important in between these 2 bases, and we'll see which player can control that.
Well, they both got hills, too, so you're spot on, man. And the hills are right next to each other. Massive hill in front of Yo's main gold as well. And a lot of golds and stones outside of the walls. I really want to point out, again, how good that was from Yo to have a little bit of momentum and control right before Castle Age. Viper still has some of his army chasing down these archers. Yo doesn't care about them anymore.
No, they've done the damage. I don't like how he lost 2 eagles for free against the army in the north, and Viper's going for elephants.
The risk of elephants is that they're slow, I guess, right? They're tanky, but they're slow.
And they can be converted.
And they're also expensive.
Converted. and they're expensive, so your opponent has easy counters for them, but it's a massive power spike in early Castle Age, especially against Eagles. Eagles do not take favorable engagements
Fly
against
away.
Elephants.
Fly away, Eagles. Fly away. They have more mobility than the Elephants, but what Viper's going for, with the Scouts too, is probably pick off any monks with the Scouts, kill everything else with those Eagles.
Oh, is Yo gonna open the gate for him? Yes, he opened the gate for him, and now Viper's in with Scouts, and that's the last thing you want to see if you're any player.
Yeah.
Viper in with 2 annoying Scouts. Maybe only Hera is more annoying with those, but he stopped moving, so Yo got some free hits.
Yeah, I feel like Viper might want those Scouts out in the middle, actually, so he could pick off the monks when they run forward. If Yo just sends his monks out that gate, there's not much that can really happen here. But what an aggressive start. We have pikemen now for Yo, so he's thinking of Eagles and Pikes, which I like since he has infantry upgrades.
But I feel like Viper deliberately forced him into this. He made a few elephants so that Yo had to make monks, had to make pikes, and now he's adding that siege workshop. He's gonna start adding scorpions too to supplement his army. And is Yo gonna see that siege workshop? That's kind of important for him to know.
Yep, he sees it.
does.
Yeah, it's a much higher HP army for Viper right now, and he also kept the scout alive. Look at him on the prowl here, looking for the monks, sees the monks, says, okay. The value these guys get from their military units are insane. Yo's just passing, unfortunately. How many pikemen does he have? So we'll have 5 pikemen, 7 eagles, and a monk. Viper will have knights, a few elephants. He's actually patrolling around in the south, which is kind of peculiar. Could go either way still.
Viper with the 3rd TC earlier, and I think he had the more expensive composition, right? Just such good eco behind this. As the Eagles are coming forward, good micro from Yo to split them up and avoid most of those shots.
Where's the scout? The scout will swoop in from Viper. He wants the monks. Yo sees it. Viper will not kill a monk with the scout anyways. This is still a great fight for Viper. That's an amazing fight for Viper.
It's the longest conversion ever.
Oh, he deleted the elephant. The elephant was being converted. Sad times for the elephant. Will the monk go down? He will go down. Wow, that was crazy, man. After it's all said and done,
funny.
Yo has a lot more on the hill.
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, we thought that's a better engagement for Viper. You know, he picked off the monks, he killed the eagles, he got some good scorpion hits, but Yo was just more military. And that's the danger of going elephants, right? Is that you have to delete them against conversions like that, and it's such an expense.
Dave.
The remaining 3 elephants are at the bottom, by the way.
Yo is on stone. He doesn't just have 3 or 4 on stone. He has quite a few.
If he gets a castle on that hill, like I said, that hill is so important. If he gets one there, it could be devastating for Viper. And Viper, I think, making a tech switch into crossbows. Okay.
So that's a good play against pikes. It's not a great play if it's Pike Maginot. And Yo has the Siege Workshop here. That is not something that Viper sees. Viper's probably expecting Yo to do most everything from home at this point because they're so close anyways. But that could really surprise the Viper. It's not like him to switch into something that's already going to be countered.
Viper a bit farther ahead on the eco. He had that 3rd TC earlier than Yo, but Yo with the Mayans, what do I call it? The Mayan privilege? You can get away with things with a smaller eco than other civs might have.
Here's the surprise.
Both players kind of building up right now.
8 range on the Scorpion, 7 range on the Maganels. Does that sound kind of silly? Yes, that's Khmer. 8 range is not something that Yo's going to take lightly. And did he just delete?
Did Yo just delete the... Oh, he's putting a castle there. I was wondering why delete the Siege Workshop. A lot of players would be super stubborn about that. Maybe put the castle a bit too far forward. But Yo just...
It bothers me though,
Get
Dave.
That Siege Workshop out.
Like, why not build the Siege Workshop somewhere else then? You could use another Maganel right now. That's so peculiar. But okay, I guess maybe the safe approach, right? Get the castle up.
Yeah, when he dropped the Siege Workshop, maybe he was hoping he could get the castle on that forward hill. So now he's just going to get it in a safer position. And is he going down to convert the elephants in the south?
He saw them down there. Viper, I don't know if he's forgotten about them or what.
He's going to make Viper delete all of these.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Viper. Don't do it. Hello? Okay.
That's kind of important.
That Viper hasn't accomplished much with the elephants at all this game. And now 2 elephants for the Mayan player. Let's go.
Okay, so does Yo prioritize going up to Imperial Age now? He's going to the Ostrich and the Zebra with those villagers, which will give him a lot of extra food to maybe click up, but obviously Viper with Khmer.
Yeah,
the food
I saw him build the
too.
mill there. That's not something you see commonly in this age, right? But villagers are there anyways. Viper's investing a lot more into Castle Age with upgrades, Dave, and units. He has crossbow, bodkin, ballistics. He has knights moving
Did
around.
with the Eagles? The Eagles were attacking the house, and he brought a villager around and walled them in. And
Oh
now he's gonna hit them with the
my
scorpion?
god, dude. Yo. Yo, you can't let that happen, yo.
But Yo converted the villager. He's like, I do not like you. Come to my side.
Oh, but now, since the monk converted the villager, he can't convert the knights. The knights take out the Mangonel, and Viper traps the eagles, which I have to say, also haven't accomplished much. So Viper's elephants, Yo's eagles, not doing much at all this game. I'm just really focused on this raid from Viper. He's going the long way around.
Yeah, he's going the super long way around. He's also got elephants attacking his market. And Yo's up to Imperial Age.
I like the idea of those elephants switching sides multiple times throughout this game. Oh man, quick walls from Yo. Good job. But
really
now there's
good from
crossbows
Yo.
there. Can't take it anyways.
Yeah, but he can run away. The stone walls is such a nice touch. So now he knows that Viper's army is going to have to travel all the way around to get anywhere important. Otherwise, they're going to waste so much time on those stone walls. He's up to the Imperial Age. Viper is also up to the Imperial Age. But
Wow.
Viper, only one castle. Yo with two. Although it's going to be an awkward position for Yo to fight with this wood line in the middle.
I think Viper's going to buy himself quite a bit of time with this army as well. Obviously, this needs to be dealt with. So Yo had to leave gold when he wanted to be on gold. He's sending the elephants back. But Yo has to deal with this, so I hope for Yo's sake that he's able to still focus on the front.
Yo has enough stone for another castle, too. Does he put a castle to the north on that hill? Kind of get 3 spread out, and then he's got potentially 3 for trebuchets.
I think it kind of depends on his confidence level. Normally, you want to play late game safe and build castles all along the hills and the crucial resources, but that's what Hera did, and then Viper out late gamed him. So maybe instead, you actually do go castles all in the same spot and try and win this in early Imperial Age, not allow it to get to late game where Viper's very good with Khmer.
It's been so solid from both players.
Yep.
No big mess ups here. Really, like, I think 1 or 2 villagers dead from both sides. As the elephants are tracking those crossbows going up north, but Viper already up there with villagers on the neutral gold too.
Yeah, just want to point that out right here. Viper is looking to get relics. He's looking to control golds and hills on other areas of the map. So with Yo having 2 castles, he could start making trebs, and he could push Viper in an area which is very much still important. This area could win the game. In fact, Yo is castling one of Viper's golds to the right of that market. I like this castle a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of a sneaky castle too. Does Viper see this? He does not. So if at some point he sends villagers out there, he might be surprised. But knowing Viper, he'd probably scan before he sends the villagers out. And Yo is putting another castle right where I said it might be to the north.
I'm struggling to see what Viper's going to do in the Imperial Age right now.
Yo, don't leave with your plumes. Don't leave with your plumes, Yo.
Yo.
Yo, don't leave with your plumes.
It's at 80%,
Kills
70%.
2 villagers from Viper.
Yeah, that's a bit messy, isn't it? But 4 castles with Mayans? That castle's going up. It won't be a doubt castle. I think Viper's just opening up with skirms.
Viper's going to see the castle on the right side, too, in the south, because it's attacking the market. And Yo's losing some plume numbers, but Viper, you were saying, like, what is he doing Imperial with his military? Obviously, the late-game Khmer military with lots of gold is better than Mayans, but the issue is getting the gold, right? As Viper comes in to snipe a trap.
Yeah, we cannot forget about how Viper likes to stall out the game. Like, if he snipes a few trebuchets here, as he takes the rest of the map, he's going to be in control. And also this other army, Dave, Yo had to build a tower. These are all the things Viper does as you try and push down the middle. Yo has more castles. Surely he should have more trebuchets right now, but he doesn't.
Well, like I said, this wood line is just preventing him from pushing effectively, right? Like, you have to get in front of that castle or to the side of that first castle you put down, and your trebs are going to be super exposed.
Yep. And what's he doing?
Misses the Mangonel with the treb shot.
The plumes have to run back to deal with this army. So the plumes that could have helped there have to go back to deal with this. A Viper will take 1 castle out There's plenty more for him to choose from right now.
Elite Eagle Warrior tech coming in from Yo, and he's dropping another barracks. So maybe he's thinking, if I open it up on the south side of Viper's base with that castle against the market, maybe I can raid. But Viper already dropping a defensive cap. This is why we love Viper. He's so aware. You know, he knows the threat of the raids, and he's going to drop a defensive castle in his base.
He's getting plate barding, so he's definitely going to raid with light cav, but beyond light cav, he doesn't have a lot that can deal with eagles. And if he's expecting the eagle switch, I guess you could make hand cannons. I see Hussar now, but where are Yo's barracks? How many eagles does he have? Dave, that's a decent amount. It's got to be eagles, though, if he's tossing away his castles. This will be the second one.
Well, Yo's got enough stone for another castle, actually.
Dang.
The fourth castle is the one that survives, right? According to Monty Python? Or was it the third? I can't remember. He's trying to put it on the neutral gold to the north.
Is he distracting with the plumes, or is that just chance?
He is. Yeah, I think he's distracting with the plumes.
Okay,
but he needs to send more military over there because Viper will probably come back to that at some point. He also needs to deal with the bomber cannons and the trebs in the middle somehow.
The eagles go in, Dave. Castle's there. Viper quick walls, so the eagles won't do anything. How quick was the reaction after seeing the market go down to just know? Yeah, Yo's going to run in there with his eagles.
Well, he knew that 5 minutes ago when he put the castle down.
Yeah.
It's just the beautiful thing about Viper, right? He has so much game experience, he has so much map awareness and situational awareness to be able to put that castle down.
It bothers me how little Yo has pushed up the middle. He's had 4 or 5 castles in this game. Now he has Elite Eagle Warrior. He needs to fight what Viper has. The siege is so vulnerable. Like, 5 eagles could clean this up. And finally, here he comes now to save this next castle. The castle fire is actually helping Viper a lot.
Well, Yo is going to the neutral golds that Viper has, or is trying to secure with a castle right now.
There's hand cannons now.
He realizes that Viper is out there.
This is good from Yo. Take out the trebs, run back and regroup, but do not lose that castle. Yo, take the bombard cannons too.
Take the bombard cannons. Most expensive unit in the game.
So 2 trebs down for Viper.
That's such a big loss.
2 bombard cannons down for Viper.
And is Yo denying this castle in the north? Oh, it was so close. It was so close.
Oh, man, it was close, wasn't it? But at least Yo now knows that's there. And he has a castle to make trebs in the north, too, so.
Yeah, he can take that out. And the Eagle raids are going to come in the left side of Viper's base. What does Viper have there in defense?
Yeah, Viper
Nothing.
Doesn't have anything there in defense. Viper's trying to defend, and Yo's repairing the trebuchet as he tries to make a big push. This is what we're waiting from Mr. Yo. I think he'll defend that treb as well, Dave. Beautiful.
Classic Yo here. He's just diving in with the Eagle Warriors. Yo with Mayans. It's just such a scary thing. We saw their win rate was so low.
Viper's out of stone. Viper just had to buy 100 stone to repair that castle further as Eagles are in multiple areas of his base.
It's going down anyway. Yo's got the villagers there. There's 3 trebs now. Eagles are everywhere. The yellow dots all over the map.
Yo has less population, but he's controlling more of the game. He's killing more crucial units, and he has more military. And again, I ask, what is Viper's plan? If it's hand cannons, that's so slow. They're just patrolling in the back of his base right now.
Dude, I'm getting so excited for this series. Just seeing this. Yo looks to be on peak form. Hand cannons, like you said, very, very slow. You have to fight in one spot with those.
Yep.
And the Eagles can use their mobility. They can hit the wood line in the middle. They can hit the farming eco in Viper's base. They can hit the neutral golds in the north.
Oh, and Viper, he has relics in this monastery, Dave. 3 relics. I'm sure Yo would love more gold with that. And Yo seems pretty confident he can take out the monastery and the castle there. I will say that it's a bit risky now that Viper has 14 hand cannons on this part of the screen, so Yo needs probably plumes. But even in the north, Dave, Yo is still spamming, and same thing. You notice how he's hitting at 2 different spots. It's beautiful.
Yeah, he's repairing that treb. There's a Cavalier in now. I think he'll be able to wipe up that Cavalier before it kills the treb. And like you said before, Viper had to buy stone to repair, and now 2 of his castles are being attacked.
And the Eagles can take out the hand cannons! Mr. Yo wins game 1 against the Viper in this best of 7. What a start to the series, Dave.
What was it? 14% win rate for Mayans?
It's a little bit higher
was
now.
That it? Mr. Yo is like, no, this is my civ. This is my map. And Yo taking the game over Viper. Very, very impressive map awareness to go up to the neutral, golds at the top, to put that castle at the south, deny that gold from Viper. Viper, it feels like he knew it was coming, but he just couldn't stop it.
Yeah, Khmer normally gain a pretty big lead in Castle Age with their economy, but the Imperial Age times were similar, and that awkward stage where Khmer don't really know what to go for was difficult for Viper. He just went Hussar, and then it took him a long time to make hand cannons, but by the time he had them, Yo was in 3 different spots of his economy and not letting him breathe. So Viper, losing with Khmer, not only did Mayans have a really low win rate in this tournament, but Khmer has one of the highest, so if anything, that was a Civ mismatch in Viper's favor. Now we have to talk about all the Viper home maps, all the potential strategy. Remember, Hera got swept 3-0. Fire got 1 win against Viper. Doubt got 1 win against Viper. So very few players have won more than 1 game against Viper recently in these tournaments. 159 kills. I don't think it's really the kills. It's more so the resources they collected and what they did with it. Yo had so much stone. I don't know where he got that stone from. And then he had way more gold. Whereas Viper was going for more of the late game trash situation with Hussar spam and just couldn't get there.
It felt like Yo was just better at locking down the golds that game. Viper knew he was going to have problems with that one in the south. It was too exposed, so that's why he went to the neutrals. But Yo was there just in time, you know? He trebbed down that castle. He hit the villagers with the eagles. And Viper just, with no gold income to sustain what he needed to make.
Well, that is the start to the finals we would have wanted here, guys. We'll go back now and look at the maps and the civilizations. Since this is a best of 7, the players need to just take a deep breath. This will be a very long set of games, and strategize, take it 1 game at a time. Viper has Aztlan, he has Golden Pit, and he has Land Madness as his home maps. He just lost with Khmer, which is a strong civilization for Land Madness. Am I not seeing things correctly? Is Khmer up there?
Khmer's blended out.
I'm blind. Okay.
Already used it.
Yeah. No, it's like it was right there in front of me. I couldn't see it. Sorry. So hard for us to know what map Viper will go for. If he goes for a map like Land Madness, he used Teutons. So I almost expect that. And Yo would have seen that that's what Viper did in the semifinal. I would prefer to
it's
not...
a final.
Yeah.
So we don't have to worry about Viper holding back strategies anymore, right?
Exactly.
That's something we talked about throughout this. So maybe we're going to see Golden Pit, which we haven't seen so far, but Viper picked multiple times going into the finals. Maybe we're going to see that come out here.
I would love... I'm not saying this is a great strategy, but I'd love to see Golden Pit Teuton... not Teuton, sorry. Cumans.
Humans?
Yeah, because you can build a second town center in the Feudal Age, and in this, you start in the Feudal Age.
Okay, well, it looks like the next map is going to be Golden Pit. The game has been launched, so we will get into that pretty soon.
I got my wish. It's Cumans against Saracens. Let's see how quickly Viper builds this TC. You start in Feudal Age. Will he go for an immediate second town center? He is. I think he's going to the middle, Dave. I think Viper wants to walk out to the middle of the map and build the town center. This is risky, though. It takes a long time to build that.
This is the strat. So we were theorizing about what could happen on Golden Pit. You've said it multiple times. Maybe Cumans with that second TC. Viper securing the middle right away. And Yo has gone for a market approach and some safe walls. So he's just going to go FC. I don't see any pressure coming from him with the Saracens.
So I like this strategy because it's different. I don't think this is a strategy. Now, granted, I haven't seen, but I don't think this is a strategy that's a winning strategy, especially if Yo just goes straight for a fast castle age. Like, imagine if Yo goes fast castle crossbow. The crossbows from Saracens do more damage against buildings.
TC.
Yeah.
He can just kill the TC. So it's going to be really tough for him. But we'll see how quickly Viper can get up to Castle Age to kind of counter those units.
I'd like to remind myself here that I did doubt Viper when I saw Teutons, and he made that work. So I doubt he's going into this without any practice. Yo will likely sell all of his stone, buy food, and click up to Castle Age here in a moment, while Viper will be stuck in Feudal Age, trying to keep both his starting and his forward gold town center producing villagers all the time.
Well, he's dropping a market right now, and he's going to have 12 on gold. So does he just Does he Saracen style this and just buy his way up to the next stage?
I think right now Viper will need to buy food to keep like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know.
Yeah.
There goes Yo.
And for Yo, the question for Yo, I think, is once he gets that crossbow mask, do you even bother with the thing in the middle? Or do you just go to the base from Viper? Because what is Viper going to have, right? Viper's going to be fully walled, but only with Palisade. And Palisade is like tissue paper to Saracen crossbows.
Also, does he go crossbows, or does he just go immediately for Mangonels? Like, it is possible he could build a forward siege workshop. The thing I don't like about going siege is that Viper could realistically go for scouts and defend against siege and monks, whereas if you go for crossbows, there's not much Viper can do at all, except maybe make defensive towers.
Yeah, I think if you're against humans and you see they're forever feudal with the 2 TCs, you can't go into a composition that's vulnerable against that, right?
Yeah.
You have to support with some pikes. And he's going with a stable in the middle, Mr. Yo.
Okay.
And Viper actually might scout this with that outpost. No, he does not see it.
Did I not speed up? Oh, yep. Well, outpost, we're good. We're live. Yeah, he doesn't
He's
see
getting
it.
Town Watch, though. Viper will see it.
What does he
Getting
do
Town
against
Watch
it, though?
so he knows.
Seeing, this is so unique to me. Obviously, seeing it's nice, so you know it's gonna come in. Town Watch will show. No!
Oh, it doesn't!
What? Thanks, DE!
And the Sneakyville keeps walking. The Sneakyville keeps going.
That is such an Age of Empires 2 thing. How on earth can he not see that? Just because he can't see the tiles it's on means he can't see the top of that stable.
And the siege workshop, forward siege workshop. Viper, does he have any idea about this with Town Watch? He can't see that either.
I have to say, though, Dave.
Oh, man.
The fact that Viper's about to click up to Castle Age is pretty epic. I thought he would be in Feudal Age for way longer.
Well, he had so much on gold, right? All those villagers at the middle, he had so much. Yo's Knight comes in now, forces him to garrison.
So now Viper, not
was
seeing the
just buying
stable,
food.
knows that there's a knight over here. What Viper does not know is the Siege Workshop Monastery that's going up there. But he is on the way to Castle Age. It would not surprise me at all if Viper just makes Step Lancers and tries to snipe the monks in Siege with the Step Lancers.
But him not knowing is kind of gonna hurt him early here in Castle Age. Look, he can't see that monastery. Now he can see the Mangonel. It was just outside of his vision. Mangonel comes in, kills. No, doesn't kill a villager.
Viper's aware. He wants to get the
Blocking
stable
with
up.
the scout too.
Ah! Villagers weakens. Now he'll send more vills. Okay, loses one. This is good damage for Yo. This is the first time he's gotten any value from his little attack here. Uh-oh. Viper sees the knight. Viper will not get that stable up
Lose
again.
another villager. You know, Cumans are good because you get the Vill lead going into the Castle Age because you're constantly producing. But a ram coming out now from Yo.
I love that play, but I also love the scout from Viper. He'll make quick
it's
work
so
of that
good.
monk.
So good from Viper. He didn't even see the monks, but he saw the Mangonel, and he figured, I need military units in the Feudal Age to deal with this stuff. Still, Camel out from Mr. Yo. He's hitting the TC. He's killing the siege, the stable.
Yeah. I think that stable goes down as well, Dave. Like, the Bloodlines research will complete, but Viper's really panicking right now, and he's not ahead by that many villagers.
How many times did we say that? Viper's panicking.
I know.
Yo has him on the back foot here in this game.
Wow.
Stable's gonna go down, so Viper forced to make 2 more.
How good is Viper's economy behind this? It doesn't look that great. He had to wall behind with houses. He'll have Step Lancer come out, I assume, to take out the siege, just so he can breathe. But he's not breathing with way more economy. You expect 10, 12, maybe 15 more villagers in this situation. Yo has a monk!
Lancers.
Damn.
And Yo has a lot of camels now, so that scout is going to have to be super sneaky if he wants to come in and engage. That Step Lancer is going to have to be really careful if he wants to engage against that Mangonel.
Kuman Cav is a
Yo-
bit faster.
Yo is actually adding a second TC behind this, so he's going to have a very comparable eco too.
All right, Viper wants to take the fight. That's amazing grouping from Yo. He gets the conversion. He will probably lose that monk, but he also kills the Step Lancer and has 2 Mangonels behind this again. So Yo's ability, as he breaks into Viper's main eco and Viper goes for a panic third TC, Yo's ability to continue this push, Dave, and punish the Viper has been amazing thus far.
Oh, the Step Lancer's trying to come in against the Mangonels. I think Viper would be content to sacrifice these here, but Step Lancers are so good at sniping units.
They got trapped in there, but Viper killed a Mangonel and a Monk. Really good value. Still has more eco. The Ram's now taking out his barracks. I think Viper's eco is certainly more awkward to deal with. Killed another Mangonel there.
Step Lancers are so good against Mangonels and Monks. That extra 1 range means they can run around and snipe, and it's really, really hard for Yo to catch up to them with his camels. I like the fact that Yo added that second TC behind this, though. It's kind of like forward pressure and boom behind. It's very Yo-esque.
Yeah, I hadn't looked at his base in a while, so just to show the viewers here, second TC is pumping. Has better eco upgrades than Viper, missing wheel though, and still, like, while Viper might have a few more villagers, he certainly had more idle time, right, Dave?
Oh yeah, for sure. And he spent so many resources, even just rebuilding those stables, repairing that TC.
Yeah.
He suddenly has camels though on the field. And getting the Step Lancer numbers up, so maybe he's just delaying long enough in the middle until he can take an effective fight, but the Knights are in on his base.
Yeah, 1 villager went down there. Also, the Blacksmith could go down. There's nothing Viper can do about the Ram, which is kind of funny.
That Ram is an MVP.
And Viper loses the camel to a conversion and had to delete the other. Viper's falling apart right now.
It's like he doesn't know what to do against this.
Yeah.
He's got to worry about his eco at home from those 2 Knights and the Ram. He's got to worry about the Mangonels.
He's out of wood.
Pressuring the TC.
He can't repair his TC. He's out of wood. If he loses the town center, all of these villagers are exposed. All 16 villagers.
And Yo is on stone right now. Yo is thinking about putting a castle as soon as he reclaims this position, I think.
And here comes Viper with the Step Lancers.
Step
Yo
Lancers
has so many monks. He might lose 1. Wait, can Yo retarget? Can Yo retarget with the monks? Can he get camel conversions?
2 camels!
He got...
And the TC goes down!
If Viper doesn't win this fight, he'll lose those villagers.
He's not winning this fight, dude.
Yeah.
There's no way he's winning this fight.
He didn't even take out the siege. And Mr.Yo is up 2 games to 0, baby. Oh my god.
We said Yo had shown up to this tournament. He beat LIEREYY before, and now he's up 2 games to nothing on Viper. When is the last time we've seen this? Was it Maldives?
Well, with Mr.Yo, I'm not too sure. I am just... I'm quickly reminding myself that this is a best of 7. And I remember the Hidden Cup 2 finals. Viper was down 3-1. We thought it was Viper. It was him, and he ended up still doing it. So, Yo, just take it 1 game at a time. Dave, do you think Viper, like, is this strategy not super risky when you're down 1-0? It's super risky.
Is. To go for the middle area like that. It feels like he labbed it out, but he didn't have an effective practice partner, you know? Or like he didn't expect the Saracens pick.
That's so...
Something along those lines.
Well, you know what? I think what's funny about this is if Yo was not Saracens, I don't think Yo was able to get Castle Age as fast. So Yo, I don't know if it was necessarily a counter to the Kuman pick, but picking Saracens here was perfect against Kumans. If Viper went for some other civilization and played it standard, then maybe Saracens are not the civ that's favored. So, like, Mr. Yo, so good.
Humans stay in Feudal Age a long time, and Saracens get to Castle Age very quickly. So it kind of like counters each other out, you know?
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Man, Yo's mentality going into Game 3 must be really, really good.
Yeah. You might even feel more nervous, right? Like now you're getting close. 2 games away from winning. I think this will be a long day for us. Only 13 kills for Yo. He was on point with the conversions, 4 conversions. He was on point with the position. You know what was really epic? And we didn't have time to really break it down because there was so much to talk about. Yo was siege pushing from the hill. He walked around Viper's base. He didn't siege push from the front. The brilliance to siege push from the hill where you would do more damage was amazing. It's not like he's faced that strategy. It's not like that's meta. This is a new game mode, and Yo was able to read the map well. Viper had more food, more wood, and more gold collected. It didn't matter. That's unbelievable, that statistic right there. Who needs eco, man?
Okay, so for the first time in this tournament, we're talking about Viper's second home map pick.
Yep.
What do you think it's going to be?
Well, it better be something a little bit more... a little bit stronger, let's put it that way. I know he's Viper, but if he goes down 3 games to Yo, it's going to be so difficult. Like, I think in just the first 2 games, Yo has shown you guys what he's made of, what he's capable of, but Yo has been one of the more consistent players ever since I've been around. For years, it was Viper number 1 conversation, Yo number 2 conversation, or number 3 conversation. Viper said after Hidden Cup 3, Yo is my biggest challenge, and Yo has shown up, Dave. Lands Madness and Aztlan, Viper's remaining home maps. If he goes Aztlan, it's probably Indians. And Lands Madness, it's Toons. Probably.
Is it though? Is it though? Is it though?
All right, well, let's see. Aztlan, game 3. Viper needs a result. Can he get it? I'm sure he can. What will Yo pick? All right, so Viper goes for Indians. Now, Indian villagers collecting shorefish. This was pre-patch, okay? The patch that came out the other day is not the patch they're using here. It's the fastest food source in the game. The Viper starts off the game, sending more villagers towards the shorefish day. Viper's in the red again. Yo has gone for Malians. Now, what will he do to keep Viper off the shorefish, I wonder?
Well, if you speed up here, Yo is immediately going for a tower, and he's going for the men-at-arms strategy, so Yo just super aggressive to push Viper off those fish before he can get any income from that whatsoever.
Yep, that's the only tower he could build, and did Viper not see that tower? It's very possible Viper didn't see that tower as he relocates his villagers. And there's 3 men-at-arms here already for Mr.Yo. Well, this is very all-in.
Yeah, and Viper has archers out, but remember, Malian, men-at-arms, they get that pierce armor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the archers aren't going to do as much damage as they normally would. Yo, with an archer range in the middle, he's going to go into skirmishers to help fight off the archers and keep his men-at-arm count alive until those skirmishers get on the field.
All right, a stable for Viper. He will have the food to create some scouts, which will be very much needed against the skirmishers. And he's building a tower. So that will be the only tower these players will build unless they chop to the wood in the corners. Chop through the wood to get stone in the corners, or if they buy it.
And defensive tower now from Viper.
Beautiful
Securing
play.
as much fish as he can. That's a good position for him. He's going to quick wall those villagers in. Yo didn't even try to snipe those. He knew they would be walled in. And Viper getting away with a villager on 2 HP.
Viper? Viper? Okay. I thought she
Never
was.
mind.
I thought she was free. Yeah. Okay. Well, Yo. I'd say mission accomplished in that he threatened Viper early, but not mission accomplished in the sense that Viper's still on shorefish as Indians.
Well,
and here comes a
Yo is
counterattack.
making a market. Yo is making a market right now. I don't think the counterattack will do too much because those skirmishers can deal with the archers.
Especially
So
if Viper doesn't notice it.
Yeah, is Yo going to buy more stone and maybe make more towers?
I think eventually, but he has 60 gold right now, so it will take him some time. Nothing else yet from him. Both players on the shorefish, multiple mills bringing in the food. Viper and Yo both not building farms, so it's all shorefish and the berries that they're foraging through right now. 37 villagers for Viper, 36 for Yo. It's actually 37 apiece now, and 10 military apiece.
Another barracks in the middle. Another barracks from Yo here.
Huh.
With Malian. So is he going to go heavy spears, or is he going to go more men-at-arms? It looks like more men-at-arms.
Can you
Still
consider...
only 4 on gold, though.
Can you consider getting an additional armor upgrade on Malian Man-at-Arms? Beautiful quick wall from Yo.
Wall. Great quick wall. Is this Hera? Like that was insane speed.
Uh-oh, Viper's 2 archers. Looking at Viper's 2 archers right now as he got into the woodline. But yeah, I mean, Malians get that extra armor, right?
Viper into the TC with those 2 archers.
What if you...
Right past the TC.
Weird. What if you just get the armor upgrade on the Man-at-Arms? Can you go Man-at-Arms, Skirms, and Spears? Like, there's the armor upgrade right now. Yeah, he's making more Man-at-Arms. I think this only works with Malians. So he strategized this.
You push right underneath that tower, too.
But
you keep a few Skirms at the back for defense. But those scouts, the scouts are scary.
Viper's on the way to Castle Age, dude. Indians are so broken. They're so broken on this map.
Here comes Yo. He did buy stone.
He bought stone, so he'll tower. Viper's hitting that wood line. Yo hasn't lost a villager yet, and here's the tower. Wow, that is an aggressive tower. One that Viper tried to bash down. He can't do that. Yo lost... He might not have even lost a single villager there, Dave.
You know, we've been talking about this all tournament. When you click up to the castle age, it's such a risk, right? Because you're expending those resources that you could potentially put into feudal units, and Yo can spam units all day.
It's got to be all in for Yo. Just continue here.
Yep.
You might think Viper's up because he doesn't have more military. Did Viper really just
Viper
buy?
had to buy a tower. He had to buy a tower, and he's going to lose the first one.
And he can't get through into Yo's base, so there's no real counterattack for him either. Oh, is Viper repairing on the other side? That's nifty. That's nifty. Repairing the tower from the other side.
That's such a beautiful play from Viper there to repair from the other angle. But Yo coming back with his villagers. Is he going to batter this second tower down?
What if Viper doesn't have the resources to do anything in Castle Age? If he didn't
right?
go into farming eco, which he might be
and
doing
look at
now.
his army at the back. Is this Viper? He's losing it for free.
Yo is making this game so unbelievably messy. Viper desperately repairing his tower. He's out of stone, Dave. He's out of stone. He cannot repair any longer. Now, what can Viper
armor
make?
is so difficult to deal with from Viper.
Yeah.
He's only got villagers here. He doesn't have the resources because he wasn't on the shorefish.
Yo has the shorefish. Yo could make spears. He could make man-at-arms. If he can deal with the camels, he can deal with Viper, and he could go 3-0 up. Keep it going, Mr. Yo.
Now, the camels are out now. The tower is still up from Viper. Obviously, nothing to repair that with. He's still got the villager there.
Yep.
Another barracks coming down from Yo. We're going to see the 3 barracks feudal all in.
I don't know how these man-at-arms are going to perform against the camels, though. That's the worry. And Viper, he's making cav archers. Awkward to micro, right? But he has a little bit of food eco at home. Yo's forever feudal, so it's never easy to be fighting with feudal units, especially against fast castle units. You see how Viper backs away.
I think with Viper being down on villagers by 10, Yo needs to prevent, at all costs, he needs to prevent Viper from going back out to the shorefish, because it's such a big boost, right? And Viper, right now, he's trying to build that massive CA. He doesn't have enough gold.
He doesn't have a lot of resources, yeah. It's just what value can Viper get from his units?
More villagers going down.
It's crazy.
Viper did do a great play there in walling his villagers in to kill that tower.
Also saving
very
the
nice.
other
He
tower.
also, yeah, he bought stone to save that other tower. One thing we haven't mentioned yet is that Yo has been on shorefish this entire time.
Yep. I wonder if there's a point where he can get the resources to click up.
Soon. Look at his res.
But if he takes his foot off the gas, as he's attacking Viper's villagers here, if he takes his foot off the gas, it's so dangerous.
Look at the vill count.
It's crazy.
It's insane.
Yeah, and Viper's attacking a barracks right now. He's building another tower.
And Viper bought more stone for another watchtower.
Viper can't defend his gold, actually. That's what's funny. Here comes Yo.
He knows his win condition, I think, is getting back to those shorefish, hoping that he can get enough food to make military units at Castle Age, but he's getting hit on the gold now, and Yo is walling up his base and placing a defensive tower. I don't think we've ever seen so much stone bots in early feudal age.
Too bad Saracens was picked in the previous game, right? Let's see. Is Yo on point enough to get that vill too? He does. So he gets another villager. He's 10 ahead, and he's using feudal age military to defend. Tell me he's just clicked up. He's on his way to Castle Age. This is unbelievable for Mr. Yo.
This is insane play. I haven't seen play of this quality in a long, long time from him, if ever. And he's going to have probably, what, a 10 villager lead when he hits it?
10 villager lead, and he'll have option to make his... You could make your own camels, or you could make knights, and just flood Viper's shorefish.
Or do you just continue with the... Oh, we see Viper teching into men-at-arms.
Huh.
Interesting.
Is Viper...
Stable
maybe he's
from Yo.
expecting longsword, and so he wants to match it? I'm not too sure.
But stables coming down from Yo. And Viper actually hitting these shorefish villagers with the cav archers. Yo, however, has skirmishers behind that. He's going to lose a few vills.
Yep, loses 2.
And the camels are into his base. He hasn't reacted yet.
Yeah, he actually... That was the first mistake Yo's made this game. He was walling behind and didn't do so in time. Those camels could kill villagers, and Viper, he knows now that he has a few moments. He's getting supplies, so he can afford a lot of infantry. Still being a nerd with the camels.
And he's going to see the stables now. So does that affect what he's doing?
See, if you make longswords, knights kill that. So if it's pike knight, I still feel like it's better for Yo because he has pikes against the camels and then he has knights against everything else. Plus, like, knights are really good against the villagers if you're just sniping vills too.
Yeah. I think Yo has to avoid this game becoming too stable, because that's where Viper really, really thrives.
Yep.
It's when the games aren't messy and he can just kind of, you know, take a deep breath, stabilize his eco, get his ideal military composition out there. Yo has to continue to make this messy. And that villager attacking the tower is super weak.
Yeah. Weak villager, also weak camels. Yo's getting elite scrim and Bodkinera was his first choice. I don't love that. But Bodkinera is certainly going to be helpful for the tower. That tower stays up. Viper's still looking for an avenue to push. Viper only has 4 cav archers, and 2 camels will chase that back. Yo, just send knights underneath the towers here on the right side. I think Viper dies if the knights arrive.
Important thing to look at too, Viper is chopping wood towards the corner of the map in probably the worst possible location, and Yo is almost through to his corner. That's how you get stone. Maybe Yo could fortify the middle more with that. Siege Workshop coming down now from Yo, and with the elite skirm there, this is getting pretty dicey here for Viper.
You know, I judged the elite skirm, but you can fight underneath tower fire with elite skirm. He didn't know about the longswords though, so here comes Viper with cav archers and longswords. Something we saw Yo do against Slam, actually, in the first round. 47 villagers for Viper.
Yeah, only 4 villagers behind. This guy's so impressive in what he can do. I think any other player just dies to that from Yo.
But Yo, if he makes 4 knights, I think he's in a decent position. Let's see if Yo can quick wall. No quick wall from him. No reaction yet, actually. Messy, dude.
He's killing the tower with his mangonel. 5 idle villagers that isn't doing anything for Viper.
and Yo just hops into the tower. Is Yo going to be able to repair the mangonel, fight the longswords, garrison his villagers, repair his tower all at the same time? This is unbelievable. Yo's doing 6 different things on our screen while also doing the defense at home.
And winning all the fights.
Winning every single fight. While
crazy,
he's 2-0 up against Viper in a tournament final. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing right now. That mangonel will go down, but the tower's weakened. Viper has to repair again. He's soon out of stone, Dave, so we'll see more stone bot potentially.
Losing the cav arch, lost all of the cav archers.
I don't even know where they died.
To Yo's camels.
Yep, I saw the camels chasing. The most important thing here is, can Viper hold the middle, or does he have... No, he doesn't have proper food eco at home! Half of his farms aren't even reseeded!
And Yo is through to the stone now, too. So Yo has access to way more resources. He has the military advantage. The villagers are going to pop out. They're going to get killed.
This is game over. This is game over. There's a ramp behind this. Viper does not have the military to fight this. He's losing all of his fights. He's losing all of his villagers. He's 23 military behind. This could be history here, guys. This could be Age of Empires 2 history. Viper is down 3 games to 0 to Mr.Yo.
Yo is playing unbelievable. Yo is playing out of his mind. There's some questionable calls by Viper, but like Indians.
Losing.
He did the things you need to do.
Yep.
Like, he did the things, but Yo just countered it before I'm speechless. Well played by Yo.
Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Guys, I remember so many times where Yo would come close and face up against Viper. So many stories where he'd acknowledge Viper's greatness. And Yo was up 3 games to 0 in a new format, a new game mode. This is after Viper destroyed Hera in the semifinal 3-0. And many people have been saying Hera's number 2. So the showing that he's brought us is a treat. People might have expected a Viper sweep, but for Viper to get swept, that's on the cards now.
Well, you know what? Viper is Viper, and we're going to go into Viper's 3rd home map, something I never thought I'd say. I still... See, Viper's in my head, though, because I still think the chances of Yo winning this series are like 50-50. With Viper down 3-0, you know?
I know. That's the thing. That's the thing. It's not because of Yo, it's because of how Viper has played in the past. There's the statistics. Yo with more food than Indians. Beautiful strategy, beautiful map. So far, he's just countered Viper every step of the way. If you want the KD, it's there, but that was a pretty short game. I'm speechless, but Dave, I'm really excited to see the maps and the civs now. Sorry, I didn't use the statistics screen. I'm just so mind blown.
I'm so curious. Like, what do you even do against that strategy on that map? Even if you are Indians,
well,
how do you counter it?
You just hold for a certain period of time, and then you have scouts and skirms normally. But I don't think we've seen that many man-at-arms, and that would not work with any other civ. It's just because Malians get that +1 Pierce armor starting in feudal, so that was sick.
So we're gonna see Land Madness. You were saying Teuton's on Land Madness, like we saw against Hera. It's really his only option here, isn't it? It's really he's got to win with Teuton's.
Viper, this is not real. This is not reality. Viper is down 3 games in a tournament final, and his go-to civ is Teuton's?
And Yo has Huns.
His go-to civ isn't Teuton's, man. I mean, it worked. It's good, but is this real life? Yeah, Yo has Huns. Does he have Slavs too? I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he goes Slavs. Yeah, I think Slavs might be the better play.
Huns, Slavs, Franks he'll probably save for Kawasan, but Huns and Slavs, very, very strong choices on this map.
I think Yo will use Huns or Persians for cross. So yeah, he has options.
Or maybe if he knows Viper's picking Teutons, can you justify going for something like a Byzantine pick?
That would be sick. Full trash against it. I still feel like you're up 3 games, you stick to your game plan. If your game plan was to go Byzantines on Land Madness, then you do it. If it's not, then you don't do that and you go with Slavs instead.
We don't often talk about Viper's mindset, but is he shaky going into this?
I mean, he 3-0'd Hera, right? So like I don't know if Viper's mindset is probably the best part of his game. But Yo has never been a player, like we've never once said that Yo is a tilter. You know, we've never said once that Yo struggles when it comes to his mentality, and this is probably the 100th time these guys have faced in a crazy best of 5 or 7. So Yo, like, if Yo wins the next game, it is not because Viper's playing bad. It is because Yo is playing amazing. There are situations, there are situations where we might say, okay, Viper did play his best, but Yo is just playing lights out Age of Empires right now. And game number 4, Yo has 4 opportunities, 4 games to get 1 win to be the champion of this event against the Viper. And Dave, it is Teutons for the Viper again. Teutons and Yo has Slavs. Let's see what Viper does. Now, I want to focus on this because the last time we saw Viper pick Teutons, I assumed he would build the stable immediately. Instead, he's getting instant horse collar. So he's going for the cheap farms right away for an eco boost. Very different from what Yo will do, most likely. Because, ooh, wait a second. Yo's going for a range because he's expecting spear defense.
Yeah, well, the thing in Yo's favor here is that he saw Viper's game against Hera.
Yeah.
Where Viper played Teutons. He probably casted that game, actually, on his channel. So he could analyze it and try and prepare strategies to help against it. And with the immediate range, suddenly Viper, with the spear defense, maybe not so effective.
Yeah, Viper's gold. I mean, there's plenty of golds to go to on this map, but his gold and his berries, all forward and exposed, so archers and some spearmen from Yo could really suffocate Viper. But again, Viper's whole strategy is using the Teuton economy and defense to eventually kick in late feudal age and early castle age.
You know, they're really close to each other too. For Land Madness, usually you'll see them at like each corner, one at the left side, one at the right side.
Ooh.
But there's like just a short path between them, and there's 3 golds in that path too.
I don't think Yo has found Viper. He's going the wrong direction. He has not. Wait for it. Sorry, hotkey issue here. Okay, he's found the berries.
No,
That's
he
huge.
found him.
Yeah, he found him.
Yeah. I think you need to speed up once again.
Oh, damn. Sorry. It's getting faster, and here come the archers, Dave, and the spears. Viper did see that. What will Viper's defense be? He's still going for that stable.
Yep, and he's sent a forward spearman. He's probably not going to like seeing the archers, and he's definitely not going to like seeing the archers on his gold. Instant reaction from him, though. Really, really good for Viper.
Yeah.
And the stable is going up now, but Yo just goes to the berries.
Yep.
And Viper has, it's so much idle time.
So if Viper gets skirms out, he can kill both the spears and the archers, and he did go for the greed approach, so he has quite a few farms. Yo's early damage is
time
good.
on the wood line now.
No villagers lost yet, but Viper, half of his wood economy was idle for the last few moments. Yo will, of course, know that skirms will probably be on the way. Wouldn't surprise me if he's already prepping his own stable at home, and Dave, he is. Like, Yo is so on point. You want to make skirms? That's great. I'm going to have the scouts prepared. I'm tense.
Oh, man.
I am tense.
I am so tense.
Yeah. Here comes Yo. Again, sees the villagers. Viper's fighting it off with Vils for now until the skirm arrives and the scouts. Now, this is a mistake from Yo. Losing the spear there would be quite bad for him because then scouts could kill his archers. Viper already has armor, by the way, but Viper off his gold again because of this pressure.
Yeah, and he loses one spearman there. That's less he can have against in defense as soon as Yo switches into the stables. And yeah, 2 stables for
Nice
Yo.
T90 farm from Viper. Please don't build that. You're not Khmer. That's questionable. And Yo was able to get away with his 2 archers and spears, and he's back on the berries. Where is Viper's counter? Where is Viper's defense right now? Yo already has the scout here on the skirms too, Dave. It's all Mr. Yo here.
It just seems like Viper's been reacting to everything Yo has been doing this entire series.
Yeah.
He's never dictated play. Not once. Not in any of these 4 games. And once again, he's got his back up against the wall against Mr. Yo. He's constantly going back to the TC.
Yeah. Crazy. Now bloodlines for Mr. Yo, so his scouts will be stronger. Viper has armor, but Viper doesn't have archers. Bloodlines on the way for Mr. Yo. Imagine sweeping the Viper after all the tournaments he's lost in the finals and semifinals to Viper over the years. Sweeping him on the Red Bull channel.
I mean, Viper does have the villager lead, but I think Mr. Yo might have gotten wheelbarrow. Yeah, Viper does not have wheelbarrow.
Let's see how Yo's micro is and how Viper can defend from this. Because again, Yo pulls the scouts back, shoots the spear. He's now getting armor knowing Viper has armor. Viper has home field advantage, but he is constantly running away. Another Vil dies.
Another villager dies, and I really like the way that Yo has, up till this point, conserved his military numbers. He hasn't thrown them away uselessly.
Oh my god.
Now he's going to attack the
oh my
skirmishers,
god.
But he's getting hit by the TC.
But he microed away from the TC a few times there. I love the confidence from Yo to do that.
But he's losing the numbers. Okay,
Yeah.
This is the opportunity for Viper. Very, very good fight from Viper there. Constantly targeting the archers with his skirmishers, whittling down their numbers. But look at the front near Viper's gold again.
Yep.
Yo just has more military to follow it up. He's not using it, though. Maybe a little bit of a slip up there from Yo, not being active with that, not going to the gold.
Yeah, there's like 25 things he's trying to do right now. He brings the scout across. I think it matters more. The scouts matter more than anything right now. It will probably be multiple stables from Yo. And there's a second stable for Viper. Viper's scout numbers will go down on the left side, and he only has skirms now. So Viper's gone into skirms to defend archers. I highly doubt Yo will produce many more archers. And he'll pump scouts out of 3 stables.
Yeah, another stable from Viper on the right there. Yo is just quicker to the second stable than he was. And scout numbers, we've seen it so many times on this map. They're so important, and Viper just has skirms.
Yeah, Viper, there's a lot of weird things going on now. The wall wasn't completed yet. He doesn't have the numbers. He tries to quick wall. Yo's faced against that many times. Yo will kill 2. Oh, I could kill so many more villagers.
Another one.
3.
Third one goes down. I think a 4th one goes down here if Yo micros. No, he pulls the scouts back, saving his military numbers. He knows he has the advantage. Now it's all about capitalizing on that position.
Yo should win this game. He should win this game.
He should.
Viper, so in the previous games, I did not see any, like, real, I don't want to say weakness, but, like, no weird things from Viper. Viper was playing straight up in the previous game. Here,
this seems like he's shaky. It seems like he's nervous.
Now,
and
like,
look at Yo at the back on the deer villager.
At Viper reacts immediately. He's now running away, but he'll lose more villagers, and Yo's also on the left. Viper can't pick a side. Mr. Yo destroyed Viper in game 1, game 2, and game 3. He's doing the same here in game 4. He doesn't even care about the Spearman, Dave. He just wants Vil picks.
Yeah, I think at this point he realizes I've picked, what, 8 or 9 villagers and my economy at home is untouched as Slavs.
Yeah.
He's actually added the 3rd stable and he's just going to keep pumping scouts out onto the field. Was the Tudens pick? Was that the way to go for Viper? I feel like it's less to do with the Civ in this game and more to do with just shaky decision making.
Yeah. Well, Yo just has never given Viper a chance to breathe in so many of these games.
Never.
Yeah. Like we've seen sets where Viper was doing the same thing to Hera, right? It's just Viper. He's on the other end of things now. So many of those farms are exposed. Like, Yo, he might be tempted to go Castle Age, but there's really no need. Only go Castle Age if you are 100% certain Viper can counter.
I love this split. Look at the little things that Yo's doing. He's sending 4 scouts over to the right. He sends 6 scouts over to the left.
Yep.
He's forcing Viper to divide his spearman army.
Yeah.
And he's pushing the villagers off the berries. He's into the farms at the back.
You know, you don't say this often, Dave. But when Viper was 3 games down going into this, I feel like he might have already lost it mentally. Like, some of the weird things that he's doing, the messy play. Like, it doesn't seem like I'm looking at this back eco area. Viper didn't do this in the other games. Did he just feel like it's not his day and Yo's too tough to stop?
And Yo's up to Castle Age. Yo is up to Castle Age first.
Wow.
With 3 stable production.
The first time Viper has any sort of counter, here it is. Yo is so confident he's been taking the deer in the middle of the map. Not at all necessary. He'll also have a big attack coming into Viper. Viper, of course, doesn't have the scouts defensively. So those scouts and archers will push Viper away again from the woodline, from the berries. Here's Viper's little rinky-dink attack on Yo's woodline. 4 scouts could do damage, of course. But look at the attack from Yo.
How does Viper get back into this game? Can he get back into this game?
I don't think he can. No, if Yo plays this well, like now Yo's losing some villagers, but it's only 4 scouts. Yo's fights are much better, and he'll be in Castle Age soon. I genuinely think Viper's dead.
Like, against Castle Age units, too? Does he have any counter whatsoever?
Yeah. I don't think so. Like, Knights kill him right now. He does have attack, and he does have defense on the spears, but that just keeps him... If he's making spears, it keeps him in the Feudal Age even longer. Sickening play from Yo, but there are a few things. Like, do you want to have those villagers forward still? Okay, he'll lose those 2. He's, of course, heading to Viper's base.
Yo's playing with such confidence right now. He has to be.
Yep.
Like, just put yourself in his position. How many times have you lost against the Viper, and now you're up 3-0, and you're in a commanding position in the final game?
And Dave, he came to win. He didn't come to survive and like go map control for the most part. He's gone for the kill every single game. He's in Castle Age now. Still really awkward where he has his gold here. So he's got to deal with that. And here, the risk we talk about where you do go to the next stage. This is it. Yo's starting to lose villagers. He is getting chain barding. He is getting light cav. Can Viper hold? The micro in the south. So sickening. Bringing the archers in for the spears. Sending in the armies as a group. At home, he'll defend.
How long until Viper gets to Castle Age, though? That's another question. Can he afford to do it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, right now, he's dying to light cav and archers. And if the light cav just keep moving past, Viper has more villagers back here. So, yeah, Yo, I guess waiting for his archers to pass so we can get the archers back there. That was a bit weird. Viper has some scouts at Yo's base. Viper does have more villagers now, but keep in mind his TC will be idle as he advances to the next stage. Where's Mr.Yo's force in Castle Age, Dave? It's like there's nothing over here now. He was really distracted by Viper.
Very, very distracted. That's exactly the opportunity Viper needs.
Yeah.
Whether he can capitalize on it, whether he's even in a position to get back into this game is another question.
Sniped a lot of vills, too. On the wood lines, on the farms now. He gets another one. A forward castle! This is not a get out of my game castle. This is get out of the series and enjoy second place castle from Mr.Yo.
Oh my god, Mr.Yo trying to cap this off in true Mr.Yo style with a forward castle.
Oh my goodness, man. I really, like, Yo loves his towers, right? We saw them a few times against LIEREYY, but didn't think we'd see a castle drop. That castle will go up. Viper will have to move from his gold. Fortunately, there are more golds, but can Viper stop the Knights?
Yeah, I don't know if he can. And as soon as he moves out to those extra golds, suddenly he's got more exposed eco that Yo can hit.
Yeah. Yeah, the gold in the back. The Knights could run right through. Honestly, just run right through. Viper, if you're looking at the minimap, Viper just has his auto scouts going, and then he has 3 scouts heading to Yo's base, where he could easily find some pickoffs. Dude, Yo's making bowyars. He's making
we
bowyars.
saw it in that game. Dude, we saw it against LAN. Remember against LAN? Very similar situation. He was up to Castle Age first, I believe. He got his eco rated. He fell behind in villagers, and then the boyars carried him through.
Better against pikes, right? With that melee armor. I think Yo is using this moment to stabilize a little bit, protect himself at home, and is waiting for Viper to fight him. Says, okay, Viper, you're not fighting me. I'll just take out your buildings until you're forced to. There is some risk in that. The Vil count is even. And now that Viper's in Castle Age, Yo is running in. Maybe he didn't even think Viper was up.
Yeah, the fact that Viper is even up in Castle Age and close to even in villagers is a testament to his skill. Like, over the past couple minutes, it feels
There's
like
a hole.
Viper has just brought himself back into this. There was a hole, and now Yo's in.
Yeah, I think Viper might... Well, initially I was thinking he might be okay with it if he can get the Knights killed here, but he loses
But
Vils
not
and
with
Yo
these
should
villagers
run.
dead. Yeah, he's going to run right back here. Viper... Why that continues to be open at the edge of the map?
Is
I
it a
have no
bug?
idea.
Okay, there we go.
He's going to close it off now.
All part of the plan, man, as Viper would say.
Yeah. And here come the boyars.
Yep.
Here come the boyars. Viper is expanding out to the right. Like I said, he needs to go out there, but it's super exposed.
Yo's going for man-at-arms, too. His foot is officially on the pedal, man.
Dude, he's got a lead foot right now. He's just no slowing down, just pure acceleration. All of these games for Mr.Yo.
Yep.
And is he going to find that TC before it goes up? That would most definitely be the killing blow if Viper can't get that up.
He's going to the stone. Is it a doubt TC? Oh no, Viper, he's already behind by 7 villagers.
Is this how it ends?
I mean, listen, the TC, it will probably go up eventually. Or not. Even if he gets it up. It's too much. Yo has swept him, man. I don't want to call it early and be that guy. The Viper's going to try, but this is not a game that Yo should ever lose. Yo wins this 9,999 times out of 10,000.
Yeah, even against the Viper, Viper is going to get that TC up. He is going to take some favorable trades against the Boyars, but Yo can reproduce.
Yeah.
Viper's not even farming on it, half his farms.
So
his villagers are dead.
A few things to point out here. Boyars are pretty pricey. Yo's also just on 1 town center, but I think Yo will stay on 1 town center. And
go up to him?
He'll go, well, he's going to go longsword push, Dave, with Rams.
Oh, okay.
And so Viper builds a new TC on the right, and then Yo will just wipe out the entire main base, which, to be honest, isn't really being used much by Viper.
Yeah, but if he takes out even 1 TC, suddenly the villager count, they're both on 1 TC, right?
Yep.
So if he takes out that middle economy, takes out all those farms, Viper has to remake those.
Yeah,
Viper making another TC on that wood line.
At this point, the only way Viper wins is if he's able to boom under pressure, which is what Teutons are really good at. So he's going to try his absolute best here to do that. Yo will drop another castle. He is the stone fort right now. Where's he placing
drop it on that main gold? Do you put it on those farms on the main gold?
It's on the right side, next to the new town center.
Oh my god, it's controlling that gold. It's threatening that wood line. It's on a hill.
Yep.
There's no military for Viper. So he can't deny this, especially with the longswords soon to be there.
He has pikes raiding.
He can see the villagers coming. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows something is happening.
All right, there are the villagers. That is not something you want to see when Mr.Yo is playing you. Villagers walking into your base, boyars, longswords. If he's even seen the massive longswords, and Yo puts it even further forward than originally planned, Viper's getting man-at-arms and supplies, but he does not have the time and the eco to ever push this back.
You know, he is raiding some villagers from Mr.Yo on the gold, so the villager count is going to get more and more even here.
Okay.
But I feel like Yo's map control is just amazing. Viper going for a Teuton tower, though.
You know, Yo didn't
Could
see
he possibly
that.
deny this castle?
Does he have fletching? He does. I think Yo will probably send more villagers, and plus Yo is raiding in the back with bowyars. Yeah.
Viper sees the longswords and immediately bails on that tower.
Yeah.
Immediately bails. Because if you keep the villagers garrisoned in there to deny the castle, suddenly there's nothing garrisoned in the TC to kill the longswords killing the tower, right? So
Yeah. Viper's pikeman counterattack is not working. It's getting cleaned up by longswords. The castle is up for Yo. That's castle number 2. Viper's villagers will just run further, and Viper will build a new TC. Are we just going to do this until the time runs out, where Viper adds TCs and tries to stabilize? Because that's what it looks like.
He is fairly close. Let's score. No, we're not going to do it.
Mr.Yo sweeps the Viper in a best-of-7 final. 4-0, and Dave, there was never even a question in these games. Like, there were moments of brightness for Viper, but Yo always knew what Viper was going to do. He was always in more places than Viper was, and he always had the better strategy.
I've never said this about Viper before, but the map picks and the Civ picks, 3 of them, extremely questionable. Khmer on Arabia, we had Cumans on Golden Pit, and we have Teutons on Land Madness.
They look questionable because Yo is a beast. They did not look questionable when Viper 3-0'd Hera. So, like, yes, it's questionable if you lose, but Viper won 3-0 against the player who's seen as number 2 in the world. So Mr.Yo reminds everyone in this community that despite being at the high level for years and years and years and years, he is a beast of the game. He's a god of the game, one of the biggest legends ever. He beats the king, the Viper. Unbelievable, Dave. I can't believe it. I know that I said 4-1 for Yo or something ahead of time. Don't think I really know anything about the game. If anyone with half a brain cell would have predicted Viper to win in the tournament final because he's so dominant. But Yo deserves this, man. It's been a long time coming.
It has been such a long road, and I can only imagine how Yo is feeling right now. All of China. Do you remember when they won that team game tournament and it was live and all the Chinese fans were popping off? Imagine all the Yo fans in China right now just going nuts over this result. It wasn't a 4-3. It wasn't a 4-2. It was a clean sweep of the Viper.
Whatever you want to say. Salute him. PogChamp him. Bow down to him, Mr.Yo. Guy who has won, he wins all tournaments consistently. It's pretty much what it's been. Props to him as well, because he played well in this tournament, beating Hera 3-0 like he did in the semifinal. And he, like, the reason we're so surprised and shocked is because of Viper's dominance over such a long period of time. Obviously, he has nothing to worry about in the future with his skills, but
he sets such a high standard for himself, you know, and we try and hold him to that standard. And Yo tried to hold him to that too, and Viper just wasn't up to the task. Yo was unbelievable. The amount of preparation, just the amount of pressure he put on him in every single game, and hopefully, maybe this even sparks a fire under Viper.
Yeah,
maybe we'll see peak Viper pretty soon because he got swept here.
The very first time I watched an Age of Empires tournament on Twitch, I was not casting or anything back then. It was Maldives event, which is a long time ago now, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Anyways, it was a best-of-5 final, and Yo was up 2-0 against the Viper, and I watched it all go down as Viper came back to win 3-2. So that was 5 or 6 years ago.
That was Maldives.
And they've met so many times since then. Viper, I believe the statistic that Zach might be able to verify here in a second and confirm is that Viper had won the last 8 times they had met in a tournament. 8 times, despite Mr.Yo being such a beast and beating the players like he did in all these tournaments. So I'm so happy for Yo. I'm so happy. I'm gutted for Viper, obviously, but he's won a lot of tournaments.
He's taken his wins in the past. Yo needed a win, man. Yo is such a legend of the game, and let's just look through the statistics here. We could sit here all day talking about this, I think.
I
don't think they're showing the statistics on screen right now. It's currently the 3 of us. But yes, Tristan, I can confirm what you said is true. He beat him in the last 8 times they met each other. What an incredible result for Mr. Yo. I was not prepared for that. I was not expecting that, and I am in shock. To be completely frank.
It's really good for the scene. Now, granted, this is not going to change a lot in people's minds. If Yo does it the next tournament and the next tournament, then things start to shift. Viper's still seen as the best player in the world, I'm sure. Not in this tournament, but all of the games were competitive. I think back to LIEREY and Tato going 3-2, LIEREY and Yo going 3-2. So many amazing players, and the difference between them is so small. It could be an upgrade one civilization doesn't get. It could be an eco upgrade one civilization does or doesn't get. It could be like a slight difference in the map. That's how good the scene is right now, Zach.
Yeah, absolutely. But my goodness, didn't Yo just look dominant there? This is not something that we would have expected. We expected it to be close, not a sweep of all of the things. And my God, I mean, maybe, just maybe, Viper needs to stop playing into the Silver Boy meme, because I think it could be bad luck.
Too soon, man.
you think about the theme on all those games. Yo was winning because he was hitting Viper in 5 different areas at once.
Yes.
I think every time there was only one focus, Viper would do all right in those fights, you know? And historically, Viper has done very well when he can lock down the map and force his opponents to taking unfavorable engagements against him. But Yo put so much pressure on him, and Viper just couldn't deal with it. And credit to Yo, too. His unit control was unbelievable that series.
Yeah.
I think that was the most impressive thing. When he had an advantage, he just kept pushing it. He kept pushing it. Look at that last game. That was the perfect example of that. He was ahead, and then he was like dropping a forward castle. That is such a signature Yo move, by the way, isn't it? Just dropping a castle in his face. And he just kept pushing it. He was one step ahead, it felt like, that switch into Long Swordsman, for example. But guys, I think you'll be pleased to know we're actually going to have an interview with Mr.Yo in a few minutes. But we're not going to rush straight into that, because I'm sure he will need a minute to prepare himself and to cool down. But we're going to have that coming up soon. But any thoughts from you guys? Any further thoughts on that series and this sort of breakthrough moment for Yo?
Well, we can't call him the best. We can't yet call him the best player in the world, but maybe we can call him the best Empire Wars player in the world.
It's only tournaments, though.
Yeah, like he's the king of Empire Wars. Maybe we can give that title to Yo. Does he enter the conversation for number 2 now? Because Hera, I think over the last month, has proven that he kind of owns that spot at the moment. But with such a commanding performance,
well,
we have to start talking about it.
Yeah, like I don't want this to turn into like who's where conversation. But briefly, like if you look at a lot of the brackets that Mr.Yo would have, he would meet Viper early on, like Hera did here, right? So Hera in Hidden Cup, for example, is on the opposite side of the bracket, stormed his way through the side of the bracket, made it to the finals. Viper beat Hera. Viper had to face Yo in a best of 5 earlier in the bracket, so Yo's like stance or position in that tournament at the end didn't end up being as high as Hera, and they both lost to Viper. So like again, the scene is so strong. It really depends on the day, right? And that's what's made Viper's dominance so amazing over the years, is because he was the most consistent in everyone in the top 10 because he was number 1. So you have Yo in the conversation, Tato in the conversation, Hera certainly in the conversation. LIEREY stepped it up this tournament more than I expected. He almost beat Yo. He actually, think of this. LIEREY took 2 games off of Yo. Viper took 0. So LIEREY better than Viper confirmed,
Because that's how it works. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And actually, I would love to see right now a Yo versus Hera show match, just off the back of this. Empire
2 weeks ago.
Get them in it.
Empire Wars, right? I think, and to be fair to Hera, I think that in that show match, which Yo won 4-1, it was not like peak Hera,
Yeah.
Which brings us back to the consistency conversation.
Yeah, it is hard to stay consistent, and that's something that Viper has been for many years. He's been consistently at the top, and I think that's why this is such a shock and a surprise. In the back of our minds, Yo is 3-0 up, and I had people messaging me going, yeah, reverse sweep coming. Because people just can't believe that Viper would not win. It's the most crazy thing. So, guys, that obviously wraps up the day. And I believe before we sort of head into the interview here, I'll give you a chance to shout out your channels. Of course, Nili AoE, he isn't here right now. Maybe he can just quickly unmute himself if he can hear me. Shout out your channel, Nili AoE on Twitch. I have no idea if you can or not.
You can do the shout-outs, man.
No,
It's
I'll
awesome.
do it then. I'll take that. Oh,
Just
no.
make sure you also follow Dave on Twitter. I know he'll want me to say that. So.
Yes, I was going to do that as well. Of course, T90 official on Twitch as well, and then Dave_AoE on Twitter. Do you want me to shout out your Twitch, Dave? Because I think you ban all your subs.
He does.
Don't come to my Twitch.
Okay, don't go to his Twitch. But of course, we don't have anything else to announce tournament-wise right now. There is, of course, Battle of Africa coming up and actually starting next week, I believe. So if you're interested in the scene, you can definitely stay up to date by following us on social media and, of course, AoE Zone, where you can find a lot of information. Tristan, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. I just want to say this because I believe our time has come to say goodbye. So
yeah.
So first, obviously, thank you for the opportunity, Red Bull, and it's been so great casting with Nili and Dave, and Zach's done an amazing job in his role. Just one thing, because this community has really grown a lot over the last year or two, and it's grown to the point where a company like Red Bull contacted Nili to make this event happen, and I would say, is a very successful event for them and for the H2 community. One thing I want you guys to remember while we have a lot of people here is the beauty of the H scene for me is that we have such a closeness between the fans and the players. We have these player profiles. We're very familiar with the players' personalities, what they like and don't like, how they interact with each other. And that, I don't pay attention to other esports, is really unique. And I don't want to lose sight of that because there are going to be more tournaments this year. There are going to be players who put hundreds of hours into preparing, and they're going to lose. And the last thing I want is for these players to be disheartened because of their results, and then maybe have someone in the Twitch chat just making a joke be too harsh on them. So all I'm saying is congratulate Yo, congratulate all the players for their performances here. Many of them had to qualify, and just let's ride out this wave. Let's make this wave a tsunami for Age of Empires 2, and let's do it the right way, okay? Because I know if I was a competitor and I just lost 4-0, or if I was a competitor lost 3-0, 3-1 earlier, I would already be pretty hard on myself.
Yeah, I think that's very well said. And that was T90 saying that, not me. I know you're looking at me on the screen right now. It's kind of a bit strange.
I don't want to take too much time because Yo's here, but also we have another big team game tournament coming up, Battle of Africa. You should check that out. It's coming up soon. It'll be super, super hype. Obviously, a way different look from this 1v1 Empire Wars thing. Follow me on Twitter. Thanks, everyone. It was amazing. And congratulations, Mr.Yo.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Mr.Yo here now, though. If he can unmute himself in Discord.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello. Congratulations to you, Mr.Yo. Mr.Yo. #1 in China, and today you are #1 in the world. How do you feel?
I'm feel really exciting.
Good.
Really exciting. Mama did it.
Were you nervous going into the games? Were you ready? How were you feeling going into it?
I'm never ready versus Viper, but I don't feel nervous because I don't know. My goal on this tournament was to reach to final, and so by the time I was really relaxed and only want to play my best. That's it.
Okay, and when you're playing against the Viper, and you are 3-0, and you're going into the last game, and you're winning, do you just push to try and finish the game and win it and close it out?
Yeah, of course. And I wanted to win so bad, and after 3-0, because I was streaming the match when Viper picks 2 turns as well, so I had the strategy prepared for it, so I was quite confident I'm going to win the last game.
So you were watching Viper's semi-final against Hera, and you prepare from that. You prepared your strategy.
Yes.
Okay, and so you thought he would take the Teutons. You obviously went for the counter pick with Slavs. What was your strategy? Just the high pressure, the early pressure?
No, actually the Slavs, the CO isn't the counter.
Okay.
But, he usually wants to boom a little bit more, like make more farms before making scouts, and make some spearmen in his base to defend. So usually a Slavs player would go to scouts right away, but it wouldn't work versus Viper because he will have so many spearmen, so I went to ride archers, and it worked well. Archer then switch to scouts.
Yeah, it worked very well. And something that you are, I think something that you are known for, a trademark of yours, is when you're ahead, you'll often build a castle right inside of your enemy's base. And I want to know, is this because you think it will make them resign, or is it something that you just think, I'm so far ahead that I can do this and I can push them and really just build my advantage even larger?
For the game, for the last game, I just wanted to make him resign.
Awesome. I remember seeing you do it against other opponents earlier in the tournament as well. I actually want to ask you about Empire Wars. Obviously, this is the first time we're having a big Empire Wars tournament. Do you like Empire Wars as a game mode, or is Empire Wars something that you think is maybe a one-time gimmick or something like this?
I like the mode, but I don't think it will be popular after this tournament, because it just missed the Dark Ages economy build-up, and I kind of like the Dark Age. So
okay, that's interesting. I think for the viewers, it's very exciting.
Yeah, for the viewers, they like it more.
Yeah, and for you as a player, obviously, the Dark Age is very important to the game. Do you think that the civilizations now in Empire Wars are the strong civilizations in Empire Wars are very different, and that's something that you had to prepare for?
Not really. Like you see, these Meso civils are still overpowered, like Inca, Mayans, Aztec.
Okay. Interesting that you say Mayans is overpowered, because I think Mayans actually struggled in this tournament to have a lot of wins. But civilizations like Incas and Aztecs were very feared, and I think you banned the Incas. Sorry, no, you picked Incas against Viper. But then obviously you still got to play your Mayans, which you won. So you're personally a big fan of the Meso civs yourself?
Yes.
Great. So yeah, congratulations to you again. And will this be a very big motivating tournament for you? Will you be more motivated in future? Will you play harder? And do you think that this is something where you will be able to follow into the next tournaments and continue into the next tournaments with an even more energy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mr. Yo, so much for chatting with us here. Congratulations. I won't keep you any longer because I'm sure you want to celebrate. This is a huge moment for you, obviously taking out the Viper in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Awesome. So there we go. That was Mr. Yo. Such a nice guy. I mean, I had the pleasure of meeting him very briefly at NAC3. So I really appreciate that he came to do a short interview with us here. And wow, what an amazing tournament this has been. I cannot believe just how intense that last series was. I never imagined that we would see that. But all I have to say now is just congratulations to everyone involved. Obviously, I think all the production has done a fantastic job. Robo behind the scenes for making all the players be on time. The Capture Age guys for putting up the overlay. Everybody in the stream for tuning in and showing up. I think we had over 55,000 viewers there during the finals, which is an incredible number. And that's not including Mr. Yo's viewers as well on top of that. So it just goes to show that Age of Empires is very much alive and well right now. And as Dave mentioned just a few moments ago, of course, we have Battle of Africa to look forward to very soon. You can find out information about that on AoE Zone. But that's it from us. I hope you've all enjoyed the show. Thank you once again, finally, to Red Bull and to everybody who took part in the tournament, Nili, T90, and Dave. And of course, we will see you next time. Thanks for watching.
Falling to that pond, he's gonna arrive at the gold with crossbows. And we said before, Yo needs this gold.
Oh god,
oh, boy.
No reaction.
He hasn't
Dave,
noticed.
no reaction.
What? Yo!
Oh. And how many villagers do you need on gold to produce out of 4 barracks, Dave? It's more.
Oh, here comes the push. Leery is so dangerous with military. How can he use this effectively? All the infantry garrison in the Rams, the Axemen are there, the Paladins are there, the Siege Onagers are there.
Oh, SO Connection's not really here yet. Paladin's only taking the fight at the front. No, not anyone going back here, and he's completely getting slaughtered.
Oh, the Halberdiers, they just can't stand up to Frank Paladin. That Siege Onagers are trying to get good shots. The Rams are trying to cover for them. The Treads have unpacked and they're dying like crazy. Wow, what a wipe from Yo. Just a massacre. Oh my god.
Show and tell warriors are great here. But, oh, and there's a Mega No shot that comes in from Viper. Look at that shot. Only 40 HP on these. And I was on Hera's point of view, so you saw how he was surprised by that. Oh, yeah, those show tells will go down.
They're so low. And Mangonel, one at the top as well. Not sure if Hera knows about that one. Wouldn't be unnatural to micro in that direction. Away from gold, so night numbers won't be that nice.
That's true. That's true. Here come the Knights already. Hera quick walling. The downside of having a quick wall so much is that you can focus on other things. Viper's just running from the gold, so Hera chases
at the front, Tristan.
Oh man, and with chain barding, the villagers will get sliced and diced. The archers contribute very little.
Oh, they want to move in with the galleons.
Looks like it, but that's what Rams can do. And then fast fires, and Hera's castle goes down, and Hera's building one on the amphibious terrain, which does not secure the middle. And I don't think that that's a good castle because it can surely just get tripped down.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that as well. Like, 5 traps are only half a screen away. Arbalest now diving in very deep. The castle blocked for the Viper, but the traps, they will do work.
Yeah, there's no way Hera can take that out, and I'm just wondering if, like, why champion? Is there something other than champion that Hera could have done here? That castle is just, it just gives Viper a building to destroy. That's all that castle does. I think it's a desperation move.
At the moment, though.
Yeah, that's funny. Now is the time where the gold is important, not earlier. Oh! Hera just got Warwolf, and Hera killed 2 trebuchets with 1, and he can camp his trebs. That was pretty sick, man.
Eagles are coming forward. Good micro from Yo to split them up and avoid most of those shots.
Where's the scout? The scout will swoop in from Viper. He wants the monks. Yo sees it. Viper will not kill a monk with the scout anyways. This is still a great fight for Viper. That's an amazing fight for Viper.
It's the longest conversion ever.
Oh, he deleted the elephant. The elephant was being converted. Sad times for the elephant. Will the monk go down? He will go down. Wow, that was crazy, man. Sticks. His knights moving around.
See what he did with the Eagles? The Eagles were attacking the house, and he brought a villager around and walled them in. And
oh my god, dude. Yo. Yo, you can't let that happen, yo.
But Yo converted the villager. He's like, I do not like you. Come to my side.
Oh, but now, since
like you said before, Viper had to buy stone to repair, and now 2 of his castles are being attacked.
And the Eagles can take out the hand cannons. Mr.Yo wins game 1. Thanks, DE.
And the Sneakyville keeps walking. The Sneakyville keeps going.
That is such an Age of Empires 2 thing. How on earth can he not see that? Just because he can't see the tiles it's on means he can't see the top of that stable.
Back with his villagers. Is he going to batter this second tower down?
What if Viper doesn't have the resources to do anything in Castle Age? If he didn't go into farming eco, which he might be doing now.
And look at his army at the back. Is this Viper? He's losing it for free.
Yo is making this game so unbelievably messy. The Viper desperate on the wood lines, on the farms now. He gets another one. Oh, forward castle! This is not a get out of my game castle. This is get out of the series and enjoy second place castle.